Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your friend, the Welcome to Fanfics World, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Quirk That Made Him Irresistible Now. Before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. If you want more videos like this now, let's get into the fanic. Chapter 1. Being Izuku Midoriya. It was a normal day at a local preschool when suddenly a young boy started shooting sparks from his hands. Wow, Kakin, that looks so cool. Kid Izuku said as he looked at his friend's hands. Wow. So this is my quirk, huh? I guess it's pretty cool, especially if you say to Izuku, Kakin said as more kids gathered around him to see Katsuki's quirk. Your quirk is cool, said one kid. Mine's not flashy like that. Mine either, said a girl classmate. I wish I had a quirk like that. Then Izuku would praise me. The girl said with a sad look on her face. No, wait. I think all quirks are cool. I'm just excited to see one pop up in front of me. Izuku said. The students then cheered for Izuku and began to crowd him, and he soon found himself in the center of a group hug. Kids, calm down. Don't make Izuku uncomfortable, the teacher said as she picked him up from the rest of the preschoolers. Izuku smiled at her, and she couldn't help but smile back while asking, Are you okay, sweetheart? I'm okay, Izuku said, while everyone else was giving a big smile. He didn't realize at the moment, but everyone didn't gather up to see Katsuki's new quirk. The truth is they all came because Izuku was there. Why did they want to be around him? Simple, because of his quirk. Izuku's mom Inko would pick him up that day while smothering him. Not that was weird since recently she had been acting that way. Sure, she was always loving women before, but she soon started acting extra loving, which she found strange. Izuku was now 4, and he hadn't shown any sign of manifesting a quirk. Inko got worried. Her son wasn't showing signs of a quirk, and she knew how bad he wanted to be a hero, like his idol All Might. But as the time for his doctor appointment approached, worry began to fill her mind. Good news, the doctor said. Your son is definitely getting a quirk. X-rays of him show that he only has one joint in his pinky toe, which is a sign of quirks. If you wish to know what kind of quirk he has, then we'll have to do an extra test. Inko looked surprised and said, Well, okay, as long as it's not too painful. She hugged Izuku closely. Don't worry, ma'am, said the doctor. It won't. Please, mommy, can we? Izuku said, and Inko completely gave in after that. The doctor took a blood sample and said they will have the results next week. And just as he promised, the doctor called next week with Izuku's quirk results, and boy was Inko surprised. Turns out not only did he have a quirk, but she had been affected by it for some time now. The doctor explained his quirk details. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk name, active pheromones. Quirk function, unscented pheromones are released from the host body passively. The pheromones affect the person who inhaled them minds, making the person love the host unconditionally, but the type of love, sexual, platonic, familial, romantic, depends on person's gender and or sexual orientation. WL, Doctor, Inko said that's a quirk? I thought he would get something similar to me or my husband. I know it seems odd, but these things happen more often than you think. I mean, the first people to get quirks didn't get them from their parents, you know. The doctor said, All right. Inko said, Well, thanks for the information, goodbye. And with that, she hung up the phone. Inko sat there for a moment. She thought to herself that this explained a lot of things, like the fact that she had been spoiling Izuku so much that she was practically smothering him. Not that she wasn't always a doting mother, but she had started to be extra doting for some reason, and now she knew the reason. She thought about what to tell him. She wanted to make sure he was going to be happy to hear it. After all, she believes her son deserves the absolute best. When Izuku heard this, he had mixed feelings about it. At first, he was sad, since he didn't have a quirk that was good for fighting like All Might or other pro heroes. But after thinking about it, he realized that there's more to being a hero than just fighting. There was also popularity. After all, the hero Endeavor was known for taking out many villains, and yet he was only number 2. All Might, on the other hand, took out villains while bringing joy to people he saved, which made him number 1. Izuku realized that with his quirk and Mandy some fighting training, he could be the top pro hero just like All Might. He also realized that his quirk meant no one would ever be mean to him again, like when Kakin called him Deku one time, but not long after he apologized for filled his face as his mother gave him a big hug. Izuku's preschool and kindergarten life went back to normal as they could get. He was still smothered by the other kids, but he learned to cope with it. Then his elementary school years came around, and that's when things started to change. At first, it went like a normal school life, but as he interacted with more people, he found himself with more and more friends. Izuku knew that they were only interested in him because of his quirk, so he didn't give them much thought. There was only one person he considered a true friend. That was Katsuki, who he had been friends with since before his quirk showed up. Their friendship was big enough for them to regularly come to each other's houses. Katsuki would come and hang out and enjoy Inko's cooking, and Izuku would go to Katsuki's to train their quirks. Well, that's what Katsuki did. Izuku just worked out like a normal person. Izuku had also learned that his quirk could become ineffective somehow. After a hard workout, Izuku got home late, and his mother scolded him for staying out too long. Izuku Midoriya, how dare you stay out past curfew? Inko said, I am sorry, Mom. Please calm down. Izuku said, don't tell me what to do, Izuku. Just go clean yourself up and go straight to bed. Inko said, what about dinner? Asked Izuku. There won't be any. It's part of your punishment. Inko said. Izuku signed and went to take a shower. After he did, he walked to his room and ran into his mother on the way. He told her that he was sorry and told her good night, but that she grabbed him by the shoulder and looked ashamed. No, I'm sorry, sweetheart. I should have never yelled at you. Please let me make it up to you by making your favorite food. Inko said, sure, Mom. Izuku said he couldn't believe it. Before his shower, his mom was really upset with him. But then after his shower, she begged for forgiveness. Maybe because when he was sweating, his pheromones were being blocked, and after he got cleaned up, they got unblocked. This info would come in handy. He thought to himself. The next day, while training at Katsuki's house, Izuku had a little talk with him. Hey, Kakin, can I ask you something? Izuku asked. Yeah, what is it? Katsuki said. When we were younger, you once called me Deku. Why? Izuku asked. Katsuki asked a nervous look and said, oh, I called you that because I was starting to think that you were useless, which is what Deku meant. I mean, you didn't have a quirk at the time, so it seemed like the name fit you. But I see now that I was wrong. I'm sorry for calling you that. Izuku grabbed his shoulder. Don't be. To be honest, I didn't know you were saying be mean. I thought you were just trying to give me a nickname, like how I call you Kakin. You know, you can call me Deku if you want. Katsuki looked confused. What W-I? I told you it means useless. Why would you want to be called that? Because I want to change the meaning of the word. It may mean useless, no, but when I'm done with it, it will mean the opposite. Izuku said with a cheerful look on his face. Oh, okay, if that's what you want, Deku. Katsuki said as he and Izuku laughed. That's when Katsuki's mom came outside. Hey, Katsuki. His mom snapped. I thought I told you to clean your room before you came to play? Well, you must have thought wrong. Katsuki snapped back. Also, we're not playing, we're training. I don't care what you're doing. Just stop and go clean your room. She said, pointing to the door. Sure, right after you start making lunch. Katsuki said. The two continued to argue with each other until Izuku decided to put an end to it. You guys stop, he yelled. They stopped and turned to him. How about instead of arguing, you guys just do what each other said, and then everyone can be happy? Izuku said as sternly as he could. The two looked embarrassed and then spoke. Sorry, Deku just got carried away. Katsuki said. Yeah, I'm sorry to Izuku. Katsuki's mom said, please let me make it up to you. Tell me what your favorite food is. I'm sure I can make it. She said to Izuku. Yeah, and while you do that, I'll go clean my room. After that, we can continue training. Katsuki said try and make things better. Great idea, Kakin. And I would also like it if your mom cooked for us. Izuku said happily. Both Katsuki and his mom both looked happy. Katsuki gave him a fist bump, while his mom just gave him a hug. It felt a little weird, but he learned how to accept that kind of behavior. After that, Katsuki went to clean his room, while his mom went to make them lunch. After their meal, the two finished their training for the day, and Izuku went home. This went on for a while, until the day came. It was time for Izuku and Katsuki's first day of middle school. That's when Izuku started to realize that his quirk was a bit of an annoying one, especially once puberty kicked in. It was all right at first. Middle seemed like elementary school. He still had a lot of people who wanted to be his friend, but something else began to arise, and it specifically involved the girls in his school. It started off with just a few simple hellos, but as he interacted with more students, the more his quirk affected. It wasn't long before Izuku started getting stares from some girls. Soon after, Izuku started finding love letters in his locker. Some of the letters would tell him to meet with the girl, which he did, so that could confess to him. Izuku was flattered by this attention, but he never accepted any of the girls since he knew that they were only interested in his quirk, not him. After all, most of the girls that said they liked him didn't even speak to him before running into him in the hallway, or something similar, and even when he rejected them, they still clinged to him and fought for his affection constantly. And that was just at school. Outside of school was really uncomfortable. When Izuku was at home, his mom would constantly smother him and ask him about his day. She even asked him about the girls in his school and pulled out some love letters she found in his jacket. Izuku was surprised. He didn't realize that the girls were starting to put them in his jacket. He told his mom that he wasn't interested in any of them, but she continued to tease him on he was a ladies' man, how handsome he was, especially with physique, but that was nothing compared to what happened at Bakuga House. It started when Katsuki's mom started joining them for their training. She even went jogging with them. She also cooking more often, especially when Izuku was coming over. And then she went afar one day when Izuku came over, she answered the door, and she was dressed like she was going to gala or something. "Oh, Mrs. Bakugo, you look nice. Are you and your husband going out?" Izuku asked while blushing. "No, I just got dressed to look nice for you," she said, smiling at him. That night was truly awkward, especially when their meal was served. Mrs. Bakugo sat next to Izuku and feed him like he was a baby. She had always been kind to him, but now things were getting too far, and the look on Katsuki and his father's face said it all. When it was time for him to leave, Mrs. Bakugo offered Izuku to sleep over, and even offered to let him sleep in the master's bedroom with her. This was the last thing Izuku needed to realize, that he and Bakugo should probably start training somewhere else. Bakugo tried to convince his mom, but had no luck. When Izuku stepped up, however, she immediately gave in. "Hey, Kakin. Sorry I made all this happen," Izuku said. "Don't worry, Deku. It's not your fault. Let's just focus on improving our skills. We only got 3 more years to prepare after all." Katsuki said while holding his fist out. "Yeah, you're right. Let's do it," Izuku said as they first bumped each other. After 2 years, Izuku and Katsuki's grew exceptionally. Katsuki was now strong enough to withstand his explosions with hurting himself, and Izuku, even though his quirk hadn't changed, his skills had. He was now strong enough to keep up with Katsuki, and he also picked up some fighting skills from Katsuki. The time had come for Izuku and Katsuki's last year of middle school. They both knew what they wanted to do. Apply for UDA. Izuku was exciting, but little did he know that this year he would encounter someone who would change his life forever. Someone who he looked up to and wanted to be like. That person was no other than the #1 hero, All Might. Chapter 2, All Might's Successor. Deku woke up to the sound of his alarm. Is another day. Time to go to middle school and then come straight back home. Now, you would think that with a quirk like his, he would be a people person. But no, he has chosen to shut himself off from the world. Most of it anyway. He didn't want to be distracted by all those people. He wanted to focus entirely on becoming a hero. So he would normally go to the woods to train with Katsuki. But today he wanted to take a got ready for school and went in the kitchen where he found his mom making his favorite breakfast. "Morning, sweetheart. Ready for breakfast?" Inko asked with a smile on her face as Deku sat down. "Yeah, Mom, I'm hungry, but I'm sure you'll take care of that," Deku said as he saw the spread of food. There was bacon, eggs, and toast. His mom would always go overboard like this. "I sure will, baby. Just let me finish making these pancakes for you. Then we can eat together," Inko said as she turned her attention to the stove. Deku just sat there and thought to himself how his life was like because of his quirk. His outside life was kind of a mess, but he had to admit his home life was great. When he was 8, his mom got a part-time. Deku was training at Katsuki's house. She would work at a local diner as a cook, which was a really good job for her thanks to her quirk and cooking skills. It wasn't long before she got promoted to head cook and received a raise. Once that happened, she couldn't help but focus all her money on her baby. While Dika's father was away making money to support his family, Inko felt it was her responsibility to make up for his absence by giving Deku all the love she could. She was constantly buying him new gifts. She bought ingredients to make the best meals. She would always say how much she loved him and how proud his father would be of him if he could see him. She had also been inspired by Dika's dedication to his training. So she began to exercise like him, and Deku had to admit his mom looked good for her age. "Baby, are you okay?" Inko asked as she placed the pancakes on the table. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. Just thinking about what I'm going to do today. That's all," Deku said while in his head. He was beating himself up for having those thoughts about his own mother. "Ha, you're so much like your father." Inko laughed. "Always planning ahead. It's one of the reasons why I married him." "You really love Dad, don't you, Mom?" Deku asked. "Of course I do. You may be too young to remember, but before he left, he couldn't stop showing his love for you. He always talked about how you were destined for greatness and become an amazing man. I know if he were here, he would be the proudest father in the world." Inko said, "You're probably right, Mom. Anyway, let's finish this quickly. I gotta get to school." Deku said, After breakfast, Deku headed to the door, but was stopped by his mom so she could hug him goodbye, which she overdid just a bit. If it wasn't for his newfound strength, he would have never gotten out. He then made his way toward school. On his way, he got stopped by a villain attack. The pros were struggling against a giant villain, but the day was saved with the debut of the new giant heroine. All the reporters were taking pictures of her, especially the male ones. Deku, meanwhile, was writing in his journal about her and her powers. Deku had been writing in his journal ever since his quirk showed up. He used it to keep track of heroes' and villains' powers and weaknesses. Deku then looked up to see that was posing for the cameras. He felt an urge to take one as well. But when he took out his phone, he saw the time and realized he had been held up for too long. He quickly went through the crowd and rushed to school, barely making it before the late bell. "All right, class," the homeroom teacher said. "You're all third-year students. You know what that means? It's time to start thinking about career paths. I have some of these career sheets for you guys, but I'm not going to pass them out because I know that you all want to go into hero courses, right?" The class cheered as they showed off their quirks, while Deku simply raised his hand, while scolding his classmates in his head for using their quirks in school. "Ha! Love the enthusiasm," the teacher said. "But seriously, stop it. That is against school rules." Everyone quickly calmed down, and that's when a certain Ash Blonde spoke up. "Yo, teach," Katsuki said, sitting beside Deku. "Don't get their hopes up too much. If anyone is going to get into a hero course, it's going to be me, not these extras." Everyone started complaining about Katsuki's attitude, but everyone stopped to listen when Deku spoke up. "Everyone stop. All your quirks are great, but this behavior is not especially Yukakin. You need to apologize for what you said. It's completely unheroic and unacceptable." The class all calmed down and looked embarrassed of themselves. Even the teacher looked ashamed, even though he wasn't part of the argument. "We're sorry, Izuku," a girl student said. "Yeah, we all got carried away." A male student said, "It's okay, guys. Let's just move on with our day." Deku said, "Good idea, Deku." Katsuki said, "You and I need to start studying for the exams after all." "A?" the class exclaimed in unison. "Ah, there's no way I can get in there. That's not fair. I want to go to high school with Izuku," a girl said, looking upset. The whole class was once again feeling down, but Deku was able to cheer them up again, and the rest of the day went by quickly. School was over, and Deku was getting ready to leave when Katsuki approached him. "Hey, Deku, me and the guys are heading to the arcade. Want to come?" Katsuki asked. "No, thanks. I'm tired. I just want to go home and relax." "Ah, come, dude," said one of their friends. "You're always finding an excuse to go home. Why you have to be such a shut-in?" "Hey!" Katsuki snapped. "The guy said he's busy. Let him do what he needs to do." All right, I'm sorry, Izuku," the boy said nervously. "That's okay. Now I head home. I'm sure my mom has food waiting for me." Deku said, "Dude, if my mom was as hot as yours, I'd eat anything she'd make for me." The other boy said with a smirk. Deku hit him on the head, and the boy begged for forgiveness. Deku accepted his apology and picked up his book bag. "I'll see you guys later." And with that, Deku left school, reading his journal while waking home. He decided that he would take a shortcut home. It was a route under a bridge. He kept waking until he heard a strange noise. There was a manhole cover shaking until it flew open, and out came some sort of sludge. When the cover flew off, some of the sludge splashed on Deku. He then looked to see some sort of sludge monster. "Ah, a medium-sized vessel for me? Don't mind if I do," the villain said. "No, wait, do dash," Deku said before the villain's sludge began to enter his mouth. He tried to fight back, but he just wasn't strong enough. He almost passed out. That's when something flew out of the manhole once again, and the Deku heard the words, "Texas, smash." After that, a gust of wind blew over Deku. It caused the sludge villain to burst and splatter all over. The figure began to pick up the pieces of the villain, while Deku managed to get a good look at the figure. "All Might," Deku said in awe, his idol. The #1 hero was here. Not to mention just saved him. He had so many questions for him. Not to mention he wanted an autograph. "There we go," All Might said as he put the last of the sludge in a bottle. "Are you hurt, young man?" he asked. And no, sir, Deku said. Good. But I'm sure you smell better. Must be that sludge water that came out of the hole. Ha. All Might said. Deku realized that he was right. He was covered in sewage, which meant his quirk wasn't working. He was talking to his idol with his quirk. He didn't know if that was good or bad. He quickly asked All Might for his autograph, which he did, while also coughing a little bit. Well, it was nice meeting you, All Might said. My name is Izuku Midoriya, sir. Deku said. Okay, Izuku Midoriya, I must be off. Farewell. All Might was preparing to leave when Deku realized he still had a question for him. He quickly grabbed onto his leg as All Might leaped into the air. When they landed on a rooftop, Deku collapsed on the floor. He noticed that all the wind from that jump had blown off the sewage. He turned to ask All Might his question, but was shocked to see a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, there stood a skinny-looking man that resembled All Might. WH, who are you? Where's All Might? Deku asked in shock. Well, looks like I got some explaining to do. The man said. The two had a conversation. The man explained how he was All Might, but this was his true form, and showed him his injury he got years ago, while Deku explained his quirk and how All Might shouldn't get too close to him. He then asked All Might his question. All Might, sir, he said, can I become a pro hero like you? All Might thought for a moment and said, sure, kid. Maybe not one of the top pro heroes like me, but you can definitely become a good pro hero. This filled Deku with joy. His idol told him that he could be a pro hero, not the #1 hero, but a hero nonetheless. After that, All Might said goodbye as he made his way to the door. Deku soon followed, and the two went their separate ways, or so it seemed. As Deku continued on his way home, he noticed a crowd in the Tatooine Market Center. He made his way to the front where he saw the sludge villain from before holding a hostage. He looked closely to see that it was Katsuki. His face went pale. He realized that this must have happened when he grabbed hold of All Might. The bottle must have dropped. The villain got out and was now holding his best friend hostage. Deku looked around to see the pro heroes in the area were doing nothing. Why are they just standing there? He thought to himself, Kakin is in trouble. They should be saving him. Deku's mind then went blank, and the next thing he knew, he was jumping over the caution tape and straight for the villain. Kid, stop. One of the bystanders said. Someone get that boy, one of the pro heroes said. Deku went toward the villain and leaped at him with all his strength. He then reached in to save Katsuki. The sludge villain was about to snatch him, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to harm the boy. WH, what's wrong with me? He thought to himself, this is the same beat from before. Why do I suddenly care about his well-being? This distraction allowed Deku to pull Katsuki out of the villain. The two landed on the floor and began to run toward the crowd. The villain tried to reach for Katsuki, but that's when a figure dropped from the sky and bellowed, I am here. The villain was taken aback with All Might's appearance. He tried to wrap him up with his sludge, but All Might simply shrugged it off. That's when he charged at the villain and threw a punch while shouting, Detroit Smash! This attack completely blew the villain away, while the wind pressure from the attack also changed the weather. With the villain's defeat, and arrest reporters began to swarm All Might, while Deku was being commended by the other pro heroes for his bravery. Wait, you guys are angry? Deku asked. Yes, we are, one of the heroes said, but we're also proud of you for being brave. But seriously, though, you shouldn't put yourself in danger like that again. At least not until you're a pro. Yes, sir. Deku said. Good, said a female voice. Deku looked up to see that it was a rookie hero. I'm really glad you didn't get hurt, she said as she got closer to him. Yeah, Deku said, starting to blush. I should probably get home now. That's when grabbed his shoulder and said, you know, if you become a pro, you're more than welcome to come be a psychic at my agency, she said, smiling at him. Area, I might take you up on that. Deku quickly got up and left, while the other pros just started at in confusion. Hey, new girl. One of them said, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were just flirting with that kid. What? I wasn't flirting. She snapped back, although I will say he was pretty cute. The other pros just stood there rolling their eyes. Deku continued home. When he was almost there, he was stopped by Katsuki, who thanked him for saving him and to be more careful from now on. "Okay, Kakin, but if you're in trouble again, I can't make any promises." Deku said. "No, Deku." Katsuki said, "I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if something happened to you because of me. Promise me you won't do it again." "Sorry, Kakin, but I can't make a promise like that. You're my best friend. If you're ever in trouble, of course, I'll try to help." Deku said. "Thanks," Deku. Katsuki said with tears in his eyes. "We'll see you at school, Kakin." Deku said, smiling. "Yeah, see you at school." Katsuki said as he walked off to his house. Deku had just begun walking when a figure dropped from the sky and shouted, "I am here." "What?" Deku said as he took a step back. That's when All Might got surrounded by smoke, and Deku once again saw the true form of his idol. "What are you doing here, sir?" Deku asked while All Might wipes blood from his mouth. "I'm here to inform my successor of his responsibilities," he said with a smile on his face. What do you mean, successor?" Deku asked. All Might explained that he was actually quirkless, and that this power he has is actually called One for All. He told Deku that he has been chosen to be the ninth holder of the power. Deku took some time to process this information, then asked All Might a question. "Are you only doing this because of my quirk?" Deku asked. "No. I mean it now that I'm close I can feel your quirk's effect on me. But that's not what made me choose you. That happened when I saw you save your friend from the villain from inside the crowd. You clearly have the heart of a hero, not to mention you seem like a strong fighter. Please accept my power, young Midoriya, and I will turn you into the next symbol of peace." All Might said, bowing his head. "Oh, okay, sir, I accept." Deku with tears in his eyes. He couldn't believe what was happening. He had been chosen by All Might without his quirk. He was now going to train with All Might to inherit his power. All Might told him to meet him at Takoba Beach in 2 days to begin his training. Deku agreed, and the two went their separate ways. Wow! I can't believe this. I always wanted to be a hero like All Might, and now I'm going to be trained by him and inherit his power. Nothing could ruin this moment. Deku thought to himself as he entered his home. When he walked into the living room, he saw his mom sitting on the couch watching the news about the villain attack. She looked horrified when Deku appeared on the screen to battle the villain. Hi, Mom," Deku said sheepishly. Inko quickly turned her head, her eyes filled with tears, as she quickly ran to hug Deku. "Oh, my baby. I'm so glad you're safe," Inko said. "Okay, moment's ruined." Deku thought to himself as his mom continued to smother him. And so, this was Deku's first step to becoming the next symbol of peace. With only 10 months left of middle school, and his dream of going to Utah High School, how will Deku prepare for the challenges that await him? Find out next time. Chapter 3. New Powers, New Beginning. It was 5 a.m. in the morning. Deku knew what day it was his first day of training with All Might. He told his mom that he was getting up early for something, so she left him a breakfast bar on the table. Deku ate at 8, headed to the beach. Deku arrived at the beach, which looked more like a junkyard. There were mountains of trash everywhere. It's no wonder hardly anyone ever came here. Deku walked along the beach looking for All Might, and he found him, but not in form he was known for. "So this really is your true look, huh?" Deku said. "Sure is, but enough about me, let's talk about you and your training." All Might said. "So what, I'm going to climb up this garbage or something?" Deku asked. "Close, but no." All Might said, "You're going to be cleaning this place up." "Wait, what?" Deku asked in shock. "Yeah, you need to clean all this up to make your body strong enough to handle One for All." All Might said, "But sir, I'm already strong." Deku said, "But not strong enough. One for All is a powerful quirk, but it's also a dangerous one." All Might said, "If I give it to you now, your body may not be able to handle it, and your arms and legs will burst off." Deku got a shiver from hearing that. He agreed to All Might's workout plan, as well as his diet that he recommended to him. "I call it my American Dream Plan," All Might said with pride. He then changed into his buff form and said, "Well, young Midoriya, shall we begin?" With a smirk on his face, Deku raised his hand in the air and said, "Yes, sir. I only have 10 months to the UA entrance exams, and if this is what I have to do, then so be it." When All Might heard UA, he remembered that he was going to be a teacher there, but he decided not to tell Deku that would ruin surprise for him. From that point on, Deku would push himself to the limit all day. Every would go to school, and instead of going to train with Katsuki, he would go move trash off the beach. He had to tell Katsuki that he was doing some special personal training to keep him from getting suspicious, which technically wasn't a lie, and it seemed to work. He also told it to his mom and anyone else who asked him why he was always so tired. Everyone at his school can tell that whatever he was doing, it was effective since his already muscular physique soon became more muscular. All Might arrived at the beach in his truck one day to check Deku's progress. When he got there, he couldn't believe his eyes. The whole area he told Deku to clean up, as long as the entire beach, was trash-free. He walked over to find Deku standing on top of a pile of trash, yelling at the top of his lungs. Deku had not only cleared the beach, but he did it in only 5 months. Changing into his buff form, All Might said, "Young Midoriya, I am impressed with you. You have successfully cleaned the beach. Now you are ready to inherit my quirk." Deku came down on All Might with a bright smile and said, "Really? Awesome. How do I inherit it?" All Might plucked a hair from his head and said, "Eat this." Deku would have nightmares about that day for the rest of his life. A few hours after he ate the hair, Deku felt different. He felt stronger. All Might knew what was happening and decided to give Deku some advice on how to use One for All. "Young Midoriya, if you want to use your power at its max, clench your butt cheeks and yell out smash. Try it on that old car." Deku took All Might's advice and managed to create a power smash, similar to All Might's Detroit Smash. However, Deku quickly noticed that he couldn't feel his arm anymore. He looked at it and saw it was broken. Apparently, All Might forgot to tell him that using his power at full force had some drawbacks. All Might took Deku to his friend Recovery Girl to heal his arm and told him to start off slowly and focus on increasing his max percentage of One for All. At first, Deku simply kept throwing smashes at the ocean, making sure not to use too much power. Sometime after, Deku realized that he was getting nowhere with his new quirk. He was simply using it in one place, but he knew that wouldn't be enough in battle. That's when Deku got an idea. Instead of focusing on one area, he would treat One for All like his pheromones. He would try to send out all over his body, and when he did, he saw that he was surrounded by green lighting, and he felt much stronger. The next day, Deku showed off his new technique to All Might. "I call it full cowling." Deku said, "What do you think, All Might?" "Very impressive, young Midoriya." All Might said, "But I can tell by looking at you that you are only using 5% of One for All. You must now focus on increasing your percentage and control of it." Deku agreed and continued to train with full cowling. Before long, he started noticing that something was happening with his pheromone quirk. The girls that had claimed they liked him began to cling to him even more. He even caught one trying to follow him home. Deku realized that One for All was somehow enhancing his pheromones and making people love him more. He also noticed that using One for All increased his pheromone range, like when he accidentally used full cowling during PE class, and a couple of girls that were on the other side of the gym came over to flirt with him. Deku realized that he needed to make sure to keep One for All under control when he was around people, or else things would get really weird. The remaining months passed by, and it was now time for the UT A exam. All Might had met with Deku to see how he was doing. Deku explained that he had managed to increase his average full cowling percentage to 15% and could go to 20% in short bursts. All Might praised Deku and told him to get to U quickly. Deku said goodbye to All Might and headed off to U.A. Deku approaches the gates of U.A. with confidence and joy. He ran into Katsuki at the gate, and the two fists bump each other. They walked toward the entrance while talking about how they prepared for the exams. Deku suddenly tripped and almost fell on his face, but he found himself floating in the air. "Sorry I used my quirk on you without permission." A female voice said aside from him. Deku looked up to see a brunette holding her hands out while repositioning, noticed that she was pretty cute and seemed nice. "Thanks for the help," he told her. "No problem, I was Jew." Jew! The girl suddenly started to blush and stutter. No biggie. Just trying to do the right TA thing," she said, looking nervous. Both Deku and Katsuki knew what was happening. Deku signed and said, Well, we should probably head inside now or we'll be late. You're totally right. Let's do that. See you inside, she said as she walked away with her cheeks still blushing red. You've done it again, Deku, Katsuki said with a smirk. So you're gonna turn her down too? Maybe I should. She's clearly into me because of my quirk after all, Deku said. But she saved you, and I'm pretty sure your quirk hadn't reached her by then, Katsuki said. Plus think about Deku. You can't keep shooting down girls forever. Sooner or later you're gonna have to choose a chick to date. Also, if you do, maybe the rest of the girls might start leaving you alone. Or maybe they won't. Either way, it's my decision, Kakin, Deku said and pointed toward the building. Let's just go take our exams already. Okay, if you say so, Katsuki said as the two made their way into the building and into the auditorium. That's where the famous Present Mic gave everyone the written exams. After that, he explained the rules of the practical exam and told everyone to head to their designated area. Deku and Katsuki got put in separate areas. They high-fived each other and went to their battlegrounds for the test. Deku went to the training ground for the exams. It was basically a replica city, which was a good way to prepare them for real life. He got there. He saw the girl who saved him earlier. He was about to say hi when he was stopped by a tall blue-haired boy with glasses. Hey, do not ruin her focus. Pay attention to the exam right now. He scolded him. Deku said, okay, and got himself ready. But that when the boy apologized for scolding him and wished him good luck. Deku accepted this with a sigh, and that's when they heard Present Mic on the speakers. Everyone ready? Start. But no one moved. What are you doing? There are no countdowns in real situations. Go. Everyone then charged into the training ground, but they were caught off guard when a green-blue ran by them. It was Deku. Using full cowling at 15%, he managed to get ahead of everyone, even the blue-haired boy that had exhaust pipes on his calves. When he came across some two-pointers, he simply used his fingers to make a Delaware smash, which completely destroyed the two-pointers. Deku also used one for all to leap on the rooftops to get a better view of the battlefield. This allowed him to find where more two-pointers, as long as some three-pointers were. Some time went by and Present Mic announced there were only 5 minutes left. Deku calculated he had about 94 points. He wanted to get at least 100. He was just about to head towards some three-pointers when there was rumble in the area. Deku looked for the source and saw that there was a giant robot, about 100 foot tall, moving through the area. So that's the zero-pointer robot. Honestly, I think it's a bit too much, Deku said. He then saw all the other participants run from the robot. He was just about to flee as well, but that's when he heard a cry for help. Help, a voice said from nearby. Deku looked at where the voice came from. It was a brunette girl that saved him from falling earlier. She was trapped under some rubble, and the zero-pointer was approaching her quickly. Oh no, she's gonna get crushed if she doesn't get out of the way, Deku thought to himself. Then without thinking, he started moving toward the girl at top speed. When he got to her, he lifted the rumble off her legs, and she got out quickly. Run, Deku told her. I'll take care of the robot. How? She asked as she stood up. Like this. Deku then charged 20% of one for all in his legs and leaped up at the robot. He then charged 20% in his arm, but then thought that 20% wasn't enough. So taking a risk, he charged 30% in his arm and shouted, Detroit Smosh! The robot was pushed back by the punch. It then fell backwards and landed on its back with a big dent on its torso. Everyone watched in awe, while the blue-haired boy thought to himself, why didn't he run? Did he know something we didn't? After that, Deku landed on the ground. His arm wasn't broken, but it was sore. That's when the girl he saved spoke up. Wow, you just took down that big robot. That's so cool. She said, you also saved me, so, thanks. She said, blushing. Don't mention it. Deku said, that's when Present Mic said through the speakers that time was up. The girl apologized for taking up his time, but Deku told her that it was fine, and he was happy to help her. After that, recovery girl came and healed Deku's injuries, while scolding him for hurting himself. After that, Deku made his way towards the exit, where he met up with Katsuki. Hey, Deku, how'd it go? Katsuki asked. Pretty well. Last time I checked, I had 95 points. Deku said, "What, no way?" Katsuki exclaimed, "I got 76. You beat my score. What kind of training did you do? And how did your quirk get so strong?" Deku told Katsuki what he told everyone. The excuse he and All Might came up with. How he learned how to use his pheromones like fuel to enhance his muscles, which increases his strength. He also explained that the wind pressure was created by releasing his pheromones at a high rate in certain parts of his body. Everyone seemed to believe him. But then again, everyone liked him so much they practically believed everything he said. A week passed, and Deku was waiting for his acceptance letter. He was pretty sure he got in. After all, he almost got 100 points. That's when his mother came into the living room with a letter in her hand. Deku took it to his room and opened it, and out came a disc that displayed a holographic video. Deku immediately recognized the person on the video. It was All Might. "Greeting, young Midoriya. I'm happy to tell you that you did extraordinary on both of the exams." All Might said, "I also want to congratulate you on getting first place. You got 95 hero points, and there was also a secret portion of the test called rescue points, which you earned 40 of, so you came in first with 135 points total. I look forward to seeing you in school, young Midoriya. See you then." The video ended with those words. Deku couldn't believe it. He was so happy tears began to form in his eyes. When he told his mom about it, she hugged him so hard that he collapsed on the floor. "And Mom, stop it." Deku said, trying to push her off. "Sorry, sweetheart." Inko said with tears in her eyes, "I'm just so proud of you. Let's celebrate by having a large meal." Inko then stood up and went to the kitchen before Deku could even answer her. Soon Inko made a full-course meal for Deku, and the two began to eat. While he did, he thought about how lucky he is. He's going to school of his dreams. He is the successor of his idol, All Might, and he even got the high score on his exams. Deku knew he was on the path to becoming a hero. He just needed to keep working hard. Deku went to bed, wondering what his first day will be like. He didn't know what was in store for him, but one thing is for sure, he definitely wasn't going to have any trouble making friends. Chapter 4. First Day and First Impressions. Deku woke up to his alarm clock. He saw what day it was and quickly got up to get ready for his first day at Udare Academy. He still couldn't believe this was happening. He was going to Udare, the best hero school in Japan. After he got dressed, he went to the kitchen where his mom was making breakfast. "Hi, baby, ready for breakfast?" Inko said. Deku looked at the food that was on the table. As usual, it was a bit much. "Yeah, Mom, but I'll have to eat fast. I don't want to be late for my first day, after all," Deku said as he began to eat his pancakes. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You've got plenty of time, which is good since I wanted to talk to you about school," Inko said as she sat down. "What do you mean?" Deku asked. "I mean that I want you to have fun, but I also want you to promise me something. Promise me you won't fool around with any girls on your first day," Inko said with a smile on her face. Deku spit out the milk he was drinking. Deku said, then got a napkin to clean the milk. Inko laughed and said, "Relax, sweetheart, I'm just kidding. If you want to fool around, that's your choice." "That's not what—" forget it." Deku sighed and continued to eat. After breakfast, Deku puts his shoes on and is about to walk out the door when his mother gets in the way. "I knew this day would come, when my baby would start going to the best hero school in the country." Inko started to cry as she hugged her son with all her might. "Thanks, Mom, for always believing in me. Also, thanks for everything else you do for me. I can't thank you enough. So, could you please let me go now?" Inko came to her senses and realized that she should let her son get to school. "I love you, Izuku." Inko said, "I love you more, Mom," Deku said as he walked out with a smile. He then made his way to the train station. He was crowded by strangers that were interested in him for obvious reasons, but he learned how to cope with that attention long ago. Deku walked up to the school. His head was filled with joy as he entered the building. He knew that his homeroom was class 1A, so he began to search for that. He soon came across a large door and saw 1A on the door. This was it. He opened the door, and the first thing he saw was a familiar ash blonde being scolded by an also familiar blue-haired boy. "Get your feet off the desk. It's disrespectful," the blue-haired boy said. "Shut up." The ash blonde said, "You don't tell me what to do." He right cacking. You shouldn't do that. Deku said as he walked over. Hey, Deku, you're here. Looks like we're in the same class. Katsuki said as the two fist bumped. That's when the blue-haired boy spoke to Deku. It's you. You're the one that got the high score and smashed the 0-pointer. The boy bowed and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tenya Ida. It's a pleasure to meet you. Deku got embarrassed by this. Katsuki just said, Don't be surprised. He told me he came from semi-middle school, so this is normal for him. Deku was about to say something when he heard a voice from behind him. Hi. The voice said shyly. Deku turned to see it was a brunette from the entrance exam. Hey, you. Deku said happily. You're the one he saved me from falling, and then you try to give me some of your points. The girl looked surprised. What? How did you dash? It was on my acceptance video. I saw how you begged them to let me have more points. I really appreciate your compassion. Don't mention it. Uraraka said, blushing even more. You deserve more points after you saved me from the 0-pointer robot. Deku then held out his hand for her. By the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya. What's your... The girl blushed as she gently shook his hand and said, and my name is Ochako Uraraka. As soon as she said that, they all heard a male voice come from the front of the room. If you're here to socialize, then get out. The voice said. Everyone turned to see that it was a man in a yellow sleeping bag, which was quite appropriate given how tired he looked. Who are you? A girl with pink skin asked. My name is... I'm your homeroom teacher, but enough of that. I want all of you to put on these PE uniforms and meet me in the field for a test. He showed the class the box of uniforms for them. Wait, sir. Uraraka said, Shouldn't we be going to orientation? No. He said without hesitation, if you guys want to be pros, then you need to take your training seriously if you guys finish quickly, then maybe we'll have time to go to orientation afterwards. The class all nodded and got their uniforms. They then went to the locker rooms to change. Sometime later, everyone was in the field with. He then explained that the test they will be taking is a Quirk assessment test. You, with blonde hair, come up here, he said, pointing to Katsuki. He then went up, and Aizawa asked him what his record for a ball throw was in middle school. 68 meters, I think. Katsuki said, Okay, now I want you to throw this ball, using your quirk to see how strong it is. Aizawa said, handing him the ball. You got it, Teach. Katsuki exclaimed as he stepped in the circle and got in position. Then with a flick off his arm, he threw the ball with a large explosion while shouting, Dai! When the results came up, the total distance was 723.5 meters. Everyone was impressed, including Deku. He told Katsuki he did a great job, and Katsuki gave him a thumbs up. Wow, so you get to use our quirks as much as we want. A boy with red hair said, looking excited, This is going to be fun. The pink-skinned girl said. Aizawa got a serious look on his face and said, Oh, you think this is fun, huh? Well, how about this? Whoever gets last on this test will be expelled. The whole class then got nervous. Uraraka then broke the silence with a question. Wait a minute, sir. Isn't that a bit unfair? This is only our first day at school. She asked nervously. Yes, it is unfair. Aizawa said, You know what else is unfair? Disasters, crimes, and most of all villains. If you guys truly want to be pros one day, then you need to learn how to overcome these things, like true heroes would. The class all understood what he meant and decided to get their all, especially Deku. The test began with a 50-meter dash. Everyone did fairly well, especially Ida, and Deku got to see what his classmates' quirks were like. When it was his turn, he went up against Katsuki. The two got in position, and when Aizawa signaled them to go, Deku charged up to 15% full cowlings and blitzed Katsuki's speed. While Katsuki got 3.8 seconds, Deku got exactly 1 second. Wow, he's even faster than I am. Ida said to himself. Katsuki and Deku gave each other a fist bump and went to continue the test. The rest of the test was interesting, to say the least. Deku was the front runner for most of it. In the grip test, he managed to get 386.8 kilograms, 852.7 pounds. In the long jump, he jumped over the whole sand pit, and in the long run, he came in first. The push-ups, sit-ups, and side steps were harder for him since he couldn't use one for all. But overall, he got a great score. Then it was time for the ball throw, which Uraraka ended up winning since her score was infinite. When it was time for Deka's ball throw, he knew he couldn't beat Uraraka, but he still wanted to give it his best. By the way, Aizawa shouted before Deku even moved, I don't want you to hold back for this one. I saw you on the monitors during the entrance exams. I want you to show that power again. If you don't, then I'll expel you. The whole class was surprised to hear this. Waitie's been holding back this whole time. A boy with a lighting bolt shape in his hair said, Just how strong is he? A girl with frog-like traits asked. Deku nodded his head and got in position. He then focused on one for all and activated full cowling to 15%. Then as he was about to throw the ball, he quickly put 30% into his finger and the ball went flying out his hand. A loud boom was heard as the ball went further and further. When the results came up, Aizawa was stunned, as was the class. 1,474.9 meters. Aizawa said in shock. The rest of the class couldn't believe it, except for Katsuki, who gave Deku a thumbs up from the crowd. Deku gave one back and felt the soreness in his finger. It's not broken. It should be better by tomorrow. He then went back to the crowd and waited for the test results. Aizawa showed everyone their test rest results, and Deku ended up getting first place. The person in last was a boy named Minoru Mineta, who began to weep and begged Aizawa not to expel him. Aizawa didn't listen to him and told him to go to the principal's office. That's when Deku spoke up. Sir, even though Mineta doesn't have the best quirk here, he still put all his effort into this test. Can't you let him off with a warning or something, please? The whole class just stood there as Deku was trying to help Mineta stay. Aizawa wanted to scold him for questioning his superior and for telling him what to do. However, when he spoke, he said something entirely different. You're right, kid. He did give it his all. Plus, he has some serious potential in him. All right, Mineta can stay for now. Everyone was speechless, including Aizawa. Deku and Katsuki, however, knew this would happen as soon as Deku spoke up. Mineta began to cry tears of joy and said, Awesome. I still have a chance to be a hero and see the pro-hero midnight boobs up close. The girls rolled their eyes at him. However, when they looked at Deku, most of them caught themselves staring at him, like he was a pro-hero already. Deku saw this, but decided not to say anything since he didn't want things to get awkward. Aizawa dismissed the class, and they all went back to change into their regular uniforms. While in the girls' locker room, the pink-skinned girl said something that caught all the girls' attention. So, that Izuku guy sure is something, isn't he? She said, Yeah, he is, said a girl with earphone jacks. Has a lot of power, and he even saved that Mineta guy from getting expelled, even though he didn't deserve it. Seems like a nice guy, and he's cute too. Isn't that right, Uraraka? Uraraka felt panic in her chest as all the girls turned to her. And me? How would I know? She asked. Because he seemed really friendly with you, and I also overheard him say how you saved him from falling, and how he saved you from the zero-pointer robot at the entrance exams. The girl with earphone jack said, You guys aren't like dating or anything, are you? Uraraka's face went completely red as she said, Why would I tell you that? I don't even know who you are. Oh, right, the girl said, My name is Jiro. Kyoka Jiro. You don't need to introduce yourself, Ochako Uraraka. I heard everything you guys said earlier. It's part of my quirk. Uraraka was about to say something, but was cut off as the rest of the girls began to introduce themselves. The one with a spiky ponytail was Momo Yairozu. The invisible girl was Toru Hagakure. The frog girl was Tsu Azui, but she preferred to be called Tsu, and the pink-skinned girl name was Mina. Thanks for introducing yourselves. And to answer your question, no, we're not dating. Uraraka said, still a little blushed. Okay, well, are you friends with him? Jiro asked, Well, not officially. Uraraka said, Have you seen him shirtless? Jiro asked, causing Uraraka to stutter nervously. That's enough, Jiro. Momo said, She's clearly uncomfortable. You should stop now. Jiro sighed and said, Okay, fine. Then continued getting dressed. That's when Mina said, Who else but me want to ask him out on a date? After that, all the girls just started blabbing about Deku and asked Uraraka what she thought. Uraraka left the room while feeling embarrassed and relieved. The rest of the day went by quickly, and soon everyone went home. When Deku was getting ready to leave, he was approached by Mineta. "Thanks, man. Because of you, I still have a chance to see the girls in their costumes. I hope they're all revealing like." Mineta said with a creepy smile. Deku looked at him weird and told him he was just doing the right thing, and the two high-fives and said goodbye to each other. As Deku walked towards the train stations with Katsuki, they were approached by Ida and Uraraka. "Greetings, Deku." Ida said, "Are you taking the train station home as well?" "Yeah. You guys want to walk together?" Deku asked. "Sure thing, Deku." Uraraka said aloud. Ida looked at her with confusion. "A Uraraka, was it?" He asked her. "Yeah, what it is?" She asked, "Why did you just call Midoriya a word that means useless?" Ida asked her. Uraraka's face suddenly went red, and she began to stutter. "I am so sorry, I mean Izuku, please forgive me," she said, bowing her head. "I just thought it was okay because that's what that Katsuki guy called you during the test." "It's okay, guys." Deku said. They both looked at him surprised. "You're right, Ida. That word does mean useless. But it won't be like that for long because of me. That's why Katsuki calls me it. You guys can call me it too if you want." "It's true." Katsuki said, "I call him Deku, and he told me that when we were kids, he would bring a new meaning to that word. And he's come a long way since then, right, Deku?" "Kakin, you have no idea." Deku said, "I'll just stick with Midoriya, if that's all right with you." Ida said, "Well, I'll call you Deku if you say it's okay. Plus, I think it's kind of cute." As soon as those words left her mouth, Uraraka blushed and buried her face in her hands. "Air." "Thanks, Uraraka. Anyone, let's hurry to the station." Deku said, and the group of four made their way to the train station, and all went their separate ways. When Deku got home, he greeted his mom, who asked him how his first day was, and how many love letters he got. Deku laughed it off and told her about his day. They sat down for dinner, and after they finished, Deku went to his room to go to sleep. While he laid there, he thought about Uraraka and what Katsuki said about her, how she helped him before being hit with his pheromones. He thought to himself about how he should accept her feelings. But then he said to himself, "No, I can't. Even if she helped me before my quirk affected her, that doesn't mean she liked me. The rest of the girls are probably under the effect by now, so they don't really like me either," Deku said as he looked out the window. "Besides, I don't have time for a relationship. I need to focus on becoming the next #1 hero." Deku closed his eyes and went to sleep. He told himself that he would get into a relationship, but he would soon learn that it was going to be more difficult than he thought. Chapter 5. Let the battle commence. Deku woke up to the smell of breakfast. His mom had made it for him ahead of time. He thanked her and told her that he was off to school. She hugged him goodbye and headed off to work. When Deku got to school, he noticed that as he walked through the halls, he would get stares, especially from the girls. He knew what was wrong with them and just ignored them. He got to class and waited for Aizawa to start class. But what happened next surprised him. A pound voice came from the door saying, "I am here to teach class." Deku recognized that voice. It was All Might, who had stepped into class wearing a hero costume. "Wow!" a boy with red hair exclaimed. "It's All Might, and he's in his Silver Age costume." So the rumors were true. Mina said, "He really is a teacher here." Everyone fanned out at this. Even Deku fanboyed out at All Might, despite knowing that All Might was going to be a teacher ahead of time. "Hello, students." All Might said, "Today we will be having battle training. Everyone get your hero costumes on and meet me at ground beta." "Hero costumes?" everyone asked in unison. That's when All Might pointed to the wall, and out came suitcases, each with someone's name on them. Everyone cheered, got their costumes, and went to change and headed to ground there. Everyone complimented each other on their costumes. "Wow, Deku," said Mina. "Your costume looks great and a little like All Might's." "Thanks, Mina. My mom made it for me." Deku said, "You look pretty good yourself." Mina blushed upon hearing this. "What about me, Deku?" Uraraka said in a way that almost sounded like a whine. Deku turned to look at Uraraka and blushed a little. "What do you think? I know it's a little skin tight, but that's my fault for not being more specific with the support course people." Uraraka said, I think it's cute, Uraraka, Deku said. Uraraka's face turned red after hearing this, but her face would return to normal upon feeling the cold stares she was getting from the other girls. Greetings, students, All Might said as the last of the students appeared in their costumes. Welcome to your first battle training. Today you will be put in groups of 2 and a team of either heroes or villains. The heroes will try to secure a fake bomb in a building while the villains will try to stop them. The heroes win by securing the bomb or catching the villains. Villains win if they catch the heroes. Everyone understands this. Good. Now draw from these balls to see who you be partners with. All Might pulled out a bag with little balls in it. They each had letters and numbers on them. Once you have it, find the person who has a matching one. That person is your teammate. All Might said. Once the students got their balls, they found their team members. Looks like we're on the same team, Uraraka, Deku said as he walked up to her. Why, yeah, how cool is that? Uraraka said, clearly embarrassed. The other girls in class started complaining about how they want to be with when All Might explains how real heroes can't always pick and choose their partners. So they need to learn that as well. The girls reluctantly agreed and got with their partners. Don't get too comfortable, Uraraka, said Mina. Next time I'll make sure Deku is my partner. As if he's going to be my partner. Toru said. Enough. All Might said, forget about next time. Focus on now. Everyone nodded and heard the order they would be going in. Deku heard that his team would be in the last fight, and they would be facing Katsuki's team. Deku walked up to Katsuki and said, Hey, Kakin, looks like we're going to go head-to-head. This should be fun. I'll get to see what skills you use to get in this school. Deku said with his hand held out, Just promise me you won't hold back, 'cause I sure as hell won't be. Okay, Deku, if you want to get hurt that bad, Katsuki said, shaking his hand. The students then went to the monitor room to watch the first match. While the matches went on, Deku made notes on his classmates' quirks. However, he was constantly interrupted by his female classmates asking him how well they did. Deku always said fine, and they always reacted with a sigh like he just confessed his love for them or something. Toru's reaction was the weirdest. When she came to him, she asked, Hey, Deku, when I removed my costume during my fight, were you staring at me? She said with a weak voice. Stare at you? Deku asked, I can't even see you, Toru. You're invisible, remember. Damn, I didn't think about that. How am I supposed to get your attention now? She said with a whiny voice. Deku rolled his eyes. But he didn't have time to be annoyed, though. It was his team's turn next, and he had to formulate a plan with Uraraka. The match began, and Deku and Uraraka entered the building ready to face the villains. They soon faced a loud explosion, and barely dodged it. Deku told Uraraka to run, and he'll take care of Katsuki. The two friends stared at each before Katsuki broke the silence. So, Deku, you created some sort of special technique with your quirk. Well, I got a little something to show you as well, courtesy of these gauntlets from the support course. Katsuki said, then charge at Deku, but I still need to charge it up a bit. So let's check out your fighting skills while we wait. The two fought hard, and they knew each other's fighting techniques very well. However, Katsuki simply couldn't keep up with Deku, especially when he was at 15% power. Finally, Katsuki stepped back and said, All right, Deku, I'm ready. Ready for my best shot. Deku smirked and said, Bring it on, Kakin. Katsuki then pointed his right gauntlet at Deku and began to charge up a power blast. All Might shouted through the speakers to stop, worried that Katsuki would accidentally kill Deku. Katsuki ignored and shouted, Here it goes. Take this, Deku. Suddenly, a huge explosion came bursting out of Katsuki's right gauntlet. It wasn't heading straight for Deku. Everyone watched in horror, worrying what would happen to him. Then before the blast reached him, Deku charged up to 20% full cowling and shouted, Smash! The explosion was then pushed back at Katsuki and knocked him back straight into the wall, knocking Katsuki out. Nice try, Kakin. Deku said, You've certainly improved a lot these past months. Everyone in the monitor room cheered for Deku as he left Katsuki behind and went to find Uraraka. When he caught up to her, she was in the middle of fighting Ida. Deku quickly charged in with full cowling, and Ida tried to stop him, but Deku was simply too fast. Deku grabbed the bomb, and All Might announced that the hero team had won. After the last round, everyone went to get charged back into their uniforms. Since no one got hurt too bad, no one went to recovery girl. Deku arrived in class, and as soon as he did, he was surrounded by all his classmates. "Hey, dude, you were so manly out there. I'm Ijiro Kirishima, by the way," the red-haired boy said. "I'm Mina Ashido." Kirishima's right. "You are manly," she said, blushing. "I'm Kyoka Jiro, but everyone just calls me Jiro," Jiro said with a smile. The other students continued to introduce themselves until Deku told them to stop, which they listened to, of course. After the day was done, Deku and his friends all went to the train station to go home. Once Deku got home, he greeted his mother, who asked him what he wanted for dinner. Deku told her that he would help her make it, and she reluctantly agreed. During their meal, the two made small talk. "So how was school?" Inko asked. "It was great. We got to meet All Might," which was technically a lie since Deku has known him for months now. "We even had battle practice, and I got to show off my power and the costume you made me. My team won the training, by the way," Deku said as he continued to eat his mochi. "Wonderful, baby." Inko said happily. "Now how about the thing?" "What other thing?" Deku looked confused. "Found any potential girlfriends yet?" Inko said with a smile. "Mom, how many times are you going to ask that?" Deku said with red cheeks. "Sorry, baby, but you know how badly I want you to meet someone, especially since you have the perfect quirk for it," Inko said before drinking her water. "Perfect quirk?" Deku said, "Mom, my quirk is good for a lot of things. Getting a girlfriend is not one of them." "Are you kidding?" Inko laughed. "I bet by now all the girls in school have a crush on you." Deku was about to say something, but then he realized his mom was probably right. After all, every girl in his class were already staring at him when they thought he wasn't looking. He also overheard some talking about how cute he was during the battle training, and that was just in class. During lunch, he was approached by a girl with green hair who he ran into in the hallway. She introduced herself as Ibra Shiozaki from class was 1B, and she asked if she could sit with Deku and his friends. Deku allowed her to, despite Uraraka's protests. "Who are you, his girlfriend?" Ibra asked. What? No. Uraraka would have kept going if Deku hadn't stopped her. After lunch, she told Deku that she wants to eat lunch with him every day. "But won't your class get upset at you for that?" Deku asked. "That's cool. As long as you're not upset with me, I'm okay," Ibra said. Deku realized that his mom was right. He was affecting all the girls already, and it wouldn't be long before the love letters started showing up. "You know what, Mom? The girls might be interested in me, but that doesn't mean I'm interested in them," Deku said, finishing the last of his mochi. "But, sweetie, you gotta be interested in some girls." Inko said, "Don't you want to date the prettiest girl in school, marry her later, and then make beautiful grandchildren for me?" Deku looked at his mom like she had just killed someone in front of him. Deciding that he had enough, he got up and said, "Okay, Mom, I think I'm going to go work out in my room a little bit, take a shower, then go to bed." Completely ignoring his mom. Not that she would ever complain about it since she was so doting with him. Deku didn't show it, but he was really upset with her. How could she say something like that? Didn't she care about whether he was in love with a girl instead of her hopelessly in love with him? Deku channeled that anger into his practice with one for all for the rest of the day. And to his surprise, he managed to make 20% his new average and 25% his max course. This caused some complaints to the neighbors, but they quickly calmed down when Deku showed up at the door. As Deku went to bed that night, he lied awake thinking about his mom's words. "Jesus, Mom, is me getting a trophy wife all you care about?" With those thoughts, Deku went to sleep thinking about the burden his pheromones bring. Chapter 6, being Deku woke up the next day and quickly went to the kitchen for breakfast, which of course his mom was making. "Hi, baby," Inko said as she flipped the bacon on the stove. "Hey, Mom, listen about yesterday, Before he could say any more, Inko stopped, saying, "No, sweetie, it's my fault. I should mind my own business. I just wanted to get a girlfriend, and a beautiful one at that," she said, bringing the bacon to the table. "Thanks, Mom. I knew you would Deku was cut off again, which is why I looked over the school website and found some girlfriend candidates for you," Inko said as she handed a list she printed out with names of different girls on it. Deku recognized most of these names since they were girls in his class, but some of them were girls from other classes and even other grades, like this girl named Nijire Hato, who is a third-year student. Deku was about to say something when his mom spoke up first. I recommend a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu. From the photos on the website, she is the tallest and most beautiful girl in school, and according to rumors, she is part of a very wealthy family. Well, that would explain a lot. Deku thought to himself, Yaoyorozu did get into you A through recommendation after all. Inko continued, however, you don't have to listen to me. It's your choice, and I promise to support whoever you choose and to not interfere with any of them. As I said, I need to mind my own business. Inko said with an innocent smile, but Deku could feel his anger rise. But he couldn't bring himself to lash at his mom, so he hid it all away and said, Thanks, Mom. This will help me big time. Deku said with a forced smile, which Inko totally bought. Deku wolfed down the rest of his breakfast and headed for the door when his mom stopped him. Wait, baby, you didn't give me a hug. She opened her arms, and Deku went to embrace her, but he got carried away and hugged her a little too tight. Who? Baby, relax, I love you too, but we'll see each other later. Deku let go and said bye to her. Bye, sweetheart. I'm off to the gym for a good workout. See you for dinner. She waved and smiled as she walked away. Deku, on the other hand, walked to school upset and frustrated. When Deku got to school, he went straight to class. Well, after he got past a crowd of nosy reporters. Not want to deal with them, Deku simply leaped over them and into school property. He got a homeroom class and sat straight down, clearly in a bad mood. He didn't say anything during class, and everyone was worried about him. Mr. Aizawa then came in and told that class that they would be choosing class president today, which made everyone raise their hands saying they wanted the position, everyone except Deku and some boy with red and white hair. Okay, this isn't going to work out. Aizawa said, Anyone have an idea on how to settle this? I have an idea, sir. Ida said we should have a vote for it. That will be the most fair way of deciding. Great idea, Ida. We will have a vote for the class president role. You will all pick who you think should have the position, and you will not be allowed to vote for yourselves. Aizawa said as he dozed off for a brief moment. The class then wrote their votes and put them in a box in the front of the room. When Aizawa read the votes, his eyes went wide for a split second, causing everyone to react the same way. Well, here's a surprise. It seems that only 2 people got votes, and those people are Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu. Aizawa said with a small amount of shock. What? Deku asked with wide eyes. Wait, so who got the most votes? Funny you should ask. Aizawa said you did. You got 19 votes, while Momo Yaoyorozu only got 1. Deku's eyes went wide again. He looked around the room, and all the guys gave him a thumbs up while the girls just blushed and giggled. Wait a minute, 1 vote. Deku asked, and Momo Yaoyorozu? Yeah, why? Aizawa asked, 'Cause that 1 vote she got was from me. Deku said, and the whole class looked at him surprised. Wow, Izuku. Toru said you voted for her. Why? I can tell by her looks that she's responsible. Deku said, also I saw how powerful her quirk is during the training, and how she explained the training better than All Might did. She's clearly smart enough to lead this class. Wow, Izuku, Momo said, blushing. Good observation skills. Also thanks for saying I'm smart. Well, you got by recommendation, right? So that must mean you're very smart and special. Deku said, thanks Izuku. Momo said with her face completely red, while the other girls stared at her with jealousy in their eyes. Well, that settles it. Izuku Midoriya is the class president, while Momo Yaoyorozu is vice president. Deku said, okay, while Yaoyorozu sighed in awe, she was only spending more time with Izuku because of this, completely ignoring the stares she was getting from the other girls. It was now lunchtime and Deku was sitting with Ida, Uraraka, Katsuki, and Ibara. This food never ceases to amaze me. Deku said, it's so delicious. Well, it's made by the pro hero and master chef Lunch Rush. Ida said, speaking of pro heroes, I've been wondering, why do you want to be a pro hero, Chaco? Deku asked, swallowing his tuna roll. Oh, me? Uraraka nearly dropped her food on the table, before she gathered herself and said without hesitation, for the money. What? Everyone said in unison. Wait, let explain. Uraraka quickly said, "Why, you see, my parents own a construction company, and lately they've been having financial issues. So I want to help them by becoming a pro hero and making lots of money for them." The others sat there speechless until Deku spoke up. "Well, that's very kind of you, Uraraka. You parents are lucky to have you." Deku said, "Thanks, Deku." Uraraka said, blushing, "Hey, I want to help my parents too." Ibra quickly said, "Cool, Ibra." Deku said, "Me and Kakin want to be pros because All Might inspired us to be." Katsuki nodded and everyone turned to Ida. "Me?" Ida said, "Well, my reason is simple. I wish to be a pro so that I can continue my family legacy." "Family legacy?" Deku asked, "What do you mean? Ever heard of the pro hero Ingenium?" Ida said, "His real name is Tensei Ida. He is also my brother." Everyone gasped at this. He was part of a family with a long line of heroes. Some were even considered the greatest to live. That would explain why he went to an elite middle school. "So you want to be a pro so you can work with your brother?" Deku asked, "That's awesome, Ida." "Yeah, maybe you're not all talk after 4 eyes." Katsuki said, "Thank you all so much." Ida said, "Now we must finish our meals quickly. We don't want to be late for our next classes after all." Everyone nodded and continued to eat the rest of their food. Suddenly an alarm went off, causing all the students to panic. As everyone headed for the exit, Deku found himself pushed against a window. That's when he saw a bunch of reporters from earlier harassing some teachers. Realized that there was no threat. Deku did what had to be done. Use one for all, and with Uraraka's help, Deku floated over the exit door and told everyone that it was a false alarm. Everyone calmed down and returned to eat their lunch. Dika's friends praised him, and they all went back to finish their food. The rest of the day went normal, for everyone except Deku. He was walking to his next class when he was stopped by some girls from class 1B. They started flirting with him, and one of them even asked him if he wanted to go with her. He said no, of course, but the girl didn't cry or get upset. Instead, she simply said she would ask him again tomorrow. Deku didn't even know how to react to that. He ignored it and moved on to his next class, Modern Hero Arts History, which was taught by Ms. Kiyama, a.k.a. the R-rated heroine Midnight. Many of Dika's classmates, especially Mineta, thought she was the sexiest teacher in the world, and judging by the looks on their faces when they saw her in the hallway, they would probably kill just to get a kiss from her. Deku thought that since Midnight had a similar quirk to his, she would have some sort of immunity to it. Boy, was he in for a surprise. When class started, Deku went to introduce himself to his teacher, who simply replied, "Not interested." Offended by this, Deku lost all sense and began to power up one for all. However, he quickly noticed this and powered down as fast as he could. He then turned and quickly went to his desk. But with his back turned, he didn't see how his teacher began to stare at him while licking her lips seductively. The rest of class went by quickly, and when it was time to leave, Midnight asked Deku to stay back for a while. Deku replied with "not interested." Midnight chuckled and told him to stay, or else he would have detention. Deku agreed reluctantly, and as soon as everyone was gone, Midnight locked the door. "So, you said your name is Izuku Midoriya, right?" Midnight said, "Yeah, but why do you care?" Deku said, clearly upset, "I thought you weren't interested?" "Oh, that." Midnight said embarrassingly, "I'm truly sorry I was you." Deku cut her off mid-sentence. "Keep your apologies to yourself. Now could I go before I'm late for P.E.? Oh, you got an attitude on you." Midnight says with a smile, "I like that. Listen, sweetie, let me make it up to you. How about I offer you some private lessons?" Midnight made a seductive grin, and Deku realized what happened to her. And no thanks." Deku almost screamed. "Maybe next, Ms. Kiyama. Please call me Namuri." She said, "And don't tell anyone this, but you are now my favorite student," she said, ruffling his hair. Deku got up and quickly ran to the door, unlocked it, and ran out, leaving Midnight standing there with a seductive look on her face. It was time for P.E, which was going to be equally as awkward for him. During class, he and Kirishima were having an arm wrestling match. Kirishima tried his best, but in the end, he couldn't match Deku, especially when in full cowling on. "Wow, Izuku," Kirishima exclaimed, "your quirk is so manly. I wish my quirk was like that. Then I could be more useful." "What are you saying, Kirishima?" Your quirk is useful. It's called hardening, right? Yeah, why? Well, that kind of quirk is useful for fighting, especially close-range fighting. Yeah, you could be right. Besides, I'm sure it's better than Mr. Explosion Die Guys over there. Deku looked to where Kirishima was pointing and saw Katsuki yelling at some guys for stealing his turn with a weight machine. Once he threatened to blow them up, they all went running for hills. Deku signed before saying that's just Katsuki's normal self, but once you get through that you'll see that he simply wants to be the next #1 hero, just like me. Well, not to take sides, but I'm hoping that you'll be the number hero instead of him. He joined the club. Also, it's a little weird that he seems to want to kill everyone except for you. I know you guys are like best friends, but still it's weird. How do you keep him under control? That's not important. I'll tell you what important. Me and you getting stronger, but having another match. I got a better idea. Let's have a fist-bumping contestant. Are you sure that's safe? With my hardening quirk. Of course it is. Plus, this will help me increase my max time limit. Right now, I can only use it for about 2 hours a day. With your help, I could probably make that 3 hours. Kirishima activated his quirk, and God held out his fist. What do you say? Deku thought about it and agreed. He then charged up to full cowling 15%, and the two began to bang their fists against each other. This went on for a few minutes, with the two being about even until Deku went up to 20% power, and Kirishima suddenly couldn't keep up. Eventually, he fell back hurt and tired, and Deku powered down. Not bad. Kirishima, your strength and durability are no laughing matter. Same goes for your stamina. Deku said, helping Kirishima up. Thanks, dude. Your strength is really great, too. Keep trading your quirk, and you might even be stronger than All Might. Just then, Mineta walked up to them with an upset expression and said, Izuku Midoriya, how dare you steal my chance of being Ms. Midnight's favorite student? Deku looked nervous. What? Did you? Yes, I eavesdrop on you guys. I don't know how you get all these girls to like you, but all I want to know is... Mineta's expression went from anger to sadness in a blink of an eye. Please teach me, he said with tears in his eyes. Before Deku could respond, his phone went off. He checked it, and it was a message from his mom. The message had a photo of a girl around his age using a weight machine. Actually, she was lifting the machine itself. Deku read the text that said, Look, sweetheart, I found another girl for you. She's one of my friend's daughters, and she's super strong, just like you. She is also learning to be a doctor. I think she would make a great girlfriend for you. I'll tell her about you right now. Upon reading this, Deku had to fight the urge to crush his phone in his hands. Kirishima saw the look on his face and became worried. You okay, man? Yeah, it's just my mom being a little annoying, that's all. Your mom? Well, then she must be really annoying at home. Sometimes, yes. So you don't like living with her? Mineta asked. Deka's eyes widened. No, I love living with her. She cooks food that rivals at a lunch rush. She's always buying me new things. She even made my costume. Wow, sounded a great mom. Kirishima said, She's the greatest. She even takes me on vacation every summer to the USA to visit my dad. I got a photo of us as my screensaver. Deku put his screensaver on display and showed it to Kirishima. He then blushed a little bit and asked, Nice family photo, but where's your mom? She's in the picture. All I see is you. Some guy I'm assuming is your dad and your sister. Deku paused for a moment before saying, I don't have a sister. Let me see that. Mineta said, snatching the phone. Soon as he laid eyes on the picture, blood began to leak from his nose. Standing beside Deku was a beautiful green-haired woman with an hourglass figure. She was wearing a tank top and shorts and had a bust size that rivaled that of Yayorozu. Wait, no way. So not only do you have a loving mom, you have a hot one too. Smoking hot if I'm being honest. And that body looks like her measurements are 97-66-94. Gorgeous. Do you have one of her in a bikini? Mineta continued to look at the photo with bated breath. But his moment ended when he felt a hard slam on top of his head, sending his face in the ground. Deku grabbed his phone that Mineta dropped and put away, saying with red cheeks, Please, never say that again. His voice was calm, but if you listen closely, you can sense the blood lust in it. Stop playing rough boys. A voice from behind them said, They turned to see Izawa standing there with his hair standing up and his eyes glowing red. "Wait a minute," Deku said, realizing what that meant. "So you're Eraserhead. I thought you looked familiar." "That's why my quirk stopped working right before my hit landed." "That's correct. If it wasn't for me, you probably would have given poor Mineta here a concussion." Mineta looked back and forth between them, scared in the fact he almost got injured, and even more scared to hear that Deku only used his natural strength, and that punch still hurt very much. "Anyway, I didn't come here to talk. I came for Izuku." Aizawa said, "Nizu wants you to come to his office for something important." "Really?" "Sure. I hope I'm not in trouble." "You would be if I told him about your little outbreak. But since I found it to be quite funny, I'll let you off with a warning." Deku laughed and made his way to Principal Nizu's office. Meanwhile, in the Udata hallways, a blue-haired girl was opening her locker to get her supplies for her art class when two girls came up to her with letters in their hands. "What do you guys need?" she asked. "We need your opinion. We both made these letters to the same guy, and we want to know what you think is the best." The redhead said, "Wait, to the same guy?" "Yeah." The purple-haired one said, "That cute Izuku guy from Class 1A, the one with the green hair, and who got the high score on the entrance exam." Both the girls sighed in awe while the blue-haired girl just looked confused. First of all, nice to meet you guys. My name is Nijarhado. Secondly, why the hell are you guys asking me this? First of all, we don't care who you are. Secondly, you haven't met the guy yet, have you?" "No, not really." "Then you won't be any help. We'll just go find someone else. Also, you should go introduce yourself to that Izuku guy. He's a total dreamboat." The girls walked away with heart in their eyes, and Nijai was left dumbfounded. She snapped out of it and made her way to her next class. As she walked by the window, she noticed that Class 1A was out in the field for when she noticed a student with green hair clashing fists with a red-haired student, she was taken aback. He didn't look like much, but he was clearly powerful. When he punched the purple-haired student on the head, she nearly burst in laughter. As he began to head to the building, she realized that she got held up and rushed toward her art class. On her way, she couldn't help but think how special that guy was. Maybe even special enough to intern for a certain teacher of hers. Plus, she had to admit, he was pretty cute. Back with Deku. Deku knocked, and Nizu summoned him. He was and saw a deflated All Might and Nizu sitting on the couch. "Greetings, young Midoriya." All Might said, "Glad you're here. We need to talk." "Okay, let's talk then," Deku said as he sat on the other couch. "Care for some tea?" Nizu asked. "I prefer coffee, so no thanks." "So, All Might, what do you want to talk about?" "Your progress with One for All. From what I've seen, you already have great control over it." All Might said with pride in his voice. "Yeah, All Might. Right now I can use 20% of it comfortably. The power it gives me is amazing. It also seems to make my own quirk way stronger, but that's not important." "I see. So tell me, young Midoriya, have you had any of the dreams yet?" Deku looked confused. "Dreams?" Deku thought for a while and answered with seriousness. "Look, sir, I may have a quirk that makes every girl I meet love me, but that doesn't mean I have that kind of mindset." All Might didn't understand at first, but quickly caught up to the misunderstanding. "No, not those kinds of dreams. I mean the one for all dreams, the ones I used to have when I was younger." "One for all dreams?" "Yes. Remember how I told you that one for all has been passed down by others? Well, those people become part one for all when they die, and sometimes when I had a tough day ahead of me, they would come and give me a little advice." Deku didn't know how to process this. There is more to one for all than he could even imagine. "Well, no, sir. Can't say that I've had those dreams." "Well, given your control of the quirk, it shouldn't be long before they reach out to you. When they do, make sure to let me know. I can help you understand the things they tell you better." "Yes, sir." The rest of the day went by without any other issues. Deku and his friends walked the station. When they got to their stops, they all went to their houses. When Deku and Katsuki began to part ways, Katsuki asked for Deku to stop and said, "Hey, dude, make sure to let her down easy." Then he began to walk towards his house. Deku wondered what he meant, but didn't have time to think about that. He just continued to walk home. When he got the stairs of his apartment building, he suddenly realized what Katsuki meant when he felt someone staring at him. "Come out, I know you're there." As he said that, a certain brunette came out and quietly said hello. "Why did you follow me home, Uraraka?" "Because I need to tell you this before someone else does," she said, closing her eyes, and she opened her eyes and said, "Deku, I like you and want to go out with you." Deku accepted this would happen, and he planned to simply tell her no like he told every girl. However, after everything he went through that day, he had been fed up and just wanted it to end, so he said something that he would regret later. "Listen, Uraraka, I don't want to date you, or anyone. I'm tired of all this fake love. Why can't you people just leave me alone?" Uraraka stood silently for a moment, but then she said something that Deku would have never expected. "Okay, Deku, I will. Sorry for bothering you so much." With those words, she left. Deku was stunned. For once a girl he shoot down actually accepted his rejection. He didn't know how to feel, nor did he have time to. He went up the stairs to his apartment door and entered. When he got in, his mother hugged him still in her gym clothes and gave him a note. "What's this?" "May's phone number." Inko said in joy. "Don't tell me May is—" "Yep, the girl I was talking about. I told her all about you, and she said she was interested. You should call her sometime." "Thanks, Mom. Maybe I will." Deku didn't have the strength to be angry anymore. His mom made him some spicy tuna rolls, kissed him goodnight, and went to bed. As Deku laid there, he thought about Uraraka, how she seemed different from every other girl he's ever met. He then remembered the promise he made to himself, no fake relationships. With that thought, he went to sleep, and when he did, he found himself in a dark place. Deku was floating in a void and felt like he was awake. He called out for someone. That's when 7 blurry figures appeared before him. Before he could say anything, one of the figures spoke up and said, "So you're the 9th user?" With those words, Deku immediately woke up and felt strange. He felt a sensation in his hand and looked at it. It was glowing like it does when full cowling is active, but he could feel that this was something different. The glow suddenly faded and the feeling disappeared. Deku didn't know what that was, but then he realized that this must have been what All Might was talking about. He decided to ask him about it tomorrow, and he went straight back to sleep. Meanwhile, at Udata High School, Present Might went back to school to pick up something he forgot. When he passed by room 1, he saw Aizawa sitting there at his desk. "Aizawa, what are you doing here so late?" "I could ask you the same thing." "I came back for my phone. Now what's your reason?" "I got held up with this paperwork for the USJ trip I'm going to take my students on tomorrow." "Oh, yeah, that. I wish I could come see that. I want to see how those students of yours handle recused training. Especially that Izuku kid. He's got some serious potential." "Yes, he does, which is why it's crucial that he goes on this trip, to further unlock that potential. Anyway, I'm just about done. If you want sleep in the hallway, be my guest. I'm going home." "Oh, Eraserhead. Always with the jokes, huh?" Aizawa ignored him, and the two went home for the night. The next morning, Deeku's morning went the same as normal. Everything did up until the point Aizawa announced they would be doing recused training today. The class cheered, and everyone got their costumes, got on the school bus, and headed to the facility. Deku was in a hurry to get there after he heard All Might would be there. He wanted to tell him about his dream. On the way there, everyone discussed their quirks. Everyone but Deku, who was still shaken from yesterday's talk with Uraraka. Even though she seemed fine, he could tell by the look in her eyes that she was upset. "How about you, Izuku?" Tsu asked, bringing Deku back to reality. "How about what?" "Your quirk? What's it called, and what does it do, besides make you strong and fast?" Deku feared this moment, when he would have to explain his quirk to everyone. What would they think of it, if him? Now, there was only one way to find out. "Promise me something, girls. Promise you won't hate me for it." The girls got all confused, but promised him. "This is going to be hard to believe, but my quirk isn't really super strength or anything like that. It's this thing called active pheromones. I just recently learned how to use these pheromones as fuel to increase my physical abilities, and I shoot them quickly out of certain places to create airwaves." The class was in awe. Some of the girls even giggled. "Wow, Deku, your quirk is amazing." Uraraka said, "Why would you think we would hate you for that?" "Because that's the main purpose of my quirk. Its real purpose is a much more manipulative and villainous one. My quirk's true function is to send off unscented pheromones from my body that I can't turn on and off into people's noses and into their brains. When they do, they make those people fall hopelessly in love with me. The kind of love varies depending on the people, but from what I've seen, it makes guys want to be my best friend and girls want to be my girlfriend. That's why I thought you guys would hate me, because my quirk is basically controlling all of you. Deku's voice began to break as he looked down in shame. Everyone was speechless, especially the girls. Hopelessly in love? Uraraka said to herself. The silence continued until Yaoyorozu broke the silence. Izuku, you think that the only reason we like you is because of your quirk? It has to be. Deku said, raising his head. That's how it works after all. Izuku Kurishima said, when I first heard that you got the high score on ancient exams, I thought you were the manliest guy ever, and that was before I actually saw you, so your quirk couldn't have been affecting me. Izuku, Yaoyorozu said, when you voted for me as class president when no one else did and said the reason you did it was because you thought I was smart and special, I realized you were a true gentleman. Your quirk didn't make me think that. I genuinely thought that way about you, and I still do. Deku, my netta, said, when you saved me from getting expelled on the first day, I thought you were the coolest guy ever, not because of your quirk, but because you're the reason I got to see Midnight up close, and also got to see a picture of your hot mom. Yaoyorozu made a wooden paddle and knocked my netta on the back of the head with it. Deku understood what he actually meant, though. He began to sniffle a bit, but pulled himself together to say, so you guys don't hate me? Well, of course they don't, Deku. Katsuki said from the back of the bus. I mean, your quirk kind of makes that impossible, doesn't it? Katsuki begins to laugh until another person speaks up. What he means is that your quirk is not the only reason why our class admires you. Everyone looked to see the source of the voice. It was Shoto Todoroki, the mysterious ice guy who tore up the battle training test. Perhaps your quirk is what sparked their interest in you, but over time you've given them far more reasons to respect you, myself included. I saw how you calmed everyone down during the false alarm incident. You clearly have good leadership skills, which is why I don't regret voting for you as class president. None of us do, Midoriya. Ida said, we've all come to respect your personality, not your quirk. So none of us hate. In fact, I speak for all of us when I say that we admire you even more now. The whole class agreed, and Deku began to weep. He's always had one true friend, but now he has a whole class full of them? Deku wiped the tears from his face and thanked everyone for what they said. They all smiled, and everyone went back doing their own things. Deku saw Uraraka on the other side of the bus. He thought about yesterday and what he said to her. Maybe he was too harsh. He was about to go talk to her when the bus suddenly stopped. Okay, everyone, Aizawa said, we're here. Let's get the show on the road. Chapter 7. The League of Villains Attack. The class all got off the bus and headed inside the large dome-shaped building. Inside, they were greeted by the Pro Hero 13, who Uraraka fangirled over. Welcome, students, to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. 13 said, where's All Might? Aizawa asked. 13 whispered to Aizawa while holding up 3 fingers. No one knew what she told him, but Deku knew exactly what she said when he saw her fingers up. Very well. Back to business. You will all be sent a different area and practice rescuing civilians in a crisis. This is a crucial part of being a hero. 13 said, your quirks are important for saving lives, but if misused, you can take them as well. Take me, for example. My quirk, Black Hole, is very powerful for taking down villains, but if I'm not careful, I could do harm to innocent bystanders or even myself. That's why I had to learn how to use it properly in the field before I became a pro. Now I read your files, and I know that you all have powerful quirks, but now you must learn how to control those quirks instead of simply using them. Especially you. Your quirk combined with your temper makes for a dangerous combo. The class began to chuckle before Katsuki yelled, shut up, or I'll blow all you up. Okay, let's get this show on the road. Aizawa said me and 13 have chosen your areas based on quirks, skills, and... Before he could say any more, the power in the building went crazy. Then the next moment a purple portal appeared in the center of the central plaza. Everyone looked at the portal, and a bunch of people who didn't look very friendly started walking out of it. After they came out, A young man with hands all over his body stepped out, and next to him was a hulking bird-headed monster. "Sir, is this part of the training?" Ida asked. "No, this is supposed to be rescue, trying, not combat training. Also, I don't recognize any of those guys. 13, call for backup now." She tried calling, but there was no signal. The students didn't have signal either. That must have been what that power surge was about. Aizawa said as he looked at the army of the now confirmed villains. 13th, get the students out of here and go get help. I'll buy you guys time to escape. "But sir," Deku said, "you can't handle all those guys alone. Your eraser quirk wasn't made for that." "Kid, you can't be a pro. If you only have trick." With those words, Aizawa put on his goggles and ran toward the villains, and using his scarf, he wraps them up and tosses them around. Wow, he truly is a pro. Ida said, "Okay, students." 13 said, "You heard your teacher. We must leave immediately. All of you stay in front of me and head for the exit." The students began to move toward the exit, but as they reached it, a purple mist appeared along with a portal similar to the one they saw at the plaza. "Where are all of you going?" A voice came from the mist. "The fun is just beginning. But if you guys must go, then can any of you at least tell me where All Might is?" "We're not telling you anything," Katsuki shouted. "Now, getting out our way or else. I choose or else." The villain said, taunting Katsuki. "Stay back, kids, I'll handle him." 13 said. She then activated her quirk, and a black hole appeared in front of the villain. It was sure to take him out, or so it seemed. Suddenly the villain made a new portal, and the black hole went through it and appeared behind 13. The students watched in horror as she was gravely injured and collapsed on the floor. "Can anyone here provide a challenge for me?" Katsuki then charged at him, as did Kirishima, while shouting, "A man never runs from a fight." "Guys, wait." Deku tried to stop them, but they were already too far ahead. They attacked the villain in unison, but their attacks had little to no effect. "My turn," the villain said. Suddenly the class was surrounded by dark mist all around them. Before anyone knew what happened, most of the class was sucked into a portal and transported to somewhere else in the building. Flood Zone, Deku, Tsu, and Mineta. Ruin Zone, Katsuki and Kirishima. Mountain Zone, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Jiro. Landslide Zone, Todoroki and Siro. Conflagration Zone, Fumikage and Sato. The only ones left at the entrance were Mina, Uraraka, Toru, Yugo, Koda, Shoji, Ojiro, and Ida. Now, what's to try their luck on me next? Flood Zone. Deku opened his eyes and found himself falling into a lake. Once he was in the water, he noticed a shark-like thing moving towards him. He tried to swim to the surface, but at the speed he was moving, he would definitely be caught. Just then the creature was kicked by a green blur, which also grabbed Deku and pulled him to the surface. Deku opened his eyes to see that it was Tsu, who then used her tongue to put him on the boat in the middle of the lake. "Wow, Deku, you're here too." Deku looked to see a teary-eyed Mineta. "Mineta? Tsu? Why are you guys here?" "Same reason as you. The mist guy sent us here." "Never mind that. We have bigger fish to fry. Or should I say, bigger sharks." Tsu said, pointing to the water. The three looked to see a lake full of shark-looking villains, but they were all just waiting there. Why weren't they attacking? "Hey, guys, I just realized something." Deku said, "These guys must not know what our quirks are, since Tsu was sent to this area rather than the conflagration zone. We can use that to our advantage." "How can we do that exactly?" Tsu asked. "I have a plan. Listen closely." Sometime later, the villains started to get suspicious. "Those kids haven't made any move to escape." One said, "Maybe they don't have the right quirk for the job." "You could be right. Also, I'm getting bored of waiting here. Let's go get those." Suddenly, a figure was seen jumping through the sky. 3 figures, actually. "Great jump, Tsu. Now it's my turn," Deku said, and then powered up 30% in his finger. He knew it would make it soar, but at least it wouldn't break. He then shouted Delaware Smash, and out came a large air pressure that hit the lake and created a whirlpool. "You're up, do it, Mineta." "You got man. Take this punk." Mineta began to throw the balls on his head at the villains. As they touched them, they stuck to them, and soon they were all stuck together. The villains were then sucked down the whirlpool as Deku and the others landed at a safe distance and continued towards the main plaza. Great plan, Izuku. We're almost at the plaza where Mr. Aizawa is. Tsu said, Yeah, thanks, dude. For a second I thought I was going to die before I got the chance to see Yoyoris's boobs. Mineta said. Tsu then smacked Mineta with her tongue, and the three continued to swim back to land. Well, we made, guys. Deku said, I hope the others are doing okay. Ruin Zone. Katsuki and Kirishima found themselves surrounded by an array of villains, but they weren't afraid, especially Katsuki. Really? These are the guys they give us. Katsuki then set off a large explosion, taking down a number of enemies. How disappointing. Kirishima, you want to take these extras down and get back to the exit? I'm offended you had to ask. Kirishima said before activating his quirk and knocking an enemy into a wall of the building. Just make sure you stick to your own targets. If you take down any of mine, I'll blast you. Geez, you don't have threatened me. We're on the same side. The two then proceeded to knock out every enemy they found. With Bakugo's firepower and Kirishima's brute force, they took down their enemies with time to spare. Well, that was fun. Should we go help the others now? Kirishima asked. They can handle themselves. Let's just get to the entrance, so I can have a rematch with that foggy bastard. Katsuki's hands began to spark, and Kirishima knew better than to argue. The two began to make their way out of the zone and into the central plaza. Mountain Zone. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari are surrounded by villains, and they won't be able to leave until they get rid of all of them. However, they villains seem to have an advantage in the Mountain Zone, since some appear to have Earth-based quirks. The three barely managed to find a spot to hide, but it wouldn't be long before the villains found them. Guys, this is bad. Jiro said, My quirk isn't good for this much combat. Yeah, mine either. Momo said the best can do is make weapons and shields, but these guys seem too fast for me to hit. Denki, Jiro shouted. Don't you have a quirk that shocks people? Why don't you use it? Because it doesn't simply shock people. It sends electricity all over, shocking everyone around me, and I don't want to take these guys out while also getting you guys. Wait a minute, Jiro said. Hey, Momo, can't you make something other than weapons with your quirk? I can make anything, as long as I know the details to it. Great, that gives me an idea. The villains continued to search the students, but then saw them jump out of a corner. They began to charge at them, but that's when Yaoyorozu began to make an electric-proof blanket and covered her and Jiro in it. Jiro then shouted, Now, Denki! Denki then began to spark, and suddenly the villains were caught in a flash of electricity. Shortly after, they all collapsed on the ground, paralyzed. Great job, Denki, Yaoyorozu said. A Momo, your costume. Jiro said, and Yaoyorozu quickly covered herself and began to make a new top. Fortunately, Denki was in stupor from using his work too much. Once he regained himself, the three hastened ahead for the central plaza. Landslide Zone. Todoroki and Cyril were fending off villains who were using the terrain to their advantage. While Cyril was having trouble keeping the villains under control with his tape, Todoroki was making easy work of them by simply freezing them. Damn it, kid, one of them said. How can you have this power? Todoroki then created a path of ice, and soon every enemy in the area was frozen from the neck down. Listen closely, because I won't repeat myself. Todoroki said if guys remain this way, you'll die of hypothermia. If you don't want that to happen, tell me why you guys are here, who you work for, and why do you want All Might? Ha! Like we ever take our orders from a SD stupid kid. One of the villains said, and right after, Todoroki froze his head. The other villains looked in shock. Anyone else want to be an example? W8. We don't know how we're working for. We're just some street thugs hired by a random person. Although I can tell why you what we want All Might for. That bird-looking monster at the plaza. According to the leader, that thing can stronger All Might, which is why he brought it here to kill him. Todoroki and Cyril looked at each other and knew what they had to do. They began to head toward the plaza when a villain called out to them. Hey, wait, aren't you going to unfreeze us? Don't worry, you'll get unfrozen when the pros arrive to take you all away. The two continued to the plaza while the villains just shouted and yelled. Conflagration Zone. Fumikage and Sato are surrounded by flames, but that's not the real danger. That honor goes to the enemies that seem to have strength-enchanting quirks. Firmicage, how are you holding up? Sato asked. I'm doing fine, but I would do better if there wasn't so much fire, because the light it makes is making my quirk, Dark Shadow, weaker. Really? Well, that's not good, 'cause my quirk, Sugar Rush, requires a lot of sugar, and I'm running low on snacks. Don't worry, my quirk might be weaker, but I think I know how to use it to get us out of here. Firmicage began to lead the villains to an alleyway, where there was little to no light. Once there, he activated Dark Shadow, and the villains were swarmed by the creature and lakes on the concrete unconscious. Great job, Firmicage. Know we can get out of here and get back to the exit. Great idea, Sato. Let's get moving. The two then exit the zone and head for the entrance. Meanwhile, in the central plaza, Eraserhead continued to overwhelm the thugs that came through the portal. Using his quirk and scarf, he was knocking out an enemy with almost one blow. Impressive, Eraserhead, the young man with hands on his body said. You truly are a pro hero. I'm assuming you're the leader here. Yes, my name is Tamir Shigaraki. I'd tell you not to forget it, but you won't be around long enough to worry about that. Unknown to them, 3 students were watching the fight from the edge of the lake. It was Deku, Tsu, and Mineta. Should we help him? Tsu asked. No, he looks like he can handle this alone. Let's get to the exit quickly. You guys grab onto me tightly. Tsu and Mineta wrapped their arms around Deku, which made Tsu blush a little bit. Then Deku charged up to 25% full cowling and ran at high speeds to the exit. Meanwhile, at the exit, haha, is this the best you can do? Shoot acid at me. Damn it. Mina said, no matter what I do, I can seem to hurt him. The remaining students have been doing everything they can to get past the missed villain and get out of the building, so they can go get help. Since Ito was the fastest, they decided he would be the one to go if I could just get close to him. Uraraka said that's when the villain turned his attention to her. You know, girl. Since it was you who initiated the sorry excuse for a battle, I think I shall punish you by sending you high up and letting you fall. The villain began to approach Uraraka, and she had no way of escaping him. Just as he was about to reach her, he was sent back by an air pressure attack. The class looked to see Deku carrying Mineta and Tsu. Deku, Uraraka said with joy. You're here, this is great. I know how to beat this guy. Really, how? Deku said as he put Tsu and Mineta down. See that metal plate in his center? I bet that's connected to him somehow. Damage it, and maybe it will stop in his tracks. Got it. Foolish children. Making a plan in front of your enemy? How stupid can you all POS? The villain stopped mid-sentence when he felt a great pain in his chest. He looked to see that a certain green-haired boy had kicked his metal plate. The villain began to wheeze and stutter. Ida, now's your chance. Go. Okay, hold tight, everyone. I'll be back with help. Ida made his way to the exit. The villain tried to stop him, but his strength was quickly draining, and he knew it. Once Ida went out the door, the villain teleported away. Where'd he go? Toru asked. Forget about him. Where's 13? The students pointed to an injured 13 laying on the floor. We need to help her. Does anyone have any first aid equipment? No, but I can make some, said a voice from the staircase. The class turned to see Yaoyorozu, Denki, and Jiro. Momo. Deku said, that's great. She needs something to help stop the bleeding. Stand back, everyone. I'll handle this. While this was going on, the mist villain appeared in front of Shigaraki, back at the plaza. Kurojiri? What are you doing here, and why are you breathing like that? Sir, he said with heavy breathing, one of the students has escaped. They will be bringing help soon. What? Damn it, Kurojiri. After all the trouble I went through to get us past the entrance alarms. You're lucky you're our only way of escape. Otherwise, I'd kill you here and now. Wait a minute, the entrance gate? Eraserhead said, so the other day, that alarm wasn't made by the reporters. Oh, no, it was... Kurojiri said, we just happened to be in the crowd, and when we got through, we seeked the USJ building since my quirk requires me to know the location of the place I wish to teleport to. I see. I should have known that from the beginning. No matter, know that I'm done with these punks, I'm going to take you guys out as well. I don't think so. If you want to get to us, You'll have to beat the final boss. And no MU attack. Eraserhead couldn't even ask who Nomu was due to be pushed to the ground in a split second. The hulking bird-head monster quickly picked him up and began to beat on him. Eraserhead tried to fight back, but this monster had some sort of strength enchanting quirk. Even when he did hit him, his attacks didn't even seem to faze it. In a matter of minutes, Eraserhead was broken and bleeding on the floor, with Nomu ready to end him. The students could see from the entrance and were horrified, until a certain green-haired boy spoke. "Guys, keep Miss 13 safe. I'll go save Mr. Aizawa." "What?" "Deku, no." Uraraka grabbed him by the arm. "Please, Deku, you're strong, but you can't beat that thing." Yaoyorozu said, "I don't have to beat it. I just need to stall it until the teachers get here. Now let me go, Uraraka, please." Uraraka shakes a little before slowly letting go of him. "Okay, Deku, go, but please be careful. I don't want to lose you." Deku couldn't believe it. The girl who he rejected harshly yesterday was now begging him to be careful. Could it be his quirk? Or could it be something else? He didn't have time to think about that. Right now he had a teacher to save. Charging up to 20%, Deku spirited toward the battle, while everyone felt worried for him, especially Momo and Uraraka. "Well, Eraserhead, you've outlived your usefulness. Finish him, Nomu." Shigaraki commanded Nomu. Nomu then raised his foot in the air and was about to stop Eraserhead's face. However, when his foot went down, it didn't hit Eraserhead. It hit the floor. He looked around to find Eraserhead, and saw him being carried by a green-haired boy with green sparks around him. "W, what are you doing, Izuku?" Aizawa said weakly, "I'm here to buy some more time. Ida should almost be back. I just need to stall until then." "Okay, but I'm staying here to fight as well. After all, I'm not going to let some kid have bragging right over me." Deku laughed and stood to face the villains. "Well, what do we have here? An All Might wannabe? This is great. When he gets here, we can use your corpse to make an example of what will happen to him. All Might will be here, and when he is, you guys are finished. But while you wait, why doesn't Birdbrain here play with me instead?" "You heard him, Nomu. He wants to die first. Get him." Noma charged, and Deku got ready for a real battle. Back in Principal Nizu's office. "Enjoying your tea, Tashinori?" Nizu asked. "I always enjoy the tea you serve. You always know how to make it right. Well, my quirk does make me a genius, after all. Now, what are we going to do about your constant overuse of hero time?" "Sorry, sir, but when people need someone and no other heroes around, I must help them. It's who I am." "I know it is. I also know that you plan on retiring this year." "Yeah. At the rate my time limit is going down, I'd be lucky if I made it to Christmas." "Fortunately for you, you seem to have chosen a worthy successor. Tell me about it." In the months young Midoriya has had one for all, he has mastered it to the point where it's become second nature to him. "I must say, you truly made a wise choice in choosing Mr. Midoriya. Not only does he have the heart of a hero, he also has such a way with people." "Yeah, but that's not exactly good for hero work, Nizu." "I beg to differ. Being popular has many advantages, including—" The door suddenly flung open and Ida fell though collapsing on the floor. All Might quickly turned into his buff form before Ida could look up and say, "Mister." "All Might, you need to help us." Ida said with heavy breathing, "Villains have attacked the USJ. Miss 13 is wounded. Mr. Aizawa is fighting off the villains. We must return at once." Nizu and All Might's eyes went wide as they looked at each other and knew what they had to do. Nizu informed the teachers of the situation. "I'll go on ahead and try to save the students." "Understood." Nizu quickly ran to his desk and spoke into the announcement mic. "Attention all staff personnel. We have intruders at the USJ. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Report to the USJ immediately." All Might took off as fast as he could to the USJ while thinking to himself, "Damn it, I should have been there in the first place. I also won't be able to keep this form for long. I'll have to end the fight fast." All Might continued at high speed to the USJ with only one goal in mind: save the students, especially his successor. Chapter 8, Deku's True Power. Deku was face to face with a bird-headed monster, who the leader called Nomu. He also learned the leader's name was Shigaraki from the conversation he heard earlier. Now Shigaraki had just ordered Noma to attack, and Deku was his first true battle. Let's do this. Deku ran at Nomu, and it ran at him as well. Once close, Deku hit in the gut with a 20% Detroit smash, but to the surprise, the creature didn't even budge an inch. Haha, nice try, kid. But that won't work on Nomu, since he has a quirk called shock absorption. Noma then punched Deku back and sent him flying into a wall. When he looked up, he saw Nomu standing right over him, who then threw him back to where he was standing a moment ago. Damn, this thing is tough, and I don't think my pheromones will work on it either. Not that I want them to. Maybe if I use some long-range attacks, I can hold it off long enough for help to arrive. Deku then powered up to 25% and began shooting Delaware smashes at Nomu. It dodged some of them, but when it did hit him, he was pushed back a little bit. Ha, I knew it! Shock absorption protects him from direct attacks, but it won't do as well against air pressure attacks. I just need to keep this up. Deku continued to hit Nomu with Delaware smashes. Shigaraki began to get irritated. Damn this kid. How does he have this power? I can't let him embarrass us like this. Guess I'll have to get my hands dirty after all. Shigaraki then touched the floor with his hands, and the floor began to crumble towards Deku. When it reached him, Deku jumped away from it at the nick of time. Now, an OMU. Deku then felt a large hand grab him by the neck, and after that it slammed him into the ground. Deku was then pinned to the ground by Noma's large foot. He tried to push it off, but even with 25% power, he couldn't make it budge at all. Don't bother, kid. This beautiful creature right here not only has shock absorption, it also has a strength enchantment quirk that makes him as strong as All Might. You're better off just laying there and wait for it to kill you. Deku wiped the blood of his mouth and tried to think of a way to escape. Noma was immune to his smash attacks. His pheromones were also useless in this situation, which was a good thing, honestly. Noma then punched Deku in the gut and then grabbed him and threw him across the floor. Deku got up slowly and coughed up some blood. Not bad, but I'm not done yet. Deku then put his fist up and smiled. Back at the entrance, Yaoyorozu has just finished sealing 13's wounds. She then looked at the rest of the class and saw that Fumikage and Sato had arrived while she was busy. Hey guys, Miss 13 will be all right. How is Izuku do? Momo stopped mid-sentence when she looked at the plaza and saw Deku bleeding and tired. Izuku, he's in trouble. We have to help him. Momo shouted as she Nathan to move toward the staircase. No, Momo. Uraraka grabbed her by the hand. You can't help him. You would just put yourself in danger. I can't just stand here and do nothing, Momo said with tears in her eyes. Before anyone can say anything else, the entrance doors burst open, and out came a figure everyone was happy to see. I am here. All Might, Momo said. You have to help Izuku. He's fighting some sort of monster. All Might looked at the plaza to see his successor fighting a bird-head monster and appeared to be losing. His signature smile suddenly faded as he looked at the student and said, Fear not, I will save him. I will save all of you. With a burst of speed, All Might charge at the battle in order to save the future symbol of peace. Back with Deku, Nomu continued to beat on Deku. The only reason he hadn't fallen is because of One for All. Deku knew that he couldn't fight much longer, but he couldn't give up. I have to keep going. A true hero fights until he can't move. Enough with the hero talk. And no MU finish him. Noma then charged at Deku, and with no way of escape, he closed his eyes to brace himself. But there was a loud boom, and when Deku opened his eyes, he saw his men are blocking the attack and pushed Noma back. All Might, Deku said in joy. Fear not, young Midoriya. I am here. All Might then ran up to Nomu and punched his other face. But the Nomu was unfazed and immediately punched him back. All Might, this thing has shock absorption. Your pinches won't affect it. Shock absorption, huh? That would be an issue for someone else. But not for me. All Might then charged up a full-power Detroit, smashed right at Noma's chest. The pinch collared directly with him, and it blew a hole right through Noma's body. All right, Deku shouted while the others of the entrance cheered as well. But their cheering soon turned into gasp when they saw the Nomu stand there and the hole in his chest begin to regenerate. What? It has more than one quirk? That shouldn't be possible. The only way it could be is... No, it couldn't be him. While All Might was thinking that, Nomu took this opportunity to charge at him. All Might regained himself just in time to counterattack it. The two then engaged in a back-and-forth battle of Nomu was aborting All Might's attacks. All Might was taking clear damage. Nomu punched All Might in his injured spot, and All Might found himself at the monster's mercy. I can't just stand here and let him die, not after what he's taught me. Deku thought himself as he began to move, but everyone stopped actually when a half of Nomu's body suddenly became invaded in ice. Stay away from my teacher. A voice said blankly. It was Todoroki. He used his ice to freeze Nomu, so All Might could get away from it. Zero, get back to the others. Leave this to the rest of us. Okay, be careful. Arrow then made his way to the entrance where the other students were. Todoroki then continued to freeze Nomu, but the creature kept breaking out of the ice and headed for him. Suddenly Nomu was hit with an explosion to the face. Hey, ugly, fight me if you want a challenge. It was Katsuki with Kirishima by his side. Kaken, Kirishima, you guys are here, great. Me and Todoroki will help All Might with this thing. You guys keep the leaders off our backs. Deku said, pointing to Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Sure thing, man. Kirishima said, normally I hate taking orders, but I got the score to settle with that smokescreen, so I'll make an exception. Katsuki said, and watch out for his quirk. He turned the floor into dust just by touching it. He could do the same to you guys. The two charged at the villains, and Shigaraki tried to use his decay to crumble the floor they were on, but Katsuki simply flew over it with his explosions and almost landed a hit on Shigaraki, but Kurogiri teleported them away at the last second. The two continued to attack them with the same results, but Kurogiri was slowly losing his energy thanks to the damage of his metal plate. Meanwhile, Deku and Todoroki helped All Might attack Nomu, with Todoroki freezing him and Deku punching him. All Might then got an idea. Listen, boys, I know how to beat him. If he has shock absorption, then he has the weakness of it. If we can do enough damage to him, we should be able to stun him. Then I can deliver the final blow. Understood, sir. Deku said as he hit Nomu with a 25% smash. Kirishima and Katsuki keep attack the villains. Katsuki Gauntlet was now charged, and he launched a powerful explosion at Shigaraki, but Kurogiri used his quirk to warp it back at Katsuki. The blast hit him directly, and Katsuki laid on the ground with burns on his body. Katsuki! Kirishima said, Deku, we can't fight these guys for much longer. Deku heard this and started going beyond 25%. Deku and Todoroki continued to attack Nomu, but Todoroki's body was starting to freeze from using his quirk too much, and Deku was getting tired. Nomu saw this and quickly punched Todoroki away and swatted Deku away. All Might then tried to attack Todoroki, but he was then grabbed in his injured spot by Nomu. As All Might screamed in pain, Deku got up and saw his mentor in trouble. Damn it, I have to do something. Deku slowly stood up. I will not fail him. I will not fail him. With those words, a black force came out of Deku's body and grabbed Nomu. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nomu was being held in place by Deku, not by his hands, but with something might want to know what this was. But realized he had more important matters. Using all his strength, All Might yelled Texas Smash. And a sonic boom was created. Nomu was sent flying to the roof of the USJ. The black tentacle-like thing from Deku's body continued to flail around like crazy. That's when Aizawa used his quirk to erase Deku's powers. The black tentacle then disappeared and Deku collapsed on the floor, with sore arms and legs and a few broken ribs. Kurogiri was now trying to teleport him and Shigaraki away, all while he was shouting and throwing a tantrum like a child. No fair. Nomu was supposed to kill you, and that kid wasn't supposed to have that black thing. He must have cheated. Sir, we must leave now. The teachers will be here soon, and my energy is running low. If we don't leave, no. Kurogiri was cut off when a gunshot was heard, and Shigaraki was shot in the shoulder. It was Snipe and the other Udata teachers. Kurogiri grabbed Shigaraki and warped them back to their hideout, all while Shigaraki was screaming that he would be back to kill All Might and Deku. All Might and Aizawa went to Deku and saw he was still concussion, but he was injured, Izuku, how did you do that? Aizawa asked. I don't know. Be but like you said, sir. You can't be a pro with only one trick. Deku laughed weakly, and All Might began to cough up blood. I need to get you back to recovery, girl. You and young Bakugo. What about your time, sir? I should have enough for a quick run back to the school. Just make sure you hold on. All Might then picked up Deku and went to get Katsuki, all while the other teachers rounded up the remaining villains. Soon there were reporters outside the USJ that had a lot of questions. The police were also there to arrest the villains. They also found Nomu in the area and quickly appeared him before he could make a move. The teachers told the students to get on the bus, and Aizawa would drive them back. Everyone got on and headed back to UA. Back at UA, Katsuki awoke to find himself and Deku in Recovery Girl's office. They laid there and waited to be treated Recovery Girl. Deku, she shouted, what did I tell you about hurting yourself? Sorry, ma'am, save it, just let me heal you both. She then kissed him on the forehead, but for some reason she kissed Deku for a longer time. She claimed it was because his injuries were worse than Katsuki's, but they both knew the real reason. That's when Nizu came in to talk to the boys. Well, this has been an unexpected day, hasn't it? Principal Nizu, what are you doing here? I thought you were handling the reporters. Deku asked. I told the teachers to handle them. I had to come here to tell you two something important. What is it? You two did well today. The students claim that you, Midoriya, fought the monster single-handedly. You even displayed some sort of new technique. Could you show it to me, please? Sorry, sir, but I don't know how to do it again. It just happened randomly. Oh, I see. Well, anyway, excellent job today, boys. Although I recommend you two don't do something that reckless again, at least not until you have your hero licenses. Yes, sir. Deku said whole Katsuki just shook his head yes. Also, I took the liberty of calling your mothers and informing them of what happened. They should be waiting for you both at the entrance gate. Really, okay? Deku said while Katsuki shook his head once more. The two were given permission to leave. They made their way to the exit. Once there, they saw their mothers, and Deku rushed his, while Katsuki just walked at a normal pace. Mom, Deku said as he ran up to her. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Oh, Izuku, my baby, are you okay? Are you hurt at all? Inko said, hugging Deku as hard as she could. I'm so glad you and Katsuki are okay. Me and Mitsuki were so worried about you two. Yeah, it sure seemed that way. Deku said as he looked at Katsuki, who was being yelled at by his mother. Katsuki Bakugo, how dare you do something so reckless? How stupid are you? What was I supposed to do, you old hag? Stand there and let myself be killed. Don't talk back to me, mister. You're in enough trouble as it is. Deku then broke free of his mother's grasp and wails toward them. Hey, Katsuki, you did good today. You too, Deku. Don't praise him, Izuku. He does deserve it. What he deserves is the grounding he's getting. Mitsuki said, What? You can't ground me for being a hero. You're not a hero, you're an idiot. If anyone is a hero, it's Izuku. He's the only reason you're still alive. You're lucky to have him as a friend. Not to mention, he actually listens to his mother. Maybe he can teach you how to be a better son. Enough. Deku shouted at Mitsuki, which surprised everyone. Deku, what are... Inko began to say, but was cut off. No, Mom. I can't stand here and let her say that stuff. Listen, Ms. Bakugo. Kaken is not an idiot. He's a hero. He fought off an army of villains and helped me take out the monster. Also, he's not lucky to have me as a friend. I'm lucky to have him as a friend. And lastly, he doesn't listen to you because you don't know what you're talking about. If anyone needs to learn from someone, you need to learn how to be a better mother from M.Y. Mother. Deku took in a few breaths and saw everyone staring at him in shock. Mitsuki had a blank expression on her face and began to walk off. Katsuki stood behind a bit and whispered to Deku, You didn't have to do that. I didn't have to, but I wanted to. Deku gave him a smile, and the two fist bumped. Katsuki went to catch up with his mother, while Deku stood back with his mother. Wow, Izuku, I've never seen you talk that way before. Neither have I. A feminine voice came from behind them. They turned to find Uraraka. Hey, Deku, Can I talk to you for a moment? Yes, he can. Inko answered for him excitedly. Have fun, baby. Inko walked toward the exit, and when she was far enough, the two began to talk. What a day, huh? Uraraka said you and Katsuki were very brave. Yeah, thanks. The move you did in the end, what was that? I don't really know, but I'll find out. Oh, well anyway, thanks for everything. All I did was stall for time. No, you didn't. You also told us about your quirk. That will make being around you easier for everyone. Deku realized that he explained his quirk to everyone on the bus ride to the USJ. He knew what he had to say next. So, I guess you understand what I meant the other day about fake love. Actually, Deku, I came to tell you that you were wrong. Dekus looked confused. What? I was wrong. No one has fake love for you, everyone. At least everyone I know really cares for you. Not because of your quirk, but because of who you are. You're probably right. Of course I am. If not, then that means your mom or Katsuki don't like you for who you are. What? No. I've known Katsuki before my quirk activated. I know that he likes me for real. And my mom is the same way. She would love me with or without my quirk. Then why do you think everyone else is different? Because I believe that my quirk was manipulative and villainous. So I promised myself that I would never have a relationship because of it. What? That's ridiculous. Your quirk is not villainous. It just saved our class's lives today. And why can't you have a relationship? You deserve one. Because I thought it would be cruel to make a girl fall in love with me unnaturally. Deku said, looking down. That's not true. Deku looked up to Uraraka. Just because your quirk makes them interested in you doesn't mean they love you unnaturally. Besides, if you ask me, I think it's more cruel to make a girl fall in love with you than turn her away without giving her a chance. Deku was surprised. He never thought of it that way before. All these girls had confessed to him. He turned them down because he didn't want to hurt their... Maybe all this time he's been hurting their feelings more by saying no without hesitation? Anyway, I gotta get back home. My parents are probably worried sick. You should go catch up with your mom, too. By the way, the school is giving us a few days off, so you can probably spend some time with your mom. Thanks, Uraraka. I will. See you in a few days. Yes, see ya. Ochako said as she ran off through the exit, and soon she was out of sight. Deku went to catch up with his mom, who was smiling, and asked how his conversation went. It went good, Mom. Let's go home now. Why? Is she going to meet us there? Why would she? Didn't you invite her over? Isn't that what you do for your girlfriend? Deku just walked off and his mom followed him. On their trip home, Inko kept asking Deku questions about who his girlfriend was and when she would meet her. Deku was losing his temper and decided that when they got home, he would put an end to his mom's bad habit. Wait, I'm confused. Inko said as she locked the apartment door. Is the brunette your girlfriend, or did you choose the Yayarosa girl? I'm okay with either one. I just... MOM, stop it. Inko flinched at this, and Deku slowly turned to face her. Why do you keep forcing me to date some random girl? So you can brag about it to people. So you can use me to get money from her? Or maybe because you care more about me having a trophy wife than me being in love. Don't you care about my feelings? Don't you want to date a girl I really like instead of just some random pretty girl? Deku inhaled and realized he had lashed out at 2 women in a single day. Must be a new record. Inko began to tear up and went to hug her son. Baby, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to feel that way. Inko began to cry into Dika's shoulder, and Deku realized he overdid it a little bit. Mom, it's okay. I know you didn't mean to, but you still did. The reason I'm telling is so you can stop. So you don't want it to help you find a girlfriend? Inko said, weeping. No, Mom. I just want to focus on school. Besides, I don't need a girlfriend right now. I get enough love from you as it is. Oh, really? Inko lifted her head off his shoulder to look him in the face. Yes, really. With all you do for me, I couldn't ask for a better mother. Deku hugged her tightly, and she started crying again. Oh, sweetheart, thank you. Again, I'm sorry for interfering with your life too much. I promise to stop. I won't force you to find a girlfriend anymore. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you more, baby. Inko finally let go of him. Now how about we make something to eat and go to bed? Sure, that sounds great. And to show you I'm grateful for you, how about I make it myself? Deku said, Really, you would do that? Thank you, baby. No problem, Mom. Deku then made some tuna rolls and ate them with his mother. They turned out to be very good. Looks like Inko was the only good cook in the house. After their meal, Deku got ready for bed, and just when he lay down, he heard the door open. He looked to see his mother, wearing a nightgown. Mom, what is it? I'm going to sleep here. What? Why? I almost lost you today. You don't think that makes me scared to leave you alone? Besides, we used to sleep together when you were younger. Yeah, but now I'm bigger and we may not fit in the bed. Nonsense. Move over, please. Inko got into bed and pulled Deku in close, burying his face into her bust. This was the real reason why Deku didn't want to sleep with his mother, but she made a point about being worried for him, so he didn't say anything. I'm sorry I scared you today, Mom. Deku said, looking into her eyes. It's okay, baby. I should have known that this would happen since you're training to be a hero, but I still shouldn't put you through that. I promise next time there's an attack, I will be strong enough to protect myself. I won't make you scared anymore. Really? Thanks, baby. Inko then kissed him on the forehead and said, Good night, Izuku. Good night, Mom. Deku then went to sleep happy that he cleared his issue with his mother. He also thought about what Uraraka said and felt that she was probably right, but he still had to focus on his training first. Today showed him that he needs to focus more on One for All and that new technique he used at the USJ. He would talk to All Might about when he got back to school and ask for more training. Deku wanted to get as strong as he can so he would never scare his mom again. Meanwhile, at an unknown bar, damn it all, Shigaraki said as he recklessly touched everything he saw, turning it to dust. That wasn't supposed to happen. Shigaraki calmed down. Kurogiri said, Keep this up and we'll have to find a new hideout. Don't tell me to calm down. Not after what happened. Not only did All Might survive, we lost a Nomu and many of our henchmen. Also, the news is saying that Nomu has been taken into custody. It's only a matter of time before they put two and two and discover where the rest are. Well, then we must find a new location for them immediately. Kurogiri said, True, but that won't help us with our other problem. That kid. What kid? A voice from the monitor on the table said. The kid that went toe-to-toe with Nomu, the kid that used some sort of tentacle attack. The kid who is the reason for this defeat. I'm sorry I let you down, Master. Shigaraki said, bowing his head. Don't worry, Tamura. It was my mistake for not accounting for the student abilities. I promise not to make the same mistake again. Thank you, Master. No, thanks necessary. Now I want you to listen closely. This boy you speak of, if he's truly an issue, then you must learn how to beat him. The Udata Sports Festival is coming up. That will be the perfect opportunity to learn his strengths and weaknesses. Your job is to observe him, so the next time you encounter him, you will defeat him. And while you're at it, try to recruit some new allies. Yes, Master. Shigaraki said, and the monitor with the letters AFO turned off. When it did, the mysterious figure spoke to himself. So, All Might, you found yourself a successor already? Well, so have I. We shall see whose is more powerful soon enough. Kurogiri. Shigaraki said, Tell Jiren to start searching for more members of the League. We're going to need them the next time we attack. Also start searching for a new hideout for us. I have a feeling we're going to need one soon. Meanwhile, in Hosu City, a mysterious man dressed in red and black clothing and carrying an array of swords and knives looks over the city. Such a beautiful city, but it would be more beautiful if it wasn't filled with the horrible trash that people call heroes. They're no heroes, just greedy bastards who want to be television. The man pulled out one of his knives and licked his lips sadistically. But fear not, good people, for I, the hero killer Stain, will wipe out this plague with my own bare hands. I will bring honor back to real heroes like All Might soon enough. And Chapter 9, Sports Festival Training. Deku woke up to find his mother, still holding him close to her. Deku smiled at seeing her. She looked so peaceful when asleep. Good morning, Mom. Deku whispered to her, and she slowly woke up. "Good morning, baby," she said, smiling back at him. "I'm glad you're up. Now I can make you breakfast." "You mean we can make breakfast?" "Izuku, you helped me yesterday. And I'll help you again that I have a few days off from school. That's how I want to spend them." "Thanks, baby." Inko kissed him on the forehead and went to the kitchen with Deku following behind her. Together they made eggs and toast and ate together while Deku told her about her school life, and Inko talked about her work life. After dinner, they went out and picked out stuff that Deku would like, while Deku would pick out stuff his mother would like. They would then go out to eat, and when they got home, they would watch a movie together. This continued on for a few days until it was time for Deku to go back to school. Deku woke up to find his mother wasn't there. She was instead making breakfast in the kitchen like she normally does. "Hey, Mom." "Hey, baby, ready to go back to school?" "Sure am. I can't wait to get back to my training. I need to get stronger so I can beat up any villains that show up at school." "That's very brave of you, baby. But I don't think that will happen again anytime soon. At least I hope it doesn't, for the sake of your school." "Yeah, you're right, Mom. I'll just eat breakfast and be on my way." "Okay, but you promise to be more safe from now on, right?" "Yeah, Mom. I don't want to scare you like I did during the USJ." "Thanks, baby." Inko said as she finished making Deku some pancakes and brought them to him. After he ate them, he hugged his mother goodbye and left for school. Once he got to school, he noticed that people were staring at him, not just the girls, but everyone he got to class. Everyone immediately rushed up to him and asked him if he was okay. "I'm fine, guys." Deku said, "Are you sure of that, Izuku?" Yuga asked, "You seem pretty injured after that battle." "Yuga's right, Deku." Mina said, "Are you sure you're all better?" "Glad to hear that." Yaoyorozu said, "I was really worried for you, Izuku. What you did was very brave." "Thanks, by the way. You can call me Deku if you want." "Really? Isn't that what your friends call you?" Yaoyorozu said, "Exactly." Deku smiled, and Yaoyorozu's face went red. "What did I tell you guys about socializing?" A voice came from the door. The class turned to see a badge up Aizawa. "Sir, what are you doing here? Shouldn't be at the hospital?" Ida asked, "And let you guys slack off? You wish." Aizawa told everyone to sit down as he went to his desk. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa made an announcement. "I'm proud of all of you for how you handled yourselves at the USJ, but your battle is not over yet." The class went silent and thought he was going to say more villains had shown up. That's when Aizawa spoke up, saying the youth at a sports festival isn't exactly 2 weeks, so you all need to prepare. The whole class then cheered, excited to be competing on live television. Don't get too excited. Remember, this isn't a regular competition. This will be your chance to get noticed by pros, so you can get internships afterwards. You'll also only get 3 of these in your whole high school life, so you must make them count. "Yes, sir." The class said in unison. The rest of the class went by lunch. Deku sat with his friends as usual. That's when Katsuki started a conversation with him. "Hey, Deku, I need to talk to you about my mom." "Look, Kakin, I know you didn't want me to." "It's not that. It's about she's been acting." "What do you mean?" "I should start from the beginning." Katsuki's flashback. Katsuki woke up to the smell of something delicious. He went downstairs to see it was his mom cooking bacon. She didn't usually make breakfast this early. "Hey, old hag, what are you doing up so early?" "Good morning, sweetie. Just making some breakfast for you and your father," Mitsuki said sweetly. Katsuki was confused. He just called her old hag, and she didn't get upset? Was she feeling okay? Katsuki's father came down just in time to see her put the food on the table. "Wow, honey, thanks for making this for us." "Don't let your guard down, Dad. This could be some sort of joke. She doesn't just wake up this early for no reason, you know." "Katsuki, don't be ridiculous. Your mother..." Before he could say any more, Mitsuki raised her voice at him. "Don't you dare call our son ridiculous, Masaru. He has every right to be suspicious. After all, I haven't been the best mother in the world lately." Katsuki and his father were surprised. She yelled at her husband for taking her side. Something was definitely up, and Katsuki had a feeling of what it was. For the next few days, Mitsuki would continue to treat Katsuki with absolute kindness, even when he didn't return the feeling. She would also try to take him out and buy him gifts, but he would just turn them down. Katsuki didn't know how to feel about this. It felt nice not to get yelled at, but it also felt guilty. Also this morning when Katsuki was getting ready to leave, his mom gave him a hug and told him she loved him. Katsuki didn't say it back, but it didn't seem to bother her. End of flashback. So wait, is this an issue for you? Deku asked. Kinda. I don't know how to feel about this. It's nice not to be yelled at, but it feels kinda wrong knowing why she's doing this. Kaken is sorry you feel that way, but I don't think this is an issue. Your mom's trying to act more loving. That should be a good thing. Just give it some time. I'm sure you'll get used to it. You could be right. Besides, it's not like she's that bad. At least she doesn't try to kiss me on the lips in front of class. Katsuki laughed, and soon everyone else joined. Hey dude, that was a one-time thing, and it was all the way back in kindergarten, Deku said with his cheeks red. Before anyone else could say anything, a bulking figure came behind Deku and tapped him on the shoulder before saying, Greetings, young Midoriya. Would you care to join me for the remainder of lunch? I wish to have an important discussion with you. Sure, All Might, sir. Just let me get my stuff. Deku gathered his belongings, and the two went off to lunch together. Wow. All Might wants to have lunch with him. Ibra said, Everyone just loves Izuku, don't they? Ibra have no idea. Uraraka said, With Deku and All Might. Deku and All Might continued to walk down until they reached a corner. Deku accidentally ran into a girl, making the same turn. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Deku said. No, it's cool, said the girl with blue hair. I'm just in a... The girl's face started to blush, and she began to stutter. Hey, are you Izuku Midoriya? Yes, I am. Oh, I'm Nijire Hato, and I was wondering if I could tell to you. Maybe after I'm done with lunch. I have to talk with Mr. All Might here. All Might? Oh, wow. I didn't notice you, sir. Well, there's a first for everything, I guess. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. I hope so, bye. She waved at him uncontrollably. Deku just thought to himself, this happens every time. Deku and All Might enter Principal Nisa's office. They then sat down and All Might reverted to his true form before saying, Young Midoriya, we need to talk about your powers. Before we do, sir, I need to tell you something. I had one of those dreams. You did? When? The day before the USJ. I was floating in this dark place. There were some people who I couldn't make out, but one of them said, You're the 9th user. Then I woke up. When I did, I had this feeling in my arm, and then it just vanished. Wait, you had a feeling in your arm? Does that have something to do with that new technique you used? I don't know. It felt similar to it, but I don't know what that means. I think I do. All Might said, It must have something to do with Daigoro. Who? All Might then stood up and got an old picture book. He then showed Deku a picture of a man who looked kind of villainous. Who is this? His name was Daigoro Banjo, and he was the 5th user of One for All. Really? But what does that have to do with? All Might cut him off. Daigoro didn't just have One for All. He had his own quirk called Black Whip. It allowed him to create black energy tendrils from his body. This was very useful for capturing enemies and increasing mobility by latching onto objects. Wait, so you're saying that I somehow have his quirk? It appears so. I don't know how, but One for All appears to be transferring more quirks into your body. Strange since it didn't do that for me, but hey, I'm not here to complain. Wait, sir, so now that we know what this is, do you think you can teach me how to use it? Of course, young Midoriya. You're going to need it for the sports festival and for becoming a pro. Also, there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. What it is, sir? At the USJ, when we were fighting that monster, it had more than one quirk. The only way that would be possible is through a man named All for One. All for One? Yes. Remember that story I told you about One for All? Well, he was the man from that story. He's the one who has killed all the previous users, including my master. He's also the one who gave me this wound on my side. I believe him to be dead, but it looks like I was wrong. He is back, and it won't be long before he resurfaces. However, this is where you come in. What do you mean, sir? if All for One does resurface, and I have to face him and don't make it back. I need to make sure there is still hope, which means I need to make you as ready as possible. Are you saying... All Might cut him off. Yes, young Midoriya, not only will I help you master Black Whip, I will train you with one for all as well. For the next 2 weeks, we will meet in the forest for hardcore training. You said your max output is 25%, right? Well, let's see if we can make it 50%. Really? That means a lot to me, sir. I want to get as strong as possible. I'm sure you do, especially for the sports festival. It will be your debut, to show the world what you can do. All Might then turned into his buff form and said, Get ready, young Midoriya, for your real training begins after school today. When the festival arrives, you will show the fruits of your training and have the chance to tell the world that I am here. Isn't that your catchphrase, sir? It is more than a catchphrase. It is a way to show people that there is no need to be afraid. Are you willing to live up to those words? Yes, sir. Then meet me after school in the woods, and we shall begin your training. Yes, sir. Deku shook All Might's hand and went to leave the room. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find the blue-haired girl from earlier standing right outside it. Nijire, what are you doing here? How much did you hear? Oh, I didn't hear anything. I was just standing here waiting for you. I have so many questions to ask you, like, what's your quirk? How did you get it? How do you sleep with it? She's got interesting questions, doesn't she? Deku thought to himself before saying, Nijire, ask me your questions on the way to my next class. Okay, Izuku, let's hurry up then. Deku and Nijire walked with each other while talking about their quirks and who they are. That's when Nijire asked her biggest question. Izuku, would you be interested in interning for someone I know? Intern? That's not for a couple of weeks. I know, but I want to let you know that someone important will be watching you at the festival because I told them about you. If they're impressed with you, then they'll give you an offer. Really? Well, that's good to know. Thanks for telling me. No problem. Nijire said, Anyway, I gotta get going. I got my own sports festival to prepare, you know. Yeah, I hope you do well, Senpai. Thank you, too. And you don't have to call me Senpai. Just call me Nijire. But you're 2 grades above me, I suppose, to call you that. It's okay. Everyone calls me by my name. Okay, well, in that case, you can call me Deku, all my friends do. Really? Nijire began to blush. Well, okay, B. Nijire then tripped on herself and fell on the floor. Are you okay, Nijire? I'm good, she said, getting up. Anyway, good luck on the festival. She then walked away while looking a bit embarrassed. When she was almost to class, she took out her phone and called someone. Miss Tatsuma, I told him. So now you have to go. Very well. A female voice from the other end said, I hope he's as good as you say he is. I'm sure he is, ma'am. The rest of the day went by quickly. However, when it was time to leave, Katsuki went to open the door first, and when he did, the hallway was filled with other students. What do you guys want? Katsuki said, We came to see the class of troublemakers. A blonde-haired boy said with a cocky voice, Troublemakers? Kirishima asked, We got attacked by villains. How is that our fault? Yeah, and we would have all died if it wasn't for Izuku. Toru said, pointing to Deku. Oh, so you're the one who fought the monster? The one who people are starting to call the next All Might? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Nito Monoma, put there, he said, holding out his hand. Deku began to raise his hand. That's when Monoma thought, yes, it's working. Once he touches my hand, I'll be able to copy his quirk and see what it does. Just before Deku made contact with him, a girl with orange hair stepped between them and faced Deku. So you're Izuku Midoriya? She asked. Yeah. Well, my name is Itsuka Kendo, the class representative of 1B. I heard about what you did, and I'm very impressed. Thanks. That means a lot coming from a class representative. Oh, really? Kendo's began to blush. I don't know about that. Hey, Kendo, Monoma said behind her. Save the fangirling for later. I need to finish introducing myself. You already told him your name. Kendo said, but I didn't shake his hand. You can shake Kachin's hand. Please, like I touched 1A extra. Katsuki was about to say something, but before he did, Monoma was hit on the head by a large hand. which turned out to be Kendo's hand. Sorry about him. He forgets his manners sometimes. Your hand, is that? Yes, it's my quirk. It's called Big Fist. Cool. Is this really why you all came here to talk with Deku? Katsuki asked. Maybe we did. Or maybe you came here to try to scope out the competition for the sports festival. Well, you all wasted your time. No, out of my way. Katsuki made his way through the crowd. Deku was about to follow, but was stopped by a bunch of random girls. Hey, you're Izuku, right? Well, here, take this. A girl with black hair handed him a letter. Deku knew exactly what this meant. Soon a bunch of other girls started handing Deku a letter and tried flirting with Hime. He managed to get away when a girl with green hair stepped in. Leave Izuku alone. He's trying to go home. Oh, hey, Ibra. Hey, Izuku. What? You know each other? A girl said angrily. So the rumors were right. You have been sitting with him at lunch. Trying to get a head start, huh? The girls began to crowd around Ibra. Deku used this to escape. He felt bad leaving her like that, but he had to get to All Might to begin his training. As he walked to the forest, he called his mom and told her that for the next 2 weeks, he was going to come home late because he was going to do special training. She agreed, and Deku met with All Might in his deflated form. Hello, young Midoriya. Ready to begin? As ready as I'll ever be, Deku said with a smirk on his face. All Might quickly turned into his buff form and said, then let the training begin. 13 days later. It was sundown. A deflated All Might and Deku were in the forest checking Deku's results. Okay, Midoriya, power up to your max full cowling. Yes, sir. Deku began to charge to his max, and he soon found himself at 50% power. Once he started going over that his body started hurting, he quickly powered down. Very good. Now about your other training. Don't worry, sir. I've been practicing at home a lot. I use it to help pick things off the floor. Watch. Deku suddenly launched a black tendril from his hands and quickly pulled them back in. Excellent work, Midoriya. Thanks, All Might, although you should know that I can only use a move when I'm at 5% power. Also, I can't use it for long. I can only use it for about a second. If I go longer, then my arms start to hurt. Interesting. It's still good progress. Also, something I've been wondering. How do you explain this power to people? You can't exactly tell them it's because it was passed down to you. Don't worry, All Might. I just tell them the same thing I tell my mom. That I've learned how to turn my pheromones into solid air energy and can use them to grab things. And people believe you? People will believe everything I say, sir. Deku said with a smirk. I'm sure they do. All jokes aside, you're now ready for the sports festival. I know I am, sir. Then you should go home and get some rest. I will, sir. Thank you for the training. You're welcome. Good luck at the festival. Deku then walked home to find a very happy Inko sitting on the coach. Mom, what's up? Inko rushed Deku and hugged him tightly. Oh, baby, I can't wait until tomorrow. Why? Because you get to see me on TV? Even better, I'm going to see you in person from the crowd. What? I got a call back from your principal, and he said I have VIP access. That means I not only get a front row seat, but I get access to the break rooms, so I can come see you before and after events. So you can introduce me to all your friends. Inko was jumping with joy. Wow, Mom, that's great. Deku said enthusiastically. He was a little worried about how she would talk to the girls and how the guys would talk to her, but he decided to forget about that and feel happy for her. Well, Mom, we should probably go to bed. Not until after we eat this fresh sushi I made for us. Inko pointed at the table full of all kinds of sushi types. Deku's eyes lit up, and he and Inko quickly ate the sushi. After their dinner, Deku said goodnight to his mother, and the two went to bed in their own rooms. Deku went to sleep thinking about how he would do at the festival. He needed to give it his absolute best. This was his chance to show everyone what he can do, and to get recognized by pros. But most of all, it was his chance to show people that he was here. Chapter 10. The festival begins. Deku woke up and ate breakfast. His mom made his favorite breakfast and told him to go on ahead. Aren't we going together? No, I got to get ready for the festival. It's not a dance, Mom. But I want to look good for when I meet your friends. Really, Deku was worried about how good she meant, but he didn't have the time to ask. Okay, Mom, see you there. See you, baby. Deku left the house, and instead of going to school, he walked to the stadium where the festival was being held. The stadium was full of civilians, and even a few pro heroes. Deku knew that he couldn't hold back here. In the student room, well, guys, looks like we have a challenge ahead of us. Uraraka said, looking very determined. Wow, Uraraka. Mina said, I didn't know you could be so serious. This is my chance to get closer to being a pro. Of course I'm serious. Well, I'm glad you are Uraraka. Deku said, I want all of us to take this seriously. We are going to be on TV after all. The whole class cheered, but one of them walked up to Deku. It was Todoroki. Izuku, he said, while I've come to respect you. Today I must show everyone how powerful my ice is. So today, you are my rival. Todoroki is right. Ida said, we are all rivals today. I apologize in advance if I hurt any of you, but I must make my family proud. Okay, then. Deku said, let's all do our best out there. And by the way, Todoroki, I've come to respect you as well. I don't think you can beat me, but you're welcome to try. Todoroki got a determined look on his face and walked away. Kirishima, watching from the side, thought to himself, seeing the two strongest students go against each other will be one hell of a show. President Mike was then heard on the speakers. Class 1A, please make your way to the field. The class then left the room and went to the open field. When they arrived, they were surrounded by cheering people and other first-year students. Wow, wow, wow. Welcome everyone to the U.Sports Festival. I'm your host, President Mike, and here is your co-host, Eraserhead. The crowd cheered for them, but Eraserhead just sat there looking tired. Come on, Eraserhead, aren't you happy to be here? The only reason I'm here is because I drew the short straw. Let's just get this thing over with. Well, happy to be here with you too, President Mike said sarcastically. Anyway, let's get this rockin' festival started. Here to announce the first event. You know her, you love her, especially if you're a man. It's the R-rated heroine, Midnight. The stadium began to cheer, but calmed down when a whip was cracked. Everyone looked to see it was Midnight. There were wolf whistles and cheers, especially from the male audience. Midnight told them to stop, and when they did, she spoke into the mic. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Sports Festival. We have a lot of exciting events in store for you. But before we begin, we will hear an opening speech from Class 1A President and my favorite student, Izuku Midoriya. Deku walked up the stage, all while ignoring the cold stares he was getting from many of the male students. He figured he would have to say something at the festival, so he prepared the perfect speech. Hello, everyone. My name is Izuku, and like many people here, I want to be a pro hero. That's why I'm going to give my absolute best today, and I hope everyone else does the same. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can all do. So let's give our all. Go beyond plus ultra. The stadium was filled with cheers. Even the students cheered for him. Deku went back to his class and was praised for his speech. Excellent work, Midoriya. Ida said, yeah, it almost makes me want to let you win the festival. Kirishima said jokingly, oh, you better not do that, Kirishima. If I'm going to win, I want everyone to do their best. Deku raised his fist in the air. That's when Midnight announced the first event, a race. Everyone get to the starting line and wait for my signal. Midnight said, and everyone made their way to the stadium gate, where they would run 4 kilometers and encounter obstacles. Deku was ready, though. He decided that he wouldn't hold back on this event or any events. Once everyone was lined up, Deku powered up to 50% full cowling and got in a starting position. Midnight then said, ready, set, go. As she cracked her whip, the race began with Todoroki creating an ice wall and freezing the floor in order to block the competition. This worked on most of them, but a few managed to overcome this attack. Katsuki uses Quirk to make himself fly over the ice. Yaoyorozu was able to make a shield to break through the ice. And surprisingly, Minato was able to use his sticky balls to get over the wall and walk over the ice. Todoroki continued to move forward until he was confronted by large robots. They were zero-pointer robots from the entrance exams. Oops. President Mike said over the speakers. Did I forget to mention the first obstacle to race is some zero-pointers we had in storage? Oh, well, better late than never, right? President Mike laughed. As much as I hate your laughter, I gotta say that was pretty funny. Eraserhead said, Wow, that was almost a compliment. President Mike laughed, and Eraserhead just put his head down. Out of the way, icy hot. Katsuki shouted as he passed him and tried to attack the robots. However, Todoroki quickly made an ice wall and froze the robots in place. He then went around the robots, and Katsuki went rushing after him, shouting, Get back here! No one steals my thunder and gets away with it. The two lead students keep moving until they got to a canyon. It looked bottomless, and the only way across were the platforms connected by wires. At least that was the case of the other students. Ha! Is this the best they can do? Katsuki said as he began to fly over the canyon. Have fun in second place, icy hot. Don't get too cocky, but Kugo, Todoroki said, and he began to make an ice path for him to walk across the gaps in the canyon. The two soon got to the other side, leaving the other students to get across in their own ways. The two leaders soon reached the last obstacle, a minefield. Careful, boys. President Mike said, Those mines won't do any fatal damage, but they can probably stun you enough to come in last place. Are you trying to scare them? Eraserhead said, Why is it working? President Mike, you could tell someone that they were going to die, and they still wouldn't get scared because of that annoying voice of yours. Okay, can you keep your comments related to the race, please? President Mike said, I don't have time for this. Todoroki said, then he made an ice path across the field, so he could run across it without triggering the mines. Oh no, you don't, icy hot. Katsuki shouts as he begins to fly over the field with his explosions. The two rush over the mines and dash toward the finish line, while the other students are barely finishing the second obstacle. Todoroki and Katsuki push themselves as hard as they can. In the end, Todoroki crosses first. Todoroki just stands there completely ignoring Katsuki screaming at him in anger. When the rest of the students arrive, they congratulate Todoroki on getting first. Well, there it is, folks. The winner of the race is Shoto Todoroki. Now, let's start the end. President Mike is then cut off by midnight. Hold on. Why is he the winner when he didn't even finish first? What? Eraserhead asked, Were you talking? Eraserhead stopped when he noticed someone resting their head on Midnight's lap while she was feeding him grapes. Everyone's eyes went wide. IT was Deku. Wait, Todoroki said confused. Midoriya, why didn't you participate in the race? I did participate. I also won. Deku said with a smirk. That can't be. Todoroki said, I didn't see you during the race. None of us did. Mineta said, perhaps you should all see the footage. Midnight said. She then signaled President Mike, who was as confused as everyone else, to play the race footage. The video played and zoomed in on Deku. When the race began, Deku vanished from the spot he was on. The camera then moved to the finish line, and a few seconds later Deku reappeared across the line and walked toward Midnight's podium. Everyone was bewildered. They were all so focused on the race that they completely missed the person who got first place. In no way, Kirishima said. Oh, dear. Izuku managed to run 4 kilometers in mere moments. Yuga said, Oh, how could anyone be that fast? Yaoyorozu said, Pretty simple, really. Deku said, Let me explain. Dika's flashback. Deku powered up to full cowling 50%, and when the signal was given, he ran as fast as he could. He ran past the zero-pointers so fast, he didn't notice them. When he got to the canyon, he simply leaped over the whole thing in one bound. When he got to the minefield, he ran across it so fast that he didn't even make them explode. He then crossed the finish line and realized that everyone else was barely out of the gate. Oh, did I overdo a little? Oh, well, I'll just wait with Ms. Midnight. President Mike saw the finish line sensor go off and was shocked to see Deku standing there. What? How? Him. And Eraserhead then played the race footage, and it checked out. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, with a recorded breaking score of 13 seconds, Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the race. Rockin'. The crowd cheered at the top of their lungs as Deku walked over to Midnight's podium, and before she could say anything, he spoke up. Ms. Midnight, I completed the race a bit too early. Can I wait here with you? Sure. And again, please call me Namiri. Now put your head on my lap. No thanks. Do it, or I'll tell everyone you cheated, and you'll be disqualified. Okay. Deku rests hard on her lap, reluctantly. Do you like grapes? She asked. Flashback ends. And that's what happened. Deku said, finishing his story. After a few moments of silence, President Mike finally spoke up. Well, there it is, folks. With a record-breaking time, the real winner of the first event is Izuku Midoriya. The crowd goes wild, especially Deku's classmates. They all rush up to congratulate him. Wow, Deku, Uraraka said you're amazing. She began to get a little too close. Thanks, Uraraka. She's right, Deku. Yaoyorozu said you really are amazing. Yeah, thanks, Yao. Deku's face went red, and he quickly turned away. Yaoyorozu was confused. That's when she felt a breeze on her chest. She looked down and realized she unbuttoned her shirt earlier to use her quirk, and it was still unbuttoned. Ah! She screamed. I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu. No, Deku, don't be sorry. Honestly, I don't mind being exposed, especially around you, she said almost seductively. They were too busy to notice. They were both getting cold stares from both male and female students. But before anyone could say anything, Midnight spoke up. Okay, time to announce the second event, a cavalry battle. The top 42 students will team up in groups of 4 people at most. They will then try to nab the headbands of other teams in order to get the most points. Last place has 5 points, and each place above is 5 points more, except for first place, who has 10 million points. Oh, and if your team loses your headbands or falls over, you can still continue. You'll all have a 30-minute time limit to gain as many points as you can. The top 4 teams will move on to the last questions? No? Then start making your teams. You only have 15 minutes. 10 million. Deku thinks to himself, now everyone is going to come for me. How am I going to get a... Hey, Deku, a voice from behind him said. It was Mina with Achiko. You want to be on our team? What you want? Hey, Deku, want to join my team? Yaoyorozu asked from beside him. Hey, you're Izuku, right? A pink-haired girl said. Yeah, who are you? Oh, my name is Mayhatsum. I'm amazed at the power you've displayed so far. I was wondering if you allow me to be on your team. Well, hey, back off, girl. We asked him first. Mina snapped. Well, I asked him the nicest, so he will definitely choose me. May snapped back. If he's going to choose anyone, it's me. Yaoyorozu said to all of them. Right, Deku. They looked to see that he was gone, long gone even. Guess we came on too strong? Achiko said. Deku walked away from them, but not long after he was cornered by more people asking him to join their team. Some even begging. Deku knew this had to be because of his pheromones. But he didn't have time to deal with this. This probably meant that everyone would go after him in a heartbeat. So he needed to find a team fast. Deku then realized that he didn't need a strong team. He figured his power alone could probably win the battle. So he searched around for anyone who looked available, and he found the person just in time. Really, Izuku? Mineta asked, you want me to be your teammate? Yeah, I mean it's not like anyone else is going to choose you, especially the girls. Deku said, being brutally honest. You're right, but this is my chance to change that. How? By teaming up with you, everyone will think we're close friends or something. And since all the girls like you, then they'll start liking me as well. Mineta said with a pervy smile. Deku wanted to tell him it wouldn't work out like that, but he didn't want to lose his chance of having him as a teammate. Sure, great idea, Mineta. Deku said flatly. Deku now had his teammate and explained to him that he would be the rider, while Deku was the horse. Then announced that time was up and the battle was about to begin. The two got to their position and waited for midnight to give the signal. Chapter 11. The battles begin. In the audience, the crowd was full of many people, even pros. However, there was one person in particular that was here for special reasons. She was wearing a trench coat and hat so no one would notice her. It was no other than the number 9 pro hero Ryukyu. She was there after an intern of hers told her about a special first-year student. She would have rather been at her cabin in the field on days like this, since she liked to be in the home of her ancestors. But that all changed after a certain green-haired student won the festival race in a matter of moments. Maybe Nijai was right. She thought to herself, maybe this is worth my time. Back with Deku, the teams were all set up for the cavalry battle. Many people were shocked to see Deku teaming up with Mineta, but they stopped staring at them when Midnight spoke into the speakers. Okay, students, remember, your goal is to get as many points as you can before time runs out. If your team falls over or loses all their headbands, you are still allowed to compete. Whoever has the most points at the end of the 30-minute time period will be in first place. The top 4 teams will move on to the final event. Now everyone get ready. The teams all got in ready positions, and they all set their sights for Deku and Mineta. Mineta started to feel worried. Deku, are you sure that your plan will work? Of course it will, Mineta. You just do the first part, and I'll handle the rest. Mineta nodded his head with a scared look on his face. Midnight then began to start the battle. On your marks. Everyone prepared to charge for Deku's team. Get set. Midnight raised her whip in the air. Get ready, Midoriya. Todoroki said to himself, you may have won the first event easily, but you will not win this one the same way. I will win this without even using my fireside. That will show that old man he means nothing to me. Go! Midnight threw her whip downwards, cracking it. All the teams immediately went after Deku's team. Mineta looked afraid, but Deku then said, all right, here it goes. Get ready, Mineta. Deku then powers up to 50% full cowling, just as everyone was near him, and suddenly vanished from the spot he was on. Everyone looked around to try to find him. There they are, Kirishima said, pointing to the other side of the field. Let's go get. Kirishima? Tsu said, where's your headband? It's right on my... Kirishima felt his forward only to find it bare. He then realized that Tsu also didn't have a headband and asked where hers was. Soon everyone realized that all their headbands were missing. They searched themselves everywhere, but then they all saw something that truly stunned them. On Deku's shoulder was a cheering Mineta, who was wearing not only his headband, but every single headband. No way, Toru said. How did he? Todoroki said, but then shook his head. Never mind that. We must get our points back before time runs out. Everyone then charged at Deku's team again, but when they were close, he once again disappeared from sight. What happened next was basically a game of cat and mouse. If there were 13 cats and 1 mouse, and all the cats were terrible at their job, every time it looked like Deku was cornered, he simply disappeared in a spark of electricity. The closest team to get to him was Ida's team. Thanks to Ida's special move, he called Reciprocal Burst. But as fast as he was, Ida still couldn't catch Deku. By the time the 30 minutes were up, all the other teams collapsed on the ground exhausted. In the end, only Deku's team had headbands and was the absolute victor. Well, folks. It looks like the first place and only place team is Izuku Midoriya's team. However, we still need 3 other teams. How will you decide them? Here's an idea. Eraserhead said, have a battle royal. A battle royal? Yeah, everyone versus everyone. It seems like a fair and entertaining way to choose the winners. Great idea, Eraserhead. Looks like you make a good co-host after all. Don't embarrass me, Mike. Well, students, looks like we're having a battle royal. Everyone except Izuku's team will participate. In order to win, you must be one of the remaining students in the field. You have 10 minutes to prepare yourselves. Staring now. The students quickly made a plan to win while Deku and Mineta sat at Midnight's podium in order watch. Midnight constantly tried to cuddle Deku, but with Mineta there, that was somewhat impossible. The battle royal began, and everyone did their best. But in the end, there were only 14 people standing. There it is, folks. The 14 students that will go on to the final event. Katsuki Bakugo won. Shoto Todoroki won. Tetsu won the B. Ejiro Kirishima won the A. Hitoshi Shinso won the C. Ochako Uraraka won the A. Fumikichi Tokoyami won A. Toru Hagakure won A. Momo Yaoyorozu 1A, Denki Kaminari 1A, Kojiro Bondo 1B, Jiroda Shishida 1B, Ibara Shiozaki 1B, and finally, Tagaru Kamakiri. They will be in our final event, which is one-on-one battles. But before that, we will take an hour-long break for lunch. You guys do that, I'm going to take a nap. Eraserhead said, putting his head down. Deku walked toward the cafeteria alone, but was soon stopped by Todoroki. Oh, hey, Todoroki, you did good out there in the battle royal. You've been doing good as well, a bit too well. Todoroki then cleared his throat. Midoriya, you know that I have combined quirk? It gives me fire and ice powers. I got it through a quirk marriage. I know that, but it's hard to believe that when I've never seen you use your fire. Do you know why I don't use it? Cause of my stupid father Endeavor. What? You mean the number 2 hero? He's more than that. He's also a filthy piece of crap who forced my mother into marriage in order to have powerful children like me and my sister. So, he doesn't treat your mom right or something? He treats her the farthest thing from right. That bastard never really loved my mother, or me and my siblings. All he cares about is being number abused towards my mother got so bad. It made her pour boiling water on my face just because my fireside reminded her of him, and that got her sent to a mental hospital. I'm sorry to hear that. Don't be. I didn't come to talk about my family. I came to ask about yours. Mine? Yes, after what I've seen from you today, and what I saw at the USJ. It's no secret that your strength and speed are similar to All Might. I know you told us that your quirk is different from his, but to have a combined quirk, who's to say you don't? What are you getting at, Todoroki? Deku, are you All Might's secret love child? Deku was a bit taken aback, but he pulled himself together and knew what to do next. He reached for his phone and put a screensaver display. Here, Todoroki, look. This is a picture of me and my parents. My father is the man in the suit. He works across seas, and me and my mom only see him when we go on vacation in the summer. Todoroki looked at the photo closely and saw that the man in the photo did share some resemblance with Deku, and the women shared some as well. So you're saying you're not All Might's son? Of course I'm not. But your mother could surely catch the eyes of a pro hero. Also, you look more like your mother than your father. Maybe your mother had an... Todoroki then felt a fist rush by him and hit the wall next to him. He looked at Deku, who had an angered look on his face. I appreciate the compliment, but don't think that way about my mother, Deku said with a hit of anger in his voice. He then continued to the cafeteria, leaving Todoroki surprised. In the cafeteria. Well, that was something. Mina said, Yeah, I can't believe Deku won that so easily, Uraraka said. I knew he was fast, but I didn't think he was that fast. Well, that's just Deku for you. Katsuki said, Guy's full of surprises. Yeah, it was surprising that of all the people he could have teamed up with, he chose that little perv Mineta. Jiro said, Hey, it's not my fault he wanted to team up with his best friend. Mineta said, Best friend? Yeah, right. Jiro said, Everyone knows that's Bakugo. Well, I'm his second best friend. Mineta said, completely ignoring the fact that no one believed him. Hey, guys. Deku said, Hey, Deku, good job so far. You're doing amazing. Ida said, walking up to him. Soon the whole class was surrounding Deku to praise him. Some of the girls also tried to hug him, saying it was a victory hug. Deku turned them all down, though. He knew that this was because of his pheromones, but the girls were being a bit more aggressive today. He was about to think about why, but that's when a woman spoke from behind all of them. Izuku, my baby, you're the front runner of the festival. I knew this would happen. Deku turned to see his mother. He quickly ran to hug her. Thanks, Mom. I'm glad you could be here to see me. I hope you're enjoying it. Don't worry, sweetheart, I am. Your principal gave me a VIP card that lets me have free food and backstage access. That's why I'm able to be here, so that I can meet your class in person. Oh, yeah, you want to do that. Deku turned to his class and said, Everyone, this is my mom. Her name is Inko Midoriya. She's the one that cooks for me. Took me to play in the park when I was a kid. And Deku stopped when he noticed his class was staring at them dumbfounded. Guys, what's? Deku then saw all the guys in his class had blood running from their noses. Even Todoroki and Ida. The girls were also in a stupor, but unlike the guys, they had no blood from their noses. Deku then looked at his mother and noticed something that made his stomach twist. He was so happy to see his mother that he didn't realize that she was wearing a dress with high heels that put her at a height of about 6 feet. The dress she wore was white, and her high heels matched it. The dress was sleeveless, and the hem went up to her upper thighs. And to top it off, it had a big opening that completely exposed her massive cleavage. Visual aid below. Sorry if it's a bit much, but at least I made it small. Mom, Deku said, looking away, what are you wearing? I told you I need to get ready. Although I do feel like it's a bit much. Do you feel that way, dear? Deku wanted to tell her to go home and change right away. However, today was special, and she was already here. So he just had to suck it up. No, Mom, you look good. Thanks, baby. Anyway, Mom, this is my class. He said, trying to hide his embarrassment. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Deke has told me all about you guys, especially about how hard you all fought at the USJ attack. It's no wonder you all got so far in the competition. While the class was still in a bit of stupor, someone finally broke the silence. That someone was Yaoyorozu. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. Oh, I know you. You do? Yes. Deku talked about you a lot. How much time you two spend together, since you two are the class president and vice president? Oh, really? Yaoyorozu said. Yes, and let me say, you're even more beautiful than Izuku described. Momo and Deku's faces both went red, and Inko just smiled. The other girls then began to ask Inko what Deku said about them. She soon found herself in a swarm of questions. Eventually, everyone calmed down and went back to eating their lunch before their break was up. Before they did, Kaminari went up to Inko and asked her one more question. How old are you? He said out loud. Before Inko could respond, Kaminari was slammed on the head and laid motionless on the floor. Everyone was surprised, even Inko. That's when Deku said, don't ask those kinds of questions about my mother. He said with red cheeks. After lunch break, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. President Mike said, it's time for the finale event of the festival, one-on-one battles. Students will face off against each other. One of them wins by knocking the other student out or out of bonds. The student who comes first will win the sports festival. Come on. Already the sooner we finish, the sooner I can leave. Eraserhead said, glad to see you're excited as well. Anyway, let's see what the first set of matches are. The matches are the same as in canon. However, Yuga has been swapped with my Neta, Sorry Mina. Well, folks, the first match is Izuku Midoriya vs Toshi Shinso. Deku went to get ready for the battle, and everyone told him good luck. Even his mother told him before she went back to her seat in the audience. Deku was then approached by Ojiro and told him to be careful with Shinso, since his quirk seemed manipulative. Deku told him he would be careful and continued to the battle. Once on the field, Deku was met with cheers all around him. He knew that it was because he was doing so well in the festival, and he felt proud of himself. He then entered the stage, and President Mike told him to begin. Just as Deku was about to move, Shinso spoke to him. So you're the lead runner of the festival. I gotta say your quirk is impressive, but I don't plan to lose to you. Well, thanks. Deku said, and I don't plan to lose either. Deku stopped mid-sentence and froze. Great. Now listen to me, Izuku. I want you to be a good boy and walk off stage. Deku then began to move, and the crowd was shocked. Well, looks like I was right. That is the brainwashing boy. President Mike said, looks like Midoriya is in trouble. Midoriya's class looked in fear. Was Deku really about to lose? Come on, Deku, fight it. Uraraka yelled. Dang, I can't move my body. Deku thought to himself, am I really going to lose? Deku then saw several shadowy figures appear before him. He recognized them from the dream he had before the USJ. One of them tapped Dika's hand, and right after, a large burst of wind was created from Dika's figure. This was enough to get him out of the trance. Shinso tried to get him to talk again, but Riku didn't respond. Using 30% full cowling, Deku lunges at Shinso and hits him with a Detroit smash. Shinso flies off the stage and lays on the ground. The crowd then cheers for Deku. Shinso lies there hurt and embarrassed until a hand reaches for him, and he looks to see none other than Deku. "Why are you helping me?" "Because you deserve it. You almost beat me. Your quirk is really strong. You could probably become a pro someday." "Really, I always thought my quirk was villainous and manipulative." Deku knew how that felt more than anyone. But he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he said, "Don't think that way unless you don't really want to be a pro. Your quirk is very powerful, and whether it's villains depends on you." Shinso realized he was right, grabbing his hand and getting up. Shinso and Deku Fist bump each other and walk their separate ways. "Wow," Kirishima said. "Not only did he win, I think he made friends with that guy. That's Deku for you." Katsuki said, "Everyone wants to be his friend." "Well, that's no surprise." Momo said, "He is really kind and handsome." "What was that, Yaoyorozu?" Ochako asked her. "Oh, I said, he was really kind, that's all." Momo said, hiding her face. The girl stared at her coldly, but she didn't notice. The rest of matches went the same as canon. Only Mina lost since Mineta uses sticky balls to trap her, and even her acid couldn't melt them. And Yaoyorozu wins against Fumikage because she learned his light weaknesses in the Battle Royal and was able to neutralize him with flash grenades. Well, folks, that concludes the first round. President Mike said, "Now it's time to see what the second round of fights will be." The screen then displayed the next fights. Izuku Midoriya versus Tenya Ida. Shoto Todoroki versus Ibra Shiozaki. Minoru Mineta versus Momo Yaoyorozu. Katsuki Bakugu versus Eijiro Kirishima. These are our next matches. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for you are about to see some amazing battles. Don't try to sell it, Mike. You're only ruining the mood for them. HM, says you erase her head. Deku and Ida looked at each other and made their way to the battleground. On the way there, they had a small conversation. "Well, Midoriya, looks like I'm going to have to step out your shadow sooner than I thought." "Yeah, sure. I'm not going to let you win, Ida. Not after my promise." "Promise to who?" "Uraraka. It happened after her fight. Earlier in Recovery Girl's office. Uraraka woke up after getting destroyed by Katsuki. She woke up to find Deku standing next to her bed. "Oh, hey, Deku." "Hey, Uraraka. Listen, I'm sorry about Katsuki. Sometimes he gets carried away with people." "It's okay." "No, it's not. Please let me make it up to you somehow. After all, I should have told him to go easier on you." "Make it up to me?" "Yeah. I promise I'll beat Katsuki for you. And after that, I'm going to take you out to eat somewhere. You decide where you want to go." Really? Uraraka's face lit up. "Thank you, Deku. That would mean a lot." "It's no problem. Now I gotta go. See you later." After Deku left, Uraraka called her parents on her phone. "Hi, sweetheart." Uraraka's mom said, "We're sorry you didn't win, but we're happy that you got on live TV." "Thanks, Mom, but I wanted to tell you guys about something else." "What is it?" Uraraka's father asked. "I know you guys will be here next week, and when you guys come, there's someone I want you to meet." "Who is it?" her mother asked. "It's a boy," she said nervously. Flashback ends. "Wow, Midoriya, that's awfully generous of you." "Thanks, Ida. But that doesn't mean I want you to go easy on me. I want to win this festival while everyone is doing their best." "Understood. I will come at you with everything I have." "I hope you do." Deku and Ida then went down different halls to get to separate sides of the ring. Deku then turned around and said, "Hey, Ida, make sure you push yourself to the limit. I will thank you for this opportunity to fight you, Midoriya. It means a lot to me." "No thanks necessary. See you in the ring." Chapter 12. The New All Might. In an unknown bar. A monitor on the bar table turns on, and the letter AFO appear on the screen. "Shigaraki, how is your observation going?" A voice on the screen asked. "Oh, hello, Master." Shigaraki said, "It's going great. The boy is in first place so far. Apparently, he's much faster than I first believed he was." "Interesting. And what about new recruits of the league?" "We've had trouble finding some strong candidates, but there's this one guy who seems promising." "Then hurry up and hire him. And make sure to study the boys' fighting styles. They are crucial to defeating him. Yes, master. The screen then turned off and Shigaraki sighed in relief. That's when Kurogyari, who was wearing his bartender outfit, spoke up. I trust you won't tell him about how you disintegrated the TV after the boy won the race? Oh, shut up. Where's that other TV you said we had? We have multiple of them, actually. After all, with a quirk like yours, having backup is necessary, especially if I want to watch my favorite shows. Just get the TV. Kurogyari brought out an extra television and put it on the table. Once he plugged it in, he turned it to the sports festival, just in time to see Izuku's battle with Ida about to begin. Well, it looks like we made it just in time. Shigaraki said, that kid is about to battle someone. This is perfect to see his fighting styles. Yes, it is. Kurogyari said, also, we've located the candidate you told your master about. He is in Hosu City. Should I bring him here? Not right now. Wait till after the festival is over. Right now, I need to put all my attention into that All Might Wannabe. Shigaraki and Kurogyari didn't speak for the rest of the time. They were too focused on the fights. Back with Deku. Well, ladies and gentlemen, President Mike said, time to get this battle started. Izuku Midoriya versus Tenya Ida. Let the battle begin now. Are you ready, Midoriya? Tenya yelled across the arena. Of course I am. Hit me with your best shot. As you wish. Ida then charged up a special move, and when it is ready, he shouted, Reciprocal Burst. Ida launched at Deku at great speeds. When he got close enough, he tried to land a roundhouse on Deku. Just before he made contact, his foot was grabbed by Deku's hand. Ida was stunned. How could his reflexes be that good? Nice try, Ida, but not good enough. Deku said before throwing Ida by the leg straight out of the ring. The crowd cheered for Deku's victory, and Ida went up to him to congratulate him. Great job, Midoriya. Looks like I still have a ways to go. Don't be so hard on yourself. You did great. Let's head back to others. The two went back to their seats where they were both praised for their performance by their classmates. Even Class 1B students praised them, and by them I mean only Deku. The next match was between Ibra and Todoroki. Deku had wished them both good luck before they left, but Ibra needed it the most. The two stood in the arena, and President Mike started the match. Before they did anything, Ibra said something. Hey, if you think you can burn my vine so easily, you got another thing coming. Don't worry, I don't plan on using my fire. I shall win this festival with only my ice. Oh, aren't you cocky? Cocky, huh? Let me show you how cocky I am. Todoroki then created a large iceberg that went straight for Ibra. She tried to dodge, but she simply wasn't fast enough. The ice hit her and took her straight out of the ring, even into the crowd. Todoroki was announced the winner, and everyone cheered. Even a certain fire cover man who Todoroki couldn't care less about. Great job, Todoroki. Kirishima's said as he returned to his seat. No praise necessary, but thank you. Okay, guys, time for the next match. Deku said, who was between again? Uraraka asked. I think it was oh no. Deku said as he realized that Momo and Mineta were missing. Everyone looked to see that they were both in the area. Mineta had a pervy look on his face, while Momo looked enraged. This is going to get pretty ugly. Deku said, in the arena, President Mike started the battle, and Mineta immediately spoke up. Well, Yaoyorozu, looks like fate has brought us together. Mineta said with a cocky voice, I know what you're thinking, you little perv. You're not going to lay a figure on me. Momo then created a shield and charged at Mineta. Mineta tried to stop her with his sticky balls, but she kept dodging them. Come on, Yaoyorozu. I already grabbed you before during the race. Why is this any different? That is exactly why I'm glad I got paired with you. This is payback. Momo then stepped on one of Mineta's stick balls and suddenly couldn't move. Ha! I got you now, Yaoyorozu. Oh, do you? Momo then undid her shirt and started to make something. Of course, Mineta didn't notice he was too busy staring at Momo's large breast. He was then hit the face with a baseball bat she created and was knocked unconscious. Mineta is knocked out. Midnight said, so the winner is Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd all cheered for her. Some even wolf whistled. Momo blushed as she made her way off stage and went back to her seat. That's where she was praised by her class. Mineta arrived some time later and was given cold stares by all the girls. He ignored it, though, and went to the seat. Just then, Deku went up to Momo and praised her on how she did. "You did great, Yaoyorozu. You're just as smart as I thought you were." "Oh, really, Deku?" Momo said, blushing. "Yeah, you definitely deserve to be class president. Maybe even the #1 hero." "Me? Oh, no. I could never be the strongest hero." "Yep, maybe not the strongest, but you sure would be the prettiest," Deku said with a smile. Momo's face went completely red as she hugged Deku, thanking him. The other girls soon joined in for some reason. "Girls, get off me." Deku nearly punched the girls off of him. They all stood there looking embarrassed. "We're sorry, Deku, Ribbit," Sue said. "Yeah, we got carried away." Toru said, "It's okay, girls, let's just move on and watch the next fight." "You better watch the next fight." Katsuki said, "Because I want you to see how I'm going to beat you, Deku. I'm looking forward to it, Kakin." Deku said, "Don't get to cocky boom. You're fighting me and I don't plan to lose." Kirishima said, walking up to Katsuki, "You may not plan to, but you're going to anyway. Save the trash talk for when you're in the Aryan guise." Denki said, "Yeah, you guys should head there right now, actually." Deku said, "Okay, we will." Katsuki said, "Make sure you watch me, Deku. I want you to see what's in store for you. Just make sure you win Kakin." The two went down to the arena, and when President Mike told them to start, Katsuki immediately rushed at Kirishima. Kirishima used his hardening quirk, but it was to no avail. "Your hardening may have helped you against that metalhead Tetsu, but it won't work on my explosions." Katsuki launches blast after blast at Kirishima. He was pushed back further and further until he fell out of bounds. "Kirishima is out of the arena," Midnight said. "The winner is Katsuki Bakugo." The crowd cheered for him, and Katsuki simply smirked. He and Kirishima went back to their seats and received praises from everyone. Even Uraraka praised Katsuki, the person who burned her. "You're not mad at me, round cheeks?" "No, of course not. It was part of the competition. I understand." "Okay." Uraraka then thought to herself, "Besides, Deku is going to even the score for us in the finals." She chuckled to herself. "All right, folks, second matches are done. Time to see who the semi-final matches will be." The matches were Momo Yaoyorozu versus Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. These are our semi-final matches. People, are you as excited as I am? How can they be excited when you keep annoying them? Eraserhead said, "Well, now we know how you feel." Anyway, with the first two contestants make their way to the arena, Katsuki and Momo got up and started to head toward the arena. That's when Deku spoke up. "Yo, Kakin." Everyone turned to look at Deku. "Don't treat Yaoyorozu the same way you treated Uraraka. It's not what a hero would do." Everyone agreed with Deku, and Momo blushed a bit. It was nice how Deku cared about her. "Relax, Deku. I'm just going to one-shot her and get it over with. No need to worry." "Oh, we'll see about that," Momo said. The two then went down to the arena and stood off at each other. President Mike told them to start, and Katsuki launched at Momo. "Your explosions can't penetrate my shield," Momo said. "Oh, really?" Katsuki then charged up a powerful blast and hit Momo at point blank. The impact sent her flying off the arena, and Midnight announced Katsuki as the winner. The two made their way back to the stands, where everyone praised Momo for doing well. Deku praised them both the most, and Momo liked that especially. Deku and Todoroki were then called down for their match, and everyone wished them good luck. After they left, Mineta went up to Momo. "Well, Yaoyorozu, looks like you came in 4th place. Good job." "Keep your praises to yourself, you perv," Momo said coldly. Mineta then deciding to put his plan into motion. Hey, I think I hear Deku calling me. Be right back." Mineta ran off, and everyone was confused. With Todoroki. Todoroki made his way to the arena on his way there. He ran into the last person he wanted to see, his father Endeavor. "Hello, Shoto." Endeavor said, "Back off, old man." "Well, that's rude, especially since I came to wish you good luck." "By good luck, you mean use my fireside. You've seen what that boy can do. You know you can't win without it. I can win this festival and be a hero without you or your stupid firepower. Sure you can, because the person you admire most told you that, right? What? I took the liberty of doing a background on Izuku Midoriya. According to news reports, he's learned how to use his pheromones in creative ways. But the primary function of them is to make everyone he meets admire him unconditionally. But you obviously already knew that, right? All I know is that you're a horrible person, and I can do this without you. We'll see about that. We most certainly will. Todoroki then walked away, and when he was almost at the arena, his phone went off. He picked it up and answered it. Hey, Todoroki. A girl said, Hey, Fuyumi, what you need? Nothing. I just want to call to ask you how you plan on beating this guy. Simple with my ice. Simple? Have you not seen how fast he's been moving? You're worried too much speed won't matter if he can't move. And before you ask, no, I'm not going to use that stupid man's power. Okay, but that's not the only reason I called. What do you mean? Shoto, I'm watching the festival with her. Todoroki's eyes went wide. He knew exactly who her was. I just thought you should know. Fuyumi said, Thanks, Fuyumi. Now I have another reason to win. He then hung up his phone and went toward the arena. He then thought to himself, Don't worry, mother, I will win this for you. With Deku was walking toward the arena when he turned a corner and ran into someone he didn't expect. The number 2 hero, Endeavor. Oh, wow. You're Endeavor. I didn't realize you were here this whole time. Deku said, fanboying out, It's a pleasure to meet you too. Endeavor said, You've done exceptional in the festival so far. Your quirk is very powerful, also very similar to All Might's. Yeah, I get that a lot. Deku said nervously, You know, it's my son's destiny to surpass All Might, which means he must also surpass you. Your son? You mean? Yes, Shoto Todoroki. However, if he truly wants to be the number 1 hero, then he must use my power. But for some reason he refuses. But you can fix that. Me? How? You're very powerful. All you have to do is push him to use his quirk. Do this for me, and I promise I'll send you an internship to my agency. Deku was surprised. He was asking some random student to force his son to do something he didn't want. Also, I did a little background check on you, and let me say you're a very interesting person. Also, your mother is very attractive. Is she single? Deku suddenly felt an urge to vomit. He realized that Todoroki was right about his father. Deku knew what he had to say. No, he said firmly. No. Endeavor asked, No to your deal, and no to my mother. If you had done a proper background check, then you would have known that she is married, and from what I've heard, so are you? How could you have such thoughts? That's so unheroic. Endeavor was about to say something, but was cut off. Todoroki deserves a fair fight, without any interference. I'll get him to use his fire, but not because you said so, because he needs to learn how to put everything he has in a fight. Deku then walked away, leaving Endeavor speechless. In the arena, sometime later, Deku and Todoroki entered the arena and were met with cheers all around. Just as Deku was about to step in bounds, he heard a voice from behind him. Woo! Good luck, Deku! Deku looked, and what he saw made him blush. It was all the girls from his class wearing cheerleader outfits. Wow, folks. Looks like Midoriya has his own private cheerleaders. Is he a ladies' man or what? Deku walked up to them to talk to them. Girls, what are you doing? We're here to cheer you on, silly. Toru said, Yeah, we really hope you win, Ribbit. Tsu said, Thanks. But did you have to dress up? Of course. That's what you asked for, right? What are you talking about? Before they could answer, they heard a cheer from the stands. Woo! Your plan worked, Mineta. Denki said, I told you it would. Mineta said, Plan? What plan? Deku said, I think he means that he tricked us. Mono yelled, earlier in the stands. Mineta came back to his seat after he briefly went to the hallway. Hey, Yaoyorozu. Not interested. Okay, then I won't tell you what Deku said. What do you mean? He told me that he wants all of you to cheer for him down on the field in these cheerleader outfits. Mineta brought out a bag of uniforms, and the girls looked at him suspiciously. Why should we believe you? Jiro said, because it makes sense. Why wouldn't Deku want pretty girls like you to cheer him on? He called us pretty? Uraraka asked. He did, and he said you'd be even more pretty in this uniforms. The girls all blushed and some even sighed in awe. Okay, give us those things. Momo grabbed the bag and looked at all the girls. Let's get the locker rooms quickly. We don't want to miss Dika's fight. The girls all agreed and followed Momo to the locker room, while Mineta went back to his seat and smirked. Mineta, Denki said, did Deku really tell you that? No, but they don't need to know that. Mineta said with a pervy smile. Flashback ends. Why the little perv? Momo was interrupted by Uraraka. Let it go, Yaoyorozu, it's too late. Momo dropped on her knees and was visibly upset. That's when Deku spoke up. Don't be upset, Yaoyorozu. You look beautiful in that uniform. Really? Momo blushed. Of course, you all do. The rest of the girls began to blush as well. Well, in that case, we're still going to cheer for you. Toru said. You guys don't have to. But we want to. Uraraka said. You've been cheering for us this whole time. It's the least we can do. Okay then. Deku stepped in the arena as the girls cheered for him. You got a fan club, huh? Todoroki said. Don't focus on them. Focus on me. As you wish. Well, folks, time to get this show on the road. You boys ready? Okay. Battle begin. President Mike shouted. Listen, Deku. You may be fast, but let's see how your strength is. Todoroki then launched an ice attack at Deku, who quickly charged up to 30% and dodged it. Todoroki continued to launch attack after attack, but Deku was simply too fast catch. Deku then got close to Todoroki and punched him in the gut. Todoroki nearly went out of bounds. Luckily, he put an ice wall to save himself. All right, Deku, you asked for this. Todoroki then charged up his ice and released an attack shouting heaven-piercing ice wall. A large glacier came at Deku, but he quickly threw a 30% smash at it, and it broke into pieces. Wow, man. He just smashed a glacier that looked big enough to cover the arena with one attack. Actually, by my calculations, it would have gone outside the stadium. And yet Izuku managed to smash it to dust. He truly is no pushover. The fight continued on for some time with Todoroki constantly trying to freeze Deku and Deku dodging, then hitting Todoroki with his own attacks. Deku then noticed Todoroki's left side was getting frozen from using his ice too much. He knew what he had to tell him. Todoroki, you need to use your fire. What? Your body is freezing up. You need to use your fire to warm yourself up. My father put you up to this, didn't he? How much is he paying you? It's not like that, Todoroki. Right now, I'm not even using my full power. That's because I don't want to go all out if you're not going to do the same. No, I won't use that man's power. His power? It's not his power, it's yours. You decide how you use it, not him. You have to give it your all. It's not fair to everyone else who gives it their all and fails. Todoroki realized that Deku was right. This power was his own. He decided what he would do with it. He then remembered a memory of his mother where she told him something similar. That's when Todoroki's right side lit up and his left side defrosted. Okay, Deku, you want my best? Here's my best. Todoroki began to charge up a fire blast at Deku. Deku smiled and said, Great, Todoroki, now I can do my best. Deku then went up to 50% power and ran straight at Todoroki. When they got close, they launched their attacks. Deku shouted Detroit Smash, and Todoroki launched a massive few blasts at Deku. When their hits collide, Mr. Cementos had to create a wall of concrete around them to protect the audience. The concrete barley held, and the wind pressure blew some of the audience back. When the dust cleared, everyone looked to see what lied out of bounds with half his shirt burned off, and Deku stood there with a few burns, but other than that he was fine. He held his thumb up and smiled. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midnight said, The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The audience cheered loudly and Deku couldn't help but bask in the glory. After that was over, Deku went to Recovery Girl's room to check on Todoroki. Meanwhile, in an unknown warehouse, An ash-blonde girl with a twin-bun hairdo in a school uniform was watching the fight on an old TV. She saw how Deku won the fight, and she was overjoyed. Wow, that cutie with the green hair actually won. That's too bad, since I wanted to see him bleed. Still, he is so strong and cute. The girl was blushing as she saw Deku's face on the screen. I hope I can meet him in person someday. She then picked up a knife on the table. That way I can make him bleed to see how tasty his blood is. The girl smiled sadistically. Back with Deku. Todoroki woke up in Recovery Girl's room and saw Deku standing by his bed. Well done, Todoroki. You did great. Deku said, Thanks, Deku. Thank you for helping me see my potential. No thanks necessary. I'm just glad you didn't hold back. Don't get too comfortable, Deku. Next time I will be the victor. Sure you will. Anyway, I gotta go get ready for the last match. It's me versus Kakin. Really? You guys are like best friends thought. Won't that make fighting each other hard? Not at all. Me and Kakin used to spare his kids. This will be just like old times. Only this time I won't lose. Okay, I should be well enough soon so I can watch. I hope you do. I want everyone to see what I have in store for Kakin. Deku smirked and walked out the room. Todoroki thought to himself, what does he mean in stored? Before Recovery Girl showed up and started treating his wounds. At the arena, welcome ladies and gentlemen to the final match of the festival. It's about time. Let's get this over with so I can leave. Eraserhead said, Honestly, after spending this much time with you, I kind of feel the same way. Anyway, allow me to present our two contestants. In this corner, we have the explosive student with the explosive temper, Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd cheers as Katsuki makes his way to the arena while making little explosives in his hand. And in this corner, we have the front runner of the whole festival, and from what I've witnessed, a total chick magnet, Izuku Midoriya. Deku walks toward the arena while the crowd roars with cheers, much greater than they cheered for Bakugo. Deku then heard more cheers from behind him and turned to see what it was, and was surprised this was the whole crowd. It was the girls from Deku's class still in cheerleader outfits, with the Class 1B girls as well. Ibra, Kendo, and a bunch of other girls. Are you guys here to... Yes, Izuku. Kendo said we're here to cheer you on. Thanks, ladies. Deku said, and the girls all smiled at him. Wow! It never ceases to amaze me how good Midoriya is with the ladies. Yeah, it almost makes me jealous. Eraserhead said, Who? Eraserhead, did you just make a joke? Maybe, why? Enough of the jokes. Let's get this battle started. You boys ready? Begin. Wow, Deku, you got your own cheer squad. Katsuki said, Don't focus on that Kakin. Focus on the fight. Oh, I will. How else am I going to beat you? You're not. This won't be like old times. I'm going to win this battle. Show me then. Katsuki charges at Deku and attempts to burn him with explosions, but Deku goes straight into 50% and dodges all of his attacks. This goes on for a while until Deku decides to show off his technique he was saving. Hey, Kakin, you're doing really great. I think you deserve to have a taste of my new move. New move? Yeah, I was saving it just for you. Deku then powered down to 5% and launched a black tendril at Katsuki, who barely dodged it. So, you did train yourself to master that move? You know I did, and I know that you spent the last 2 weeks preparing something of your own, right? I'm glad you asked. I actually do, and since you showed me your new trick, it's only fair I show you mine. Then do it already. Okay. Katsuki then ran towards Deku and launched himself out of the air with his explosions. While in the air, he began to spin around quickly and was surrounded by fire. He headed straight for Deku, who quickly powered up to his max and began to counter. Katsuki yelled Howitzer Impact, while Deku yelled Detroit Smash. Mr. Cementos was once again forced to contain the resulting explosion. Only this time the cement was completely destroyed, and there was a huge gust of wind all throughout the stadium. When the smoke cleared, everyone looked to see who was still standing. What they saw shocked them. Katsuki was still in the ring, but was clearly injured. Deku was in the ring as well with a few burns on his body. But what really caught people's attention was the fact that his shirt had been burned off by the attack. Deku stood there with a smile on his face and his shredded body out for everyone to see. Wow! Zero said Deku took that blast and all it did was burn his shirt. He truly is the manliest guy I've met. Kirishima said, yeah, he is something else. Denki said, isn't that right, Mineta? Mineta? Denki looked to see Mineta staring not at Deku, but somewhere else. What are you? Denki then saw something truly interesting. The cheerleaders who were dancing a moment ago were now standing there motionless. Their eyes widened, and blood ran from all their noses. Wow! Mina said, I didn't know Deku was so ripped. She said as drool started to come out of her mouth. Hey, Yaoyorozu, could you make me some binoculars? Jiro said, what? No, ladies, we need to stop. We already have one pervert in this school. Momo said, you say that, and yet you're recording this with your phone. Achiko said. Momo quickly put her phone away and tried to play it cool, but the blood from her nose made that difficult. The girls continued to stare, and everyone in the audience began to take photos of their own. Really? Denki said, I never thought the girls would be capable of this. Man, I gotta say, Mineta said before tears ran down his face. I'm so jealous of Deku. Meanwhile, in an unknown warehouse. Oh my God! The ash blonde said, looking at the screen. The now shirtless Deku was on the entire screen. The girls stared with bated breath. I was wrong. He's not cute. He's hot. That six-pack, those pecs. And the burns really fit him well. I have to meet this guy. The girl then realized that her hand was reaching under her skirt. She knew what that meant. Should I? Sure, I've got time. That day, the police would get a noise complaint from someone. They claimed there was probably an injured animal in an abandoned warehouse. Later, when the police went to investigate, all they found was an old TV and a chair with a puddle next to it. Back with Deku. While Kakin, that actually almost got me. Deku said, getting into a stance. Really? Good to know my work is paying off. Also, how did you get ripped? That's a story for another time, dude. But now it's time to finish this thing. Deku then launched another Black Whip attack at Katsuki. He tried to dodge, but that last attack had taken a toll on his body. So the attack got him. Katsuki was then knocked out of the ring by a tendril and laid on the floor exhausted. Wow, what a battle. Looks like the winner is... You know what, I'll let Midnight have this one. Take it away, girl. Present Mike was met with silence for a few moments. A Midnight? I said take it. Present Mike was cut off by Eraserhead. I don't think she's listening. He said, pointing to Midnight. She was standing there just as motionless as the cheerleaders, as well as having a bloody nose. Midnight. Present Mike shouted. Midnight snapped out of her stupor and announced Deku as the winner, all while wiping the blood of her nose. The crowd roared with cheers, and Deku went to help Kakin up and took him to Recovery Girl's office. At the office, Katsuki was quickly healed by Recovery Girl. Deku was also given a new shirt by her, but for some reason she tried to put on herself. Of course, Deku didn't allow this for obvious reasons, and the two made their way to the winner's circle to receive their rewards. Listen, Deku, don't are too comfortable. Next time we fight, I'll win, and it will be a gloves-off fight. Katsuki said, looking determined. I'm looking forward to it, Kakin. Now, let's hurry up and get to the field. At the field, there were stands that held up the three winners of the festival. Todoroki was third, Katsuki was second, and Deku was first. All Might appeared from the sky and presented the winners with their medals. First, Todoroki. Excellent work, Shoto. Once you master your fire and ice powers, you can surely become one of the top 10 heroes. Thanks, sir. Todoroki said. Next, Katsuki. Katsuki Bakugo. You're clearly a powerful student, but you must learn how to control your anger. A true hero must have control of their emotions after all. Whatever, just give me the stupid medal. Katsuki yelled, snatching the medal from All Might. Finally, Deku. Young Midoriya, your immense power and techniques are beyond words. I know that you can become a top pro hero, maybe even the next #1 hero. All Might winked at Deku, and he winked back. Thanks, All Might. I will keep training, and I will become a pro. Deku took the medal raised his fist in the air. Well, that's the festival, everyone. All Might said, we hope you enjoyed it. And remember, everyone, go beyond. Everyone stood up and said with all might, plus ultra, outside the stadium. Hey, guys. Deku said as he, Katsuki, and Todoroki walked to meet them at the exit. Hey, Deku, you did great. Achiko said, thanks. Hey, where's Ida? I don't see him. Deku asked. Hey said he had a family emergency. Ochako said, earlier in the stands. Ida's phone went off during the match between Deku and Todoroki. Hello, mother. I'm sorry I didn't win the... That's not what I called about. Ida's mother said. Ida was shocked. His mother didn't usually cut him off. Something must have happened. Mother, what? It's your brother, he's... Ida's mother began to weep on the phone. Ida knew something horrible had happened. Don't worry, mother, I'll be there soon. Ida hung up the phone and told everyone he had to go see his brother in Hosa City immediately, as he said that he had to look off anger in his eyes. Flashback ends. I hope he's okay. Deku said. He said he'll be fine. Uraraka said. He also said he'll be back for the next day of school. Well, that's good to hear. Anyway, I think I'll head home with my mom now. I just have to find her first. Deku, what about your promise? Uraraka said, promise. Mina said, oh, that's right. Deku said, I promise to take you out to eat somewhere. Everyone was in shock, but Deku quickly explained that it wasn't a date. He was just trying to make her feel better after she got injured. Everyone understood what he meant, and Deku turned to Uraraka. I'll have to let my mom know first. I already do. A voice from behind him said. He turned to see his mother still in her revealing dress. He didn't have to look to know what the guys were doing. You're okay with this, Mom? Of course, baby. You're allowed to have friends. Just don't eat too much. I have a special meal for you at home. Okay, then. See you later, Mom. See you, baby. Inko walked off and Deku and Uraraka said bye to their friends. They then went to a local sushi restaurant. They made sure to order small meals. Hey, Deku. Uraraka said, yeah, your mom really loves you. She sure does. She always calls me nicknames, her favorite being Cinnamon Roll. But thankfully I convinced her to only call me that at home. Your mom sure is beautiful too. That's thanks to Kakamom. They hang a lot, and she gets special moisture from her. She also works out at the gym when she isn't working or home. You must feel pretty lucky to have her. If anyway feels lucky, it's my dad. Where is your dad, anyway? Working across seas. Me and Mom only see him when we go on vacation in the summer. Wow! She take you every year? She must make a lot of money. Not a lot. She's only a cook. But she does plan to make a lot when she opens her own restaurant. She wants to do what? Wow, Deku, your mom is so amazing. She must be really popular with people like you are. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Deku then tells Uraraka about how popular she is. One time when Deku was in kindergarten, his mother came to pick him up and she kissed him on the forehead. Soon after, all the other boys lined up and asked her for a kiss as well. When Deku was 9, he and his mom went to a restaurant and a stranger paid for their food. The stranger was a man trying to impress her, but she turned him down and told him she was married. When Deku was 10, he and his mom were hanging out at the beach when a man came and started hitting on her. Inko tried to get him to leave peacefully, but he started touching her. That's when she broke his arm and almost got an arrest. If it wasn't for Dika's powers, she probably would have been in prison. Wow, Deku, your mom sure is faithful to your dad. Ochako said, yeah, from what I've seen, every time they're together, they're the definition of a happy married couple. They make each other better every time they meet. You know, my dad actually convinced my mom to train her Quirk. She told me she could only lift small objects when she was younger, but for as long as I remember, she can lift the whole kitchen table. My parents really bring out the best in each other. That's nice. It is. That's why I want the same thing. Excuse me? I want to find a girl who will fall for me the same way my mom fell for my dad. Naturally. That's why I've never accepted a confusion from a girl under my Quirk's effect. But remember what I told you? I do, but I've been thinking. It may be cruel to turn down someone's feelings, but isn't it also cruel to say you feel the same way when you really don't? Ochako was silent for a moment. Well, Deku, you could be right. But even if you don't like them at first, you might like them eventually. Yeah, you could be right. I mean, Yaoyorozu and I have been getting closer lately. Uraraka fought the urge to bend her fork and asked Deku her question. Deku, I know it's a bit much, but do you think you can meet my parents next week? Sure. Uraraka was stunned at how easy that was. Why the face? You just want me to meet them as a friend, right? Heh, yeah, totally. The two finished their meal and said goodbye to each other. Once Deku got home, he was met with a whole table of sushi. Wow, Mom, this looks great. Thanks. Eat up my cinnamon roll. The two ate the sushi with pure joy, talking about how well Deku did and what he'll do when he becomes a pro. Deku also decided to ask something he didn't ask often. Hey, Mom, how much do you love Dad? What? I've just been wondering, what made you love him so much? Nothing made me baby. I choose to love, could I not? I was fresh out of college and still a total mess, but taking an internship at a local agency was the best thing I did. After I met your father, my life quickly became a dream come true. Your father was the best thing to happen to me, and you, of course. Wow, Mom, I'm glad you feel that way. Anyway, I gotta get to sleep. I need to be ready for school, you know. Of course, baby, good night. She kissed him on the forehead. Good night, Mom. Deku went to bed thinking to himself, man, next to All Might, my dad is my favorite hero. Meanwhile, at an unknown bar, a monitor on the bar turned on with the letters AFO on the screen. Shigaraki, how did it go? You won't believe it, Master. That brat actually came in first. He smashed and punched, and it was crazy. Interesting, it appears I was correct. The boy is All Might's successor. I never would have guessed that, not with that stupid green hairdo of his. Green hairdo? Yes, sir. Kurogiri said, the boy's average height, average weight, nothing special except for his power. What might those powers be? According to the background check I did on him, his quirk is something called active pheromones. All for One went silent for a moment before asking, what's the boy's name? I believe his name is Izuku Midoriya. All Might went silently again for much longer this time. Shigaraki got worried at this. Master, are you all right? All for One came out of his stupor and said, I'm all right. I just wasn't expecting the boy to have such a ridiculous name. Shigaraki laughed. Ha! I couldn't agree with you more, Master. All jokes aside, you now have the info you require. Are you preparing for your next move? Yes. We have located the candidate we've been seeking. His name is Stain, a.k.a. the Hero Killer, and he is in Hosa City. We plan to invite him here and convince him to join. Well, do it then, and contact me when you're done. Yes, Master. Shigaraki said, and with that the monitor went off. Kurogiri, keep an eye on the news for his next strike. After that, you should be able to warp to that location and find him real easily. As you wish, sir. Kurogiri said as he polished a bottle. Meanwhile, All for One sat in an unknown location and thought about the name he heard. It couldn't be, could it? He quickly looked on a computer in the room and looked up the sports festival. He saw pictures of many of the students, but what he really cared about was the first-place student. When he saw the picture of the award ceremony, he saw the winner. It was a green-haired boy with freckles on his face. And if that wasn't enough, earlier he had received a message from someone named Darling that their son had won the sports festival. All for One smashed the computer with his strength quirk and sulked in the corner of the room, saying to himself, this can't be. The successor to my sworn enemy, All Might, is my son. Chapter 13, Hisashi Midoriya / All for One. 20 years ago on an unknown island. Give it up, Nana. The last bit of All for One has left you. You're as good as dead. All for One said as he continued to beat Nana to death. He had cornered her, Grand Torino, and a young All Might on island to kill them all. Torino, get Tashinori out of here. No, Master, I won't leave you. You're not leaving me. You're making my death worthwhile. You must train to be strong enough to deafest this man. Now go and make me proud. I order you to. All Might, with tears on his face, said, "All right, master, I will. Farewell. Farewell, my prize pupil." Grand Torino then rocketed away with All Might, and when they were out of sight, All for One descend on her. "I'm glad you told him to get stronger. It will make killing him all the more enjoyable. It will be you who dies when you encounter each other. You're as delusional as every other user. My stupid brother's power will never outshine mine. I will always be the strongest, and you one for all users will always be little playthings. And since you're clearly broken beyond repair, it's time to throw you in the trash." With that, Nana Shimura was no more. All for One left the island after disposing of her corpse, and returned to the mainland. Upon his return, he learned that All Might has left for the U.S. from one of his agents. He returned to his hideout, and was brought tea by one of his servants. "Excuse me, sir," the server asked, "are you sure you don't want to follow All Might to the U.S.? "Of course not. I'm powerful, but in the U.S. I have little to no allies. Besides, he's not even worth the effort." "Oh, so you wish to continue your empire here?" "Not exactly." "What do you mean?" "If that coward thinks he can hide while that other pro-hero looks for me, he is gravely mistaken. But that hero won't find you if you remain underground. On the contrary, he will find me in little to no time. Underground is the first and obvious place he will search. I have a more enjoyable way of hiding." "What's that, sir?" All for One then began to activate a shape-shifting quirk he had in store. The quirk only allowed him to turn into one thing, a man, so he considered it to be useless, until now. The servant was taken aback before All for One in his new form said, "Listen closely. I need you to make a false identity for me." 1 month later, All for One was at work. That's right, work. And he wasn't called All for One. He was known as someone else now. Last week his servants had completed his new identity and gave him the rundowns of it. "Okay, sir, it's simple. You are now a man named Hisashi Midoriya. You are in your 20s, have a degree in business, and also an orphan. You grew up in an orphanage and was never adopted by anyone, so you have no relatives. Your quirk is fire-breathing, and you choose to become a businessman rather than a hero. Sounds perfect to me." All for One said, "You also live in Mizudafu and work at a local agency. I trust you're okay with that as well, All for One." All for One then turned into a civilian form and said, "Indeed I am, and call me Hisashi." He chuckled to himself. Back at the office, Hisashi worked on his computer, and during his break, he caught a villain attack outside the window. It felt weird that he was a civilian during an attack, but he had to learn to adjust. Hisashi then felt a pain in his legs. Not many people knew this about him, but out of all the quirks he had, immortality was not one of them. He knew that he would eventually die of age, and he knew that he needed to make sure All for One lived on somehow. After some thinking, he came to the conclusion that he needed a successor like the one for all users had. But he couldn't simply give his power to anyone. It had to be someone he knew would obey him, who looked up to him, saw him as an idol. He then realized that the best person for that description was a child, specifically his own child. He needed to find a suitable woman to give him what he wanted. The woman wasn't too important since he would dispose of her when he was done. But who could he use? When he went back to his desk, he noticed something happening on the other side of the office. A man was having an argument with a rather beautiful woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s and was about 180 centimeters tall. Hisashi could tell, even though she had a business suit on, she was no businesswoman, just an intern with nowhere else to go. He could also tell that even with a suit on, she had a very good figure. Most women would probably kill for it. "I think I found a candidate," he said, and decided to keep an eye on this woman. After his day was done, he contacted one of his men to do a background check on her. He found out her name, her quirk, also requested access to the city security footage. This allowed him to find where she lived, and when he did, he snuck in and placed hidden cameras in her apartment so his men could spy on her. "Listen, you two," he told the workers. "Your job is to study the women. Her name is Inko, but I need more information than that. So you two discover what she likes, where she hangs out, etc. I plan to approach her in a week's time, and I need to know how to." "As you wish, sir." The men replied. 1 week later. The men had been watching Inko nonstop, seeing where she ate, drank, party, other things a businesswoman wouldn't do. Man, this lady sure is a hot mess. And I'm serious about the hot part. One of them laughed. That's no surprise. According to her records, she was kicked out of 3 colleges for uncontrollable behavior. So why intern at an agency? Beats me, dude. As the night went on, Inko soon went home after meeting her friends. One of the men went to the monitor that had her house cameras, so he could see what she did at home. It even had audio so they could hear her. Nothing happened that caught the man's attention. She just smoked while watching random channels, and sometimes she would argue on the phone with her parents. Hey, dude. The other man said, I just realized the week is over. I'm going to go give our results to the boss. You stay here and be ready to destroy the cameras if the boss says so. You got it, man. The guard left, and the other one went back to the monitor. He was so bored that he decided to turn off the cameras. As he was about to, Inko said something that made his heart rate increase. Ugh, I'm so stressed from all this work today. But maybe a good shower will fix that. The guard immediately checked the cameras to see if there was one in the bathroom, and turns out there was. Inko entered and began to discard her suit, unknown that a man watched her with bated breath. He saw as her hourglass figure was showing, as well as her huge breast, must be at least D cups. Damn, this bra is so tight. These stupid things must have grown again. The guard was stunned. Her breast was still growing. I need to get this off. Inko begged to undo her bra. At this point, the guard's nose was dripping with blood. As she was close to finish, the guard was about to collapse on the floor. But what happened next was truly unexpected. The man was decapitated by a blade that came from the hand of All for One. The other guard stood there horrified, and All for One turned to him and said, If anyone is to see her body, it's going to be me. The other man nodded, and All for One looked at the monitor and thought to himself, She seems good enough. The next day, Hisashi went to the bar that Inko hung out at. She was alone today, so this was the perfect time to approach her. And he wasn't worried about rejection, because he has an ace in the hole. Earlier at his hideout, he asked his worker where Inko was. He told him and asked him a question. Sir, what will you do if she's not interested? That's not worth thinking about, because she is guaranteed to be interested. What do you mean? As you know, I have countless quirks. Not even I can name them all. But there is one that has been useless until now. What is it? It's something called active pheromones, I believe. I stole it from Thug a while back. It's extremely rare, so I don't know much about it, but I do know that it makes whoever inhales the user's pheromones fall hopelessly in love with them, especially women. So she's going to love you without you having put effort? Amazing, sir. I know it is. Now I must be off. Turn into a civilian form, for I have a woman to woo. Hisashi then approached Inko. However, he was beaten by another man. Inko told the man she wasn't interested, but then he started touching her. That's Hisashi butted in and the man attacked him. But Inko was able to hit him while his back was turned and knocked him out. Well, thank you for that. Hisashi said, Don't mention it. I just did what? Inko's face suddenly went red, and she began to stutter. Hisashi realized his quirk had taken effect, but he also felt a strange feeling himself. He decided to focus on it later, though. Right now, he had a woman to charm. Are you okay? He asked. Oh, yeah, I am. It's just you're very handsome, and... Inko blushed intensely and began to apologize. It's okay. No apologies needed. You gave me a compliment after all. And for the record, you look good as well. Inko blushed more and introduced herself, and Hisashi had pretended that he didn't know almost everything about her already. So you work at the same agency as me, huh? Yeah, I'm only doing it because no other place would take me. Not with the reputation I made for myself. Well, maybe you could change that reputation. I would if I knew how to. I could help you. I'd be happy to give you advice over dinner. Hisashi said, and that's when Inko started to stutter to the point where she could barely be understood. Why you mean like a to date? Inko barely managed to say. Of course. It would be an honor to spend time with a woman as gorgeous as you. Hisashi said out loud. Sure, But won't be weird going on a date with someone you work with? I think not. We are allowed to date who we want. Besides, the agency doesn't have rules against employees dating. Yo, you're right. Okay, how's next Saturday? I was thinking of Friday. That works too, she said with a squeak. It was clear that she was head over heels for him, and he had his Quirk to thank for that. The two said bye to each other and went their separate ways. On his way to his apartment, Hisashi wondered why he felt strange around Inko. He also complimented her more than he intended to, like he was almost spoiling her. He didn't have time to think of that, though. He decided to plan how he's going to get her pregnant as soon as possible. A few weeks later, the next few weeks, Hisashi and Inko went out with each other every other day. It didn't take long for their relationship to come out in the office, but they were okay with it. Finally, a night came where they went to eat at an expensive restaurant. Hisashi went to pick Inko up, and his heart skipped a beat when he saw her. She was wearing a tight purple dress, with no sleeves and a shirt hem. Hi, Hisashi. How do I look? Inko asks. You are just gorgeous, he said without hesitation. Oh, thanks a lot. You look great as well, Inken said with red cheeks. There was again. Hisashi felt a strong urge to spoil her. That's why he complimented her so much. Why was he being so kind to her? She was just a means to an end after all. He decided to think about it later, as he took her to the restaurant. During their meal, they had a conversation with each other. So, Hisashi, Inko said, You're an orphan, you said? Not just an orphan. I have no relatives whatsoever. That's horrible. Of all the people who deserve a happy family, you're definitely one of them. Thank you. And at least good people like you have happy families. Well, I wouldn't say happy for me. Wait, so your parents despise you? Somewhat, not that I blame them. Ever since my high school years, I've been getting into trouble on a daily basis. I was often suspended or went to the police station. And don't get me started about using my quirk in public. Wow, you were quite the delinquent. But I must say, scolding you for using a quirk as harmless as yours is a bit much. Harmless? I can launch knives at you if I wanted. Not that I would do that, of course. Inko said nervously. I'm sure you wouldn't. You're too good of a person. Inko blushed spin hearing this. What's the limit of how much you can lift? About 10 pounds. Have you ever tried training it? No. I have no reason to. I mean, I don't want to be a hero or anything like that. Neither do I, because he's already a villain. But I still want to have some way of protecting myself if I'm in trouble. That's why I train my fire breathing, one of his many quirks, to the point where I can burn steel. Wow! That's actually a very good point. Maybe I'll try that for myself. You know, Hisashi, you're actually the first man I've ever dated. Seriously? A bombshell? Like you has never had multiple admirers? I have, but I always turned them down, either because I was too busy or not interested. Also, some of them were too crazy for me. I may have been a little wild when I was younger, but I wasn't a sociopath. Well then, I guess I'm even luckier than I thought. Inko blushed again and told him, If anyone is lucky, it's me. I don't know what it is, but the moment I met you, I've had a feeling I've never felt before. Inko might not have known what it was, but Hisashi did. But that's not what he said out loud. Instead, he said, I feel the same way. There it is again. Why was he being so kind to her? He didn't actually care about her. At least he wasn't supposed to. The two finished their dinner, and Hisashi walked Inko back to her place. As he said goodbye and began to walk away, Inko grabbed him by the shoulder. Where are you going? This date's not over. Come inside. Wah, Hisashi said with confusion in his eyes. Inko then said in a sadistic voice, Come on, we're at the point where we can share a room with each other. Inko then pulled Hisashi inside and locked the door. Hisashi soon found himself sitting on a couch with Inko while watching a movie with her. How did this happen? He never let someone drag him like that. Why was he being so loyal to her? Inko pulled a pack of cigarettes from her cleavage and offered him one. No, thanks, but I will light it for you. He then used his flame breath quirk to light the cigarette. The two watched the movie with Inko laughing at some scenes and weeping at others. When the movie ended, Hisashi tried to get up, but Inko put her cigarette on an ashtray and climbed onto his lap and looked him in the eyes. Inko, were you? Before he could say any more, Inko kissed him passionately on the lips. Hisashi then pushed her away and asked, "What are you doing?" "I am sorry. I thought I was allowed to kiss you." Inko began to weep, and Hisashi realized what he had done. "No. Inko, please don't be upset. I was just taken aback because I've never actually kissed someone before." "Really? Well, that makes me feel special. And that makes what I want to do next very special." Inko got up and walked towards her bedroom. "Come on, Hisashi, join me." Inko winked before entering her room. This was his chance to get her pregnant with his child, and once it was born, he could dispose of her. When he said the last part, he felt a bit sad, almost as if he didn't want to do that. He then got up and followed her to the bedroom. Hisashi entered the bedroom and saw Inko standing next to the bed. She then said, "Is this your first time?" "First time for what?" "For this." Inko then slid her dress off and was now standing in purple lingerie. "Wow! Inko, your body is amazing, especially your breasts. Are they natural or implants?" Hisashi said, walking up to her, "They're not implants, but I wouldn't exactly call them natural either. When I was 16, they just started expanding at a non-stop rate, almost as if it grew a cup size each year. As of now, I'm DD cup, but I'm wearing a D cup bra because I'm tired of always buying new bras." Inko said with a seductive look on her face, "Then that bra must be tight on you." "It is." "Well, maybe I can help with that." "How?" "Like this." Hisashi began to undo Inko's, accepted her to push him back, but she just stood there with her arms out. Hisashi removed the bra with ease and was now looking at a truly beautiful sight, or rather two of them. "My goddess!" he exclaimed silently. "They are stunning beyond words. To think a woman like you exists without any surgery." "Oh, really?" Inko said with a big smile on her face. "I'm that pretty?" "You are beyond pretty, my dear. You are perfect." "Tie, thanks. Seeking you show me how beautiful you are now," Inko said nervously. Hisashi knew what she meant and began to remove his dress suit. Inko was then sweating profusely at his shredded body covered in scars. How did you?" She was cut off by Hisashi. "Just a bunch of accidents I've been in through my life. Accidents, as in fighting one for all users." "So, shall we begin?" He went to remove her panties, but was suddenly stopped by her. He looked at her confused before she said, Hisashi, I really like you, but I'm not ready to be a mother yet," she said, looking afraid. Hisashi didn't care. He had his chance to get a potential successor, and he would take it by force, or that's what he wanted to do. But he said something entirely different. "Okay, Inko, if you're not ready, I won't make you. I would never do something to make you upset. Now, can you please stop looking so afraid?" "What was that? Why did he say that?" All his life, he has never shown any care for anyone but himself. But when it came to her, he felt the urge to spoil her was wrong with him. He didn't have time to dwell on that, because he felt a warm spot in his lips. Inko was kissing him and even putting her tongue in his mouth. She eventually pulled back and whispered to him, "Thank you, Hisashi. I knew you were the man of my dreams when we first met. I love you." Hisashi wanted to tell her that he was disgusted by such emotions, but when he spoke, he said something like, "I love you as well." What was wrong? Before he could come up with any theories, Inko pushed him on the bed and straddled him while kissing his neck. It didn't take long for her to slide down and put her mouth on something else winky face. That night was full of thrusting and nipple sucking, etc. Hisashi soon forgot what he was trying to figure out, and instead focused on pleasing his lover. The next morning, Hisashi woke up to the gorgeous sight of Inko. He smiled at how beautiful she was, and when she awoke, she made them breakfast. Despite what people said about her, she turned out to be a very good cook. Hisashi ate her food with delight. After that, they agreed to go on an 8 next Friday. "Well, I guess I'll see you around the office until then." Hisashi said, "Yeah, I guess you will." Inko said as he got ready to leave. Before he did, she gave him one more kiss, and he returned one as well. He then left her apartment. Hisashi was on his way to his apartment when he received a phone call from one of his henchmen. "What is it?" he said, infuriated. "Yes, sir. You need to get here immediately." "What for?" "Better to tell you in person." Hisashi wasn't in the mood to ask questions, so he went to his secret base, and when he went inside, he reverted to his all-for-one form. When he got to the room his worker was in, he slammed the door closed. "I swear if you waste my time." "And no, sir. It's not a waste at all. It's crucial to you and your new lover." "WH what lover?" I believe her name was Inko." "Have you been watching me?" he said with anger in his voice. "Why, yes, sir, but only to make sure you're all right. None of us want you to get in an accident, you know. And you have tried to spy on Inko, have you?" he said, even more angry. "And no, sir. I have discovered something much more important." He then put a file on the desk and showed it to All for One. "What is this?" "It's your issue." All for One looked confused. "Perhaps I should elaborate. After I saw how you constantly fawned over, I took the liberty of searching the quirk you said you used for her. And after tireless searching and comparing, I found it. I think you should have a look." He opened the file and handed the paper to All for One. He read the quirk details. Quirk name, active pheromones type B. Quirk description. The user unleashes unscented pheromones that once reach a target. The person becomes hopelessly in love. There are also important side effects. 1. The effects only work on people of the opposite sex. 2. The effects are permanent, so the victim will love the user for as long as they live. 3. It can only affect one person at a time, and since the effects are permanent, the only way for it to work on someone else, the current victim, must be killed. 4. Lastly, the effects don't just affect the works both ways, which means the pheromones also make the user in love with the victim. All for One stood there in silence for a minute before the worker said, "Well, sir, judging by your reaction, I assume you know what the problem is?" "You know what this means, sir. We must eliminate." The moment he said that, he was grabbed by the neck by All for One's hand. "Don't even think about it," he said with rage in his voice. "This is no issue. This is an opportunity. Now that this woman will love me regardless, I can live off of her. That way, when she does birth my successor, I have the perfect cover to train him under the radar." All for One looked at the watch Inko gave him as a gifted. "Beside, I've always wondered what the life of a family man was." The worker choked out the words he wanted to say. "Yes, sir. Are you saying what I think you're saying?" All for One looked him dead in the eyes and said, "Yes, indeed. I will continue to be with this lovely woman. However, it will remain a secret from all of my henchmen. After all, I must keep my professional life and personal life separate. And since I've just told you my plan," he turned his other hand into a hard sword-like hand, "you sadly must be terminated." With a swift movement, the worker was decapitated and left on the floor. All for One ordered someone to clean up the mess. He then went to his apartment and thought of what he would do with his new lover next. 1 year later, Hisashi and Inko were at a park looking at the night sky together. When Hisashi noticed they were alone, he did what he wanted to do for a while now, getting on one knee. He pulled out a ring and said, "Inko, my darling, will you do me the honor of marrying me?" Inko bursted into tears and leaped on Hisashi, crying yes repeatedly. "Of course, Hisashi. My family will be overjoyed to hear about this." "I'm sure they will," he said. Getting Inko's family to approve of him was quite simple, since all he had to do was show them that he could make her a more responsible person. Her parents were especially overjoyed to see their once juvenile daughter act completely respectful to them and almost everyone else. Now it was time to become an official family member. Hisashi wasn't sure how he would handle it, but he would find out soon enough. For years later, Hisashi has sown these years with the love of his life. With his promotion at work and Inko's choice to become a housewife, they were having a wonderful marriage. But today he had received something he seen for long ago, something he forgot he wanted. A successor. "Isn't he beautiful, Hisashi?" Inko said with tears in her eyes. "Of course he is. He's your son after all. He's our son, my love, and I'm looking forward to raising him with you. What shall we name him?" "Well, since I won the bet," Hisashi groaned in defeat, "his name will be Izuku Midoriya." She then reached for him, and Hisashi handed him to her. Just then a news report appeared on TV, and it was about the debut of an incredibly powerful hero. Hisashi went pale as he saw the figure. It was his sworn nemesis, All Might. He fought time himself. Of all the times to return, you choose now. He then received a phone call from an unknown number. He knew what this meant. Taking a look at his wife and child, Hisashi realized his love for Inko was something of a weakness. But since it couldn't be helped, he decided to do something he wouldn't normally do. He would protect the people he cared about. A few days later, "Do you really have to do this, my love?" Inko said as she held her husband tightly. "Sorry, darling, but this new position of mine requires me to move to the USA. But don't worry, we will contact each other through the phone." "No, that's not enough. I want to be with you in person. So does Izuku come visit you every year during summertime?" "That's rather expensive, darling. I'll find a way to make the money. You should know by now I'll do anything for you, my love." "I do know that, darling." He remembered the court behind. "All I do know." He then walked toward the door, and before he left, he hugged Inko and said, "Take care of our son while I'm gone. I love you both." Inko tearfully said yes, and he left the new apartment they moved into. However, instead of going to the airport, he made his way to his new secret base. Now that All Might was back, it was time to deal with him. The sooner he was dead, the sooner he could go back to his family. On his way there, he heard a cry from an alleyway. As he went in, he saw a small boy crying next to a dumpster, using his quirk reading Quirk. He saw then silver-haired boy had a quirk called Decay. "Hello there, child," he said, and the boy backed away from him. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Consider me a hero." He held out his hand to the boy, and he hesitantly grabbed it. They then made their way to the base while Hisashi thought to himself, "Well, looks like I didn't need a child for a successor. This boy's quirk is unbelievable. He will be a great fit." That being said, I'm still thankful for having met Inko. As for Izuku, as my son, I have no doubt he will be powerful as well. I just hope that neither of them will find out about my true nature, because as hard as it is for me to say, for the first time in my long life, I actually care about people. Chapter 14, Old Teachers and New Ones. Deku woke up from his weird dream about All Might feeding him a hairball, which was more a memory than a dream. After he shrugged off the bad memory, he got dressed upon realizing he had to go back to school today. He then went to the kitchen and found his mother in a pink nightgown making breakfast. "Morning, Mom," Deku said, sitting down. "Morning, baby. Ready for school?" Inko said, putting the bacon on a plate. "Yeah, I'm excited to see how many internship offers I got. I hope I get one from one of the top 10 heroes." "I'm sure you did, baby. You did get first place in the sports festival after all. Anyway, here's your breakfast." Inko then brought the food to the table, but not with her hands, with her quirk. The plates of bacon, eggs, pancakes, and more all floated to the table and landed in front of Deku. "Wow, Mom, you don't usually use your quirk that much. You must be in a good mood," Deku said as he put the bacon in his mouth. I'm going to FaceTime your father today," Inko said as she sat down. "Really? What time?" Deku said with a mouthful of bacon. "At noon." "Oh, man." Deku put his head down in defeat. "I won't be able to see him because of school." "Don't be sad, my little cinnamon roll. I'll tell him you said hi, and how you did amazing at the festival. Now, eat please, you don't want to get cold," Inko said with a smile. The two then ate their food, and Deku walked out the door when his mom said, "By the way, baby, when you get to today, tell her I said hi." Before Deku could ask who it was, his mom closed the door. Not one to pry for answers, he just moved on to school. On his way there, he was recognized by many people. Everyone congratulated him on winning the festival and how powerful his quirk is, and in his case, some girls asked him for a date. Deku barely made it past this and got to school on time. He met Ida at the entrance and spoke to him. "Hey, Ida," Deku said. "Oh, hello, Midoriya," he said blankly. Ida, are you?" "I'm all right, and so is my brother. He can't do hero work anymore, but at least he'll survive." "Wow, Ida, sorry you had to see him like that." "Don't be. Now that he's done, it's up to me to carry on Ingenium's name, and I will not fail." He then walked towards school, leaving Deku wondering if he was really okay. 10 minutes later, in class. Everyone talked about how famous they were because of the festival, but Jiro told them that this fame was short-lived and don't let it get to their heads. That's when Aizawa came in and told them to settle down. All right, everyone, after your debuts at the festival, you're probably wondering what offers you got. You'll find that out, but before you do, it's time for something equally important. The class was curious and thought what it could be. Today, you will all be choosing your hero names. The class cheered out loud, and it took a whole minute for them to stop and listen again. Will you give us some recommendations, Mr. Aizawa? Ribbit. Sue asked. No, I won't because I don't really care. Right. The class, although they knew the real reason was because he wasn't good in names. His hero name was Eraserhead. Seriously? The people helping you will be... Aizawa was cut off by a female voice from the doorway. Hello, students. Everyone turned to see the stunning Ms. Midnight in her hero costume. All the guys began to stare in awe, except for Todoroki, Deku, Katsuki, and Ida. Midnight then looked at Deku and said, and hello to you, especially my favorite student. She smiled seductively, and Deku just blushed, while Mineta gave him a cold stare from behind. Wait a minute, sir, Momo said. You said people, but it's only Ms. Midnight. What am I, chopped liver? Another female voice from the entrance said. Everyone looked and were even more surprised, especially Deku realizing that this was her his mother spoke of. Mineta said with a smile on his face, I asked this real? Is MT Lady really here? Yes, I am, she said proudly. How is that possible? Deku said, oh, it's you? I didn't think I would see you so soon. My Lady said, wait, you know her? Denki said, not really. We only met once months ago. Yes, and I've missed you since then. But thankfully Inko told me how I could see you more often. Deku quirked his eyebrows. Inko, you met my mom. Yeah, she's the one who convinced me to join. How? Good story, actually. Flashback to Sports Festival. Inko sat in the audience as Izuku prepared for his match against Todoroki. She got up quickly to get something to drink. On her way back, she bumped into a man who stared at her shamelessly. Well, hello there, gorgeous. He said, you got that dress up just for me? No, I did it for my son. Well, since your son isn't here, how about me and you meet up later today? Not a chance. Inko said with disgust. Come on, I'm a fun person, and just for the record, I can also be a great stepdad. He winked at Inko. That's when she slapped him. He doesn't need a stepdad. He already has a real one that's more of a man than you'll ever be. The man then tried to grab Inko, but he was stopped by a young woman with white hair. Back off, punk, or I'll step on you like a bud. The man then walked away mumbling something, while Inko thanked the women before recognizing her. Hey, you're the new heroine MT Lady. Inko exclaimed. Yes, I am, she said with a cocky smirk. Everyone knows me. Not like how my son does. He's watched many of your videos, has some of your merchandise, and if I'm not mistaken, you offered him a chance to be a sidekick of yours. Wait, who is? The number one contestant, Izuku Midoriya, is my son. Inko said with pride in her voice. Wow, you're his mom? You look like his sister. I get that a lot. Inko said, smiling. And Izuku is really that big of a fan? Oh, I wish I could see him more. Ever since the whole sludge villain thing, I haven't been able to see him. It's hurting my chest. MT Lady grabbed her chest and made a big deal over nothing. Not that Inko cared. You know, have you ever thought about being a teacher at UDA? I can't really. I have a busy schedule. But All Might is doing it, and I'm sure he's even more busy since he's a number one hero. Surely if he can make time, so can you. MT Lady couldn't argue with that. And the truth was she wasn't a teacher, because she'd rather be doing interviews or posing for photographers. However, if being a teacher meant getting closer to that cute cinnamon roll, then she'd be happy to teach. You know what, Ms. Midoriya, Inko Midoriya. Inko, you're right. I should make time to teach the next generation of heroes how to be pros and get close to that next All Might before someone else does. I'll do it. Inko and her then cheered for Deku together and spoke about each other for the rest of the festival. Flashback ends. And with that, here I am, being Ms. Midnight's assistant. MT Lady said with a smile. That's great. Deku said, covering his face. It sure is. Mineta said, now I have 2 hot teachers, Momo, then slapped Mineta on the head. Well, nice to have you, Miss Takayama. Deku said, please call me you, she said before winking at him. It didn't take a genius to know how Mineta felt about this. Well, it's good to have a new hot teacher here, especially one that's hot like your mom. Mineta said jokingly, but was cut short by a cold stare from Deku. So sorry, I was just... Deku cut Mineta off. It's cool, Mineta. Just try to do less from now on. Mineta sighed in relief while Momo looked in confusion. There he goes again. Momo, though, being so forgiving to those who aren't worthy, does he know that he is nice for his own good? Aizawa then announced it was time to move on, pulling her out of her thoughts. You all have 15 minutes to choose a name. Be careful, because this will be the name you have for the rest of your hero career. Had to learn that the hard way, right, Eraser? Midnight said jokingly. And with that, time starts. I'm going to take a nap for now. Aizawa then rolled up in his sleeping bag and went to sleep. The rest of the class quickly thought of their hero names. Before they knew it, time was up. Okay, students, MT Lady said. Time's up. Who wants to go first? First up was Yuga, whose name was basically a sentence. With Midnight's help, he shortened it to Can't Stop Twinkling. Mina's first name was shot down, since it was too similar to another hero's. She then went with her second name, and with that, Pinky was born. Sue chose the name Froppy, and was praised by both Midnight and MT Lady. Kirishima chose the name Red Right to pay homage to his favorite hero. Finally, it was Dika's turn, and everyone was more or less surprised to see what he chose. Deku? That's your hero name. Midnight asked, I know it seems weird, but this name has come to mean something important to me. Plus, everyone pretty much calls me it already, so why not give them a reason to? Deku put a bright smile on his face, and Midnight and Mai Lady both blushed and told him it was a perfect name. Lord Explosion Murder. Katsuki said, earning a sigh from the teachers and students. Kak and Deku spoke up. Using the word Lord doesn't make it less villainous. Oh, yeah. What do you suggest then, Deku? Take the word murder out and switch the first 2 words. What does that give you? Deku said, smiling. That gives me Explosion King. Katsuki was about to say something else, but that's when Midnight spoke up. Wonderful idea, Izuku. That's why you're my favorite. Deku just put his head down as the Mineta gave him a cold stare. Soon all the class had chosen their names, and now it was time for the offers list. Aizawa pulled down the screen and turned it on, showing the chart to everyone. Katsuki and Todoroki got the highest with thousands of offers. Yaoyorozu had a few hundred offers, while Kirishima and most of the class had a couple hundred, except Mineta, who barely got more than 1. However, everyone quickly noticed something wrong with the list. Mr. Aizawa, Yaoyorozu asked, how come Deku didn't get any offers? He got first place in the festival. How come no one wants him? Oh, that's simple. He did get offers, but they were turned down in advance, since he already agreed to intern with someone beforehand. The class mumbled in confusion, and Deku was forced to tell them that he agreed to intern with the mentor of an upperclassman, the pro hero Ryukyu. Wow! Uraraka said, so you're going to train with the number 9 pro hero? Guess that shows how popular you are. Ribbit. Sue said, it's too bad. MT Lady said, I was hoping you would come with me, but it looks like I was too late. She said with a pout that made all the boys stare in awe. Maybe next time, Deku said. Anyway, I'm sure I'll learn a lot from Ryukyu, and Nijaya should be able to help a lot. Wait, so you'll be spending time with another girl? Momo asked. Well, yeah, I mean we will be interning together. Deku said calmly, completely missing the jealous looks on all the girls' faces. Momo then thought to herself, I can't let that happen. I need to do something to prevent that. With that, lunch break began, and the students made their way to the cafeteria, until All Might showed up and once again offered Deku to eat lunch with him. He agreed again, and the two went to have lunch and discuss important matters. Meanwhile, at Deku's home, Inko sat on the couch waiting for Hisashi to call. Soon the laptop lit up, and Inko answered it as fast as she could. "Hi, dear," Inko said with a bright smile. "Hello, darling. Sorry I'm late. I was a bit busy with something." By something, he meant checking the League of Villains' progress in recruiting Stain. "It's okay, dear. I'm glad you made it." Inko smiled and asked Hisashi, "How do I look?" Hisashi took a good look at his wife. The nightgown she wore was a little tight, showing the curves of her body. Her breasts were also an eye-catcher. When he looked hard enough, he could see 2 bumps that he assumed were her nipples, indicating she had no bra on. "You get more gorgeous every day, darling," he said with his voice full of lust. "Thanks, dear. I do my best to look good for you. But enough about me. I want to talk to you about our dear son." "Oh, yeah. Well, let me tell you now. There's not much to discuss. I'm fully aware of the performance at the sports festival. He did outstanding. I don't mean that. I want to tell you about what's happening off TV," Inko said, getting a confused look from Hisashi. "As you also know, our son is quite the lady killer thanks to his quirk," Inko said with a light chuckle. "Oh, I see. You want to ask for help on how to choose the perfect wife for him." "Oh, no, dear," Inko said, shaking her head. "I stopped doing that some time ago, because Izuku doesn't want me to interfere in his love life." "Oh, well, I'm glad you two came to an agreement. Plus, if anyone is going to pick the right lady, it's him." "Oh, I think he's about to prove you right," Inko said, smirking. "How so?" "He's been talking about this one girl a lot. How they spend so much time together because of class representatives, the discussions they have during lunch, and he can't stop talking about how beautiful she is." "Really?" Hisashi said with interest. "What's her name?" "Momo Yaoyorozu. I've already met her. She is beyond beautiful. She could put me to shame." "Don't be so hard on yourself, darling. Also, I'm glad Izuku is finally starting to become interested in relationships. Then again, with a quirk like his, what choice does he have?" The two share a laugh. Then Hisashi gets a text from his phone. "Sorry, darling. It's work-related. I need to take this." "It's okay, dear. Seeing you is more than enough to satisfy me," Inko said seductively, flatteringly Hisashi. "Thanks, darling. I'm happy to see you as well. But now I must get back to work." "Okay, but remember, summer is coming up, so we will be with each other soon. I plan to make that time very special for you," Inko said, looking like she was about to have an orgasm. "I'm looking forward to it." Hisashi said, with another flattering look, "Anyway, so long, my darling." "By my love," Inko said as she blew a kiss to him. With that, the FaceTime ended and Hisashi laid there with a sigh as he reverted to his all-for-one form. Damn, why must I always act that way around her? She is my wife. I should be used to her seduction by now. I guess that shows just how sexy she is. He wanted to put more thought on the subject, but he had to make plans for both his work and personal life. "You're right about summer approaching, Inko, my dear. However, little do you know that this year will be significantly different from our traditional family vacation." He smiled as he made preparations for his next move. Back with Deku, All Might and him discussed who he should intern with. Deku told him he was already going with Ryuko, and all the other offers were rejected. A young Midoriya. All Might in his normal form said, "Are you sure you don't want to intern with my former teacher? He helped me master one for all very quickly, and I'm sure he could do the same for you." "Sorry, sir, but I made a promise to a friend of mine I would go there. Just tell your teacher that I'll go with him next time." Tell him what?" All Might said, looking quite scared with sweat coming all over his body. It made Deku filled with fear and thought of how tough this teacher was. Look, sir," Deku said, waving his hand in front of All Might. "I promise that this internship will help me with One for All. Ryukyu has a lot of free land at her HQ, so I can practice my Black Whip quirk there and increase its damage and amount of time I can use it. Also, I've been thinking of how I can use it for getting around places easier, and since Ryukyu's HQ is downtown, I'll have plenty of buildings and other things to grapple on." All Might wanted to argue, but he couldn't with the point Deku made. "All right, young Midoriya, if that's what will benefit you the most, I won't stop you." Just promise me you'll master that quirk as soon as possible, because I'm running out of time at a rapid pace, especially since the USJ. Don't worry, sir, I will, Deku said, looking determined. I will make your efforts worthwhile. The two of them smiled and continued their lunch. After that, Deku went to class, and everyone announced who they would be interning with. However, there was one person's choice that caught everyone's attention. Really, Yaoyorozu? You're going to Ryukyu as well? Deku asked. Yes, of course. Momo said, smiling. Deku found that smile to be cute every time she did it. What? All the other girls exclaimed together. Wait! Jiro said, this morning you told me you always want to go with the snake hero, Uwabami. What made you change your mind? Oh, well, I just thought that training with one of top 10 will teach me the most important lessons of being a hero. Momo lies. She couldn't say it was because she wanted to stay close to Deku to make sure that girl he spoke about didn't make any moves on him. But even though she lied, the other girls somehow saw through it as they gave her a cold, piercing gaze. Momo felt like she was going to pass out, but that's when Deku spoke up. Wow, that's great, Yaoyorozu. We already spend time together after school, but it will be nice hanging out at campus. He then turned to the other girls. And don't worry, guys. You'll all do great on your internship as well. I believe in you all. Deku gave them a big smile, and they all sighed in awe, while Momo sighed in relief. Mineta began to complain about how lucky Deku is and how he wanted to smack him in the head. However, he quickly apologized after Deku confronted him. Again, he is so forgiving. Momo thought to himself, I wonder, has he ever held a grudge against someone? Momo thought, but before she could think of an answer, Aizawa spoke up. Enough, he said sternly. Just sit down so we can get this day over with. After all, you need to get ready to leave tomorrow, so you need to get home quickly. Everyone agreed, and they sat down. The rest of the day went completely normal, except for the incident during P.E. where Minsita found a hole in the wall that led to the girls' locker room. Luckily, Jiro thwarted his plan with her quirk. HMPT, that Mineta is the worst. Momo said, I'll let the teachers know so that they can fix that hole immediately. You know, I wonder if Deku took a peek by any chance. Jiro said. The girls all went silent for a moment before Uraraka said, No, Deku wouldn't do that. He's a good guy. She then twiddled her thumbs. But if he did, I bet he would think I was the prettiest. Uraraka immediately regretted her words when the whole room began to argue over who Deku found the prettiest. They were so loud that the boys could hear them from the boys' locker room. Well, Deku, Kirishima said, looks like Midnight isn't the only one who can get away with accidentally going into the wrong locker room. All the guys began to tease Deku, while Mineta sulked in the corner thinking, Damn it, why can't I be the lady killer? School ended and Deku returned home. He entered the kitchen and found his mother humming a tune while levitating some dishes. Hi, Mom. Deku said, Hi, baby. Inko said, putting the dishes down and embracing Deku. He asked how the FaceTime with his dad went, and she told him it went well. They then began to eat the mochi Inko made. So, Mom, Deku asked, Are we still going to visit Dad this summer? Of course, baby. Inko said after sipping her water, Your father would never skip a year with us. He loves us too much. Yeah, he does. I always like the vacation we have with him. As do I. By the way, baby, who will you be interning with? Oh, that? I'll be going with Ryukyu. Inko's eyes went wide as she realized what he just said. Wow, sweetheart. You're going to train with the number 9 pro hero. But that's no surprise since you're so special. Thanks, Mom. Now let's finish this quickly. I got to get my stuff ready for the internship. The two finished their food and headed for bed. After Deku finished getting his bag ready for tomorrow, he went to bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, finally, All for One said, The preparations have been made. This family vacation will be extra special this year. All for One gave himself a chuckle before he sat in his chair and thought to himself, While this trip is mostly an excuse to destroy All Might with my own hands, but I can't help but feel overjoyed. All for One then opened his desk and pulled out a picture of his first family vacation. Well, to be honest, I've always felt overjoyed when I'm with those two. All for one, then proceeded to fall asleep in his chair. Little did he know that he and his son were going to sleep, and they would both dream about the same thing. Their first family vacation. Chapter 15, Vacation Time. 10 years ago at Deku's home. Ready, Izuku? Inko said to the young Izuku. Yes, Mommy. Deku said with excitement. I can't wait to see Daddy. Me either, baby. I also can't wait to go to America. I've never been out of the country before. He told me we're going to meet him in Los Angeles. That's where all the beaches and actors are, so it should be fun for us. Inko said as she kneeled down to meet Deku's face. Wow, Mommy, this is going to be super cool. Deku said with a smile. It sure will, baby. Inko said, Hey, Mommy, before we leave, can you do the trick on me? I don't know. It tired me out. Please. Deku said with a pouty face. Inko completely gave into that and compiled. Using her quirk, she made Deku levitate to her and into her arms. Tell me something, baby. Why do you like it when I do that? Because I want to get used to flying through the air like All Might when I become the next #1 hero. Deku said with a smile that almost made Inko faint. That's nice, sweetie, but I heard on the internet that All Might doesn't actually fly. He just jumps really far. Really? Then I need to start jumping more. Deku said, and Inko giggled at him. After that, the two went to the airport and boarded their flight. After the flight, over here, a man said from across the hallway. It was his Sashi. Hello, dear. Inko said as she rushed to hug him, and Deku joined in shortly after. The family was now together and ready for fun. Where are we going first, Daddy? Deku asked. First, I'm taking you and your mom to the hotel. You say that like you're not staying with us. Inko said, I am, just not yet. I have to take care of some business from work, but I'll join you guys right after. Okay, Deku said, looking down at the groan. Come on, little guy, Hisashi said, kneeling down. Don't be sad. I promise to spend a lot of time with you guys afterwards. This will be really fun, trust me. Okay, Daddy. Deku said. The family then left the airport and went to the hotel. After they checked in, Hisashi told him he'll be back in a few hours. He then left and went to his destination, an abandoned factory. As he entered the building, he reverted to his all-for-one form. In the factory, Oh, hello, sir. What brings you here? A scientist said. Well, obviously to check out the prototype you've been creating. All for One said. Oh, that's going rather well. Come see. The scientist showed him to the lab, and then there was an incubation chamber with a dark being in it. As you can see, Kurogyri is coming along fine. Kurogyri? All for One asked. Yes, sir. That is the code name we have given it. Do you not like it? It's adequate, I suppose. But I didn't come here to discuss names. Tell me about its abilities. Ah, yes. The quirk you created for it has begun to stabilize. What was it called again? Warp Gate. Yes. The subject has been displaying at will. The other day when it woke up briefly, a black hole appeared from nowhere. I told everyone it was the creature. Now I know I was correct. Perfect. But tell me something, sir. All for One looked at the scientist. What's the purpose of this creature? Don't you already have a teleportation quirk? The quirk is just a contingency plan, in case the subject needs to transport Shigaraki away. Shigaraki? The boy you are training to become your successor? Yes. Since I'm a very busy man, I need someone to assist me in training the child. I thought of asking one of my servants, but then I thought I could simply make an assistant that would obey me blindly, then risk betrayal with a man. Besides, Shigaraki can easily kill anyone with his quirk, but this creature will have an immunity to it since he has no physical body. Oh, that makes sense. The scientist said, it's practically a babysitter. He chuckled to himself. Yes, a very unique babysitter. All for One said sternly. All jokes aside, the subject should be ready by next week. Do you want us to ship it to you when it's ready? No need. I will simply collect it myself. I did promise Shigaraki I would get him a gift by myself. All for One chuckled. All for One was then briefed on All Might's current condition and how he is Japan's #1 hero. He then realized what time it was, and he had to get back to his family. Okay, thank you for the update. Continue the good work. I must be off. It's not every day I get to relax, you know. Enjoy your rest, sir. Leave Kurogiri to us. The scientist said. All for one, then went into an alley and changed to a civilian form. He then looked at his phone and saw where Inko said to meet them. He then made his way there. At the beach. Hisashi arrived at the beach looking for his family. Where are... He stopped when he saw two figures emerge from the water. One was Izuku, who looked happy to be swimming. The other was a curvy woman with a voluptuous chest in a red bikini, aka Inko. Hi, honey. Inko said. Hi, daddy. Izuku said. Hi, Izuku and darling. He said before ruffling Deku's hair and kissing Inko on the forehead. Are you going to join us, dear? Inko asked. Sorry, darling, but I forgot my swimsuits. Oh, well, that's okay. There's a pier with a carnival over there. Why don't we all go and enjoy a little family fun? Deku jumped while saying, Wow, mommy. That sounds fun. What do you say, Hisashi? Of course, dear. I always enjoy time with you, too. The family then went to the pier and had quite a fun time. While Deku wasn't old enough to go on the big rides, there were plenty of small rides that turned out to be rather thrilling for adults. Inko was being constantly ogled by men, and Hisashi had to fight the urge to rip them half, literally. The family then enjoyed a fireworks show at sunset, and with that they returned to the hotel. While Hisashi tucked Deku in bed, the little boy asked a question that nearly irked him. Daddy, do you think I could be a hero like All Might? Hisashi wanted to tell out everything he hated about All Might. He wanted his son to hate him and all heroes in general. But he knew from what Inko told him that his mind was made up, and he couldn't bring himself to yell at Deku, so he just told a little lie. Of course I do, Izuku. In fact, I think you will be better than All Might. Really? Of course. One day, you'll make All Might look like an amateur. I just know it. Thanks, Daddy. Good night. With that, Deku dozed off to sleep, and Hisashi went to his bed as well. He was greeted by a lingerie-dressed Inko, who looked like she was ready for more fun with him. Hisashi, however, just sat on the bed, lost in thought. Inko approached him. What's wrong, dear? She asked. Nothing, my love. It's just, why does Izuku want to be a hero so bad? Oh, that? Well, if you ask me, I think it's because he wants to help people and make everyone smile like All Might. Hisashi scoffed. Like All Might? What does that mean? Hisashi got nervous. Oh, nothing. Inko looked at him for a moment before a smile went across her face. Darling, listen, Izuku might like All Might a lot, but he doesn't like him more than you. That's what she thought? How did she come to that conclusion? Really, darling? Of course. You're his father, the man that gave him a home, and even invited him to this wonderful place. Inko said while beginning to moan, not that Hisashi noticed. He told me that aside from All Might, you're his favorite hero. She said, moaning louder. And to be honest, you're my favorite hero as well. Really? Thanks, Dar. Hisashi stopped when he turned to see a fully nude Inko rubbing her large breast and vagina. A darling eye? Inko pressed her lips against his and pushed her tongue into his mouth. They kissed for nearly a minute, then Inko finally pulled back. Don't speak, darling, she said seductively. Just relax and enjoy this. Inko then went between Hisashi's legs and undid his pants. She then began to lick his penis, and Hisashi began to moan. He then pulled her on the bed and began to lick her nipples. This went on for nearly 2 hours, and before they knew it, it was morning. The rest of the week was more or less the same. During the day, Hisashi would enjoy the city with his family, while in the night, he and Inko would rekindle their love for each other. Soon the day for Inko and Deku to go home arrived. Bye, Daddy. Hope to see you soon. Deku said, Yes, dear. I hope the same as Izuku. Inko said before the two kissed each other. Bye. I love you both. He said then the two made their way into their flight. Hisashi was about to say something else, but was cut off when his phone went off. It was the same unknown number he actually knew. He knew what he had to do. At the abandoned factory. The prototype is ready? All for One asked. As a matter of fact, sir, it's waiting in the next room. It hasn't spoken, so we figured you would know what to do. I see. Stand aside. All for One entered the room and was soon standing across from a misty creature. He appeared to be wearing a suit similar to one of the guards that went missing a few hours ago. All for One broke the silence. So, you must be Kurogiri, and you must be the one I should be calling Master. I prefer Sensei, but do as you wish. He walked over to the creature, who went on alert. Fear not. I'm simply going to take somewhere. I'd ask you to do it. But if my information is correct, your quirk requires you to visit a place first before you can warp there. Well, that explains why I haven't been able to get out of here. Kurogiri said with a sigh. Where are we going? You'll see. All for One then activated his teleporting quirk. A gray liquid then came out of Kurogiri, apparent mouth, and All for One was also engulfed in a similar liquid. The workers watched as the liquid vanished, along with the two men. In Japan, at an unknown bar, Shigaraki was in the middle of decaying a man who scolded him for breaking a plate. No one bothered to help him since they knew they would meet the same fate. Suddenly a gray liquid appeared from nowhere, and everyone saw as two figures emerged from it. Shigaraki was the first to speak. A monster, and it is Sensei. Don't worry, I'll save you. Shigaraki launched toward the mist man and put both his hands on him. However, to his shock, as well as everyone else, nothing happened. All for One was happy to see that his hypothesis was correct. Kurogiri was immune to Shigaraki's decay. He then spoke to the boy. Fear not, child. This is not a monster nor a threat. Shigaraki, say hello to your new uncle. To say that this had been an exciting week for All for One was an understatement. And this was the first of many vacations like this. But he was prepared for them. Little did he know that the most unusual one would happen when his son was in his first year of UA.